Good morning. It's March 23rd, 2023. It's a beautiful day in downtown Wheaton. I am sad to report of the death of Norman Knopf, an attorney who appeared before the board for many, many years and ably represented the citizens of Friendship Heights and others across the county. I will admit that I never always agreed with him, but he was always agreeable to deal with, and he will be missed in the legal community, and we wish his family well. Aside from that, on March 23rd, 1960, the Rockville City Council held its first work session on the Rockville City Master Plan. It was their first master plan, and they were responding to development accelerating from World War II, really, and trying to deal with that. I'm also obliged to note that this week will be Maryland Week, or Maryland Day on March 25th. So those are our historic notes. We have 3 board members present today. Sean Bartley, James Hedrick, I'll get names some year. Other board members are necessarily absent, so it's just the 3 of us here. We start with some preliminary matters, the adoption of resolutions. We have 4 resolutions really from 2 different cases. We have Preston Place Preliminary Plan 1/2022-01-30. We have Preston Place Site Plan 8/2022-01-80. We have 4824 Edgemore Preliminary Plan 1/2020-007A. We have 4824 Edgemore Site Plan 8/2021-004A. I'll entertain a motion to approve those resolutions.
Move that we approve those resolutions.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Excellent. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, 3-0-0. I guess they're not here, or they don't even abstain. Approval of minutes. We have minutes from March 9th. We'll do those first because I can't vote on the March 16th minutes because I wasn't here. So do I hear a motion to approve the minutes from March 9th?
Move to approve the minutes from March 9th.
I second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Again, 3-0-0. Now, you guys are on your own on March 16th. I was not here, but I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
All right, I will move to approve the minutes from the March 16th meeting as well.
I second.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 2 ayes, no opposed, and 1 abstention, me. Okay, now we have state legislative updates. Ms. Borden is online with us. We have 2 things that we are on schedule to deal with today. Ms. Borden, it's yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, Deborah Borden, General Counsel. Good morning, Commissioners. I have 2 bills to go over with you today. I'll start with the easy one. That's HB 1012. This is a workers' comp bill, and it would expand the ability of plaintiffs' attorneys to get paid directly from employers for workers' comp matters. The way that it is currently is that the attorneys for the employees have to wait until the claim is finished and the payment is determined, the payment to the employee, and then the attorney gets a percentage of the payment to the employee, and they get that directly from the employer, but it is calculated based on the claim and based on the amount. And they get a piece of that, and they get it directly paid to them. This bill would add on top of that additional payments that the plaintiff's attorneys can ask for. Our concern is that there is no guidance in the bill as to how that fee is calculated. So it just says up to $2,000. It also doesn't have any limits on how many times an attorney can ask for that $2,000. And if you have any familiarity with workers' comp, it can go on for years. People have follow-ups. They have additional things that happen. They need to go for an MRI. And so every time somebody goes for an MRI, this bill would seem to allow the attorney to keep asking for more and more and more money. So our concern is cost. We are self-insured, and this additional money, the fact that it's not capped, the fact that it can go on forever, that really concerns us because it's going to come out of the commission's pocket. It's not going to be, well, if our premiums go up. No, our costs will definitely go up. And the fact that we can't tell how much it's going to go up is a bit scary. So we wanted to reach out to the Senate committee, because this is now in the Senate committee, and we wanted to make sure that they are aware of the fact that this bill really doesn't have any guardrails, and this would be a significant expansion to the cost of workers' comp in the state. So it is just a letter of information. It's not an opposition. This is something that will affect all employers in the state, not just us. And so there will be plenty of opposition. But we wanted to make sure that we got something, to our legislators to make sure that they understand that this is really going to impact a public agency pretty significantly, and they might want to take a second or third look at this. Did you have any questions?
Yes, we do. Go ahead.
Is this similar to other states? Is this something that other states do? I'm kind of curious as to why it's popped up right now. And like you, I'm not. Is there a cap on? Yeah, how many times is there a cap on the 2,000? But is this similar to other states? To have other states implemented similar systems?
I'm not familiar with the systems in other states. I know that the system here in Maryland has been like the way it is right now, where the fee is a calculus or calculated based on the amount of the claim. I know that has been the case for decades. So this is really a very new situation to add to the standard calculus. I also know that the maximum amount that the plaintiff's attorneys can get was very recently raised. So it just strikes us as surprising that this is coming up now, because it does seem like it's not really necessary.
Commissioner Bartley, are you?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Commissioner?
Thank you, Ms. Borden. I find the law curious, but is the law aimed at making employers conclude these cases faster? Because I started in my career working as a law clerk in a workers' compensation office, and sometimes the employers exploited the fact that they could drag it out and outlast or outlive the employee and exacerbate the employee situation. So is this law motivated towards having the employer move with alacrity to finally resolve these types of workers' compensation cases? And if there's going to be a cap or a lack of payout, is there a corrective action where the attorney would have to regurgitate funds in the event that they were overpaid? Thanks.
Well, the answer to your last question, I don't think so, because that's not what the bill says. But I don't think that this has anything to do with the time period to get you to your final determination, because this only kicks in after that. See, so this couldn't affect or encourage people to drag it out or not drag it out, because this only kicks in after that final determination is made, that supposedly final payment is made. And then after all of that happens, then you get this 2000, 2000, 2000, maybe forever. Every time the person has to go for any sort of follow-up or any sort of they have a new injury and they need to determine which was the pre-existing and which was the new injury. It could be forever that we're getting these $2,000 bills.
So again, you're
Does
just.
that answer the question?
No, I think it's great insight and way to be on top of something that's very important, especially since this organization is self-insured.
So you're just presenting information to us. We don't need to vote on anything. Thank you for the information, But now let's go to the next bill.
Yes, the next bill is HB 819, Montgomery County off-street parking requirements. So Delegate Moon put this bill in, and we have drafted an opposition to the bill. We will leave it up to you whether you want to leave it as an opposition or a letter, or we can change it back to a letter of information. And the reason I propose that to you is that yesterday our acting planning director pointed out that the policy that's behind this bill, which is we want to minimize parking around our Metro and our soon-to-be Purple Line stations. That is a policy that is best practice. That is a policy that has been implemented in a number of ways in the zoning ordinance, in our master plans. That is something that we believe in. We want to minimize our parking requirements for our individual developments that develop near a metro, because that is one way to encourage people to use transit, to make the parking a little less convenient, frankly. But that policy is something that is not universal and can cause a lot of controversy, particularly when it is implemented without regard to what's happening around that particular metro station. And we've learned those lessons. Some of those lessons have been hard learned. We've stumbled and we've learned from those stumbles. So we have a number of things in our current zoning ordinance, in our current master plans, that are dealing with and trying to balance out those different competing elements. The fact that not all of our metro stations are equal in the sense that, some of them are more residential looking than others. Some of them are more commercial looking when you look at what's around them. And some of them have more opportunity for on-street or off-street parking in terms of parking garages. So we try to balance those things within our ordinance, within our subdivision regulations, and within our plans, and we do so in conjunction with the county council. This bill is attempting to superimpose on all of that, all of the complex, interrelationships that we have. And it's attempting to just sort of draw a broad brush and just say within a quarter mile of any metro or Purple Line station, you don't have to provide any parking, period, end of story. While we agree with the policy, the policy is something that we have been working towards. We don't agree with the implementation, with the fact that this is coming at the state level, because it doesn't take into account all of the nuances that I just talked about. It doesn't take into account that not every station is the same. It doesn't take into account all of the work and analysis that has gone into the system that we have now, which also includes parking districts. And so this bill is just too broad. it's a great attempt, and we appreciate the attempt, but it is just too broad, and it will simply confuse everyone. Because the way it's drafted, it talks about the district council. It doesn't talk about what the planning board does. And so we are just very concerned that this bill, while the heart might be in the right place, the actual implementation of this bill is going to be impossible because of the way it's drafted and because of the way it's just sort of superimposed on our system that we have. So we have drafted a letter of opposition. We can turn it into a letter of information and include the fact that we agree with the policy. We just need the sponsor to sort of take a step back and work with us on what his actual concerns are around our metro and our soon-to-be Purple Line stations. We can make sure that he is aware of all of the things that we do have in place in order to try to minimize parking requirements in these areas. And then we can work with him on, again, getting to what his concerns are and maybe working with the county council to address some of those concerns. But we don't think this is the way to do it. So we will need a decision from you. I'm sorry. So we'll need a decision from you as to whether you want to keep this as an opposition or whether you want to turn this into a letter of information.
Director.
Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, for the record. I just wanted to add that I think there is another option, which is to keep it as a statement of opposition, but to just add a reference to the fact that the policy essentially behind this, which is reducing parking minimums near transit, is something that we're generally in support of. However, we have all of these issues with this bill, and therefore we are in opposition to it. But the concern I had was that the letter, the statement didn't reference the fact that, the policy behind it is generally something that we support, and I thought that was an important clarification to include.
If I just may for a second, I've looked at this bill. I think Ms. Borden correctly summarized it as a sledgehammer when we've been using a scalpel. And it's the wrong party using any instrument on our zoning ordinance to begin with. So I would recommend opposing with noting that although we're sympathetic, obviously, to the policy, we think this is too blunt an instrument and inappropriate for the state to adopt. Mr.
Yeah,
Hedrick.
I mean, I liked the idea of doing it as a letter of information as opposed to opposition. I mean, it's not a parking, it's not restrictions on parking, it's a restriction on the requirements of parking. So parking can, if it's a business decision, can still be made. I mean, I would support a letter of information as opposed to opposition on something like this, because, I mean, I get the details around it, but, parking minimums are expensive. We've been working on that for a while. I think that's accurate, but I tend to want to go for the letter of information.
Of course, the intent of the bill is to actually reduce parking
Yes.
or eliminate parking within a half mile for all residential. And all residential includes such things as single family. It includes senior housing. It includes healthcare, group living.
Yeah.
So it's some pretty big stuff.
Yeah.
Commissioner Bartlett.
Yeah, I would support a letter of opposition. Anytime the state wants to take away local control, I think it's an issue. And if there's already an institution in place that is setting up the plan and regulations for it, I think taking the power away from local control and local institutions that have a say-so in it and are connected with the community, I think it's problematic. And then finally, I find it curious that the want to increase the use of Metro is tied with limiting the parking. It's advantageous for people who live near there, but people who have to drive in and use the metro, we have limited opportunity to drive in and park. And so I think that's curious. But again, I would support a letter of opposition. Thanks.
In opposition with stating our general interest in the policy.
Yes.
If we have a letter of opposition, I'd want it to include our general support of the policy. I still would go for a letter of information on this and the change in the details and work with the author. But
Ms. Borden, do you need a vote, or we'll do it if you wish?
Yes,
It'll be
could you
two, it'll
please
be
take a
2-1.
vote?
All right, then
Thank you.
I'll need a motion.
I move that we support a letter of opposition to Delegate Moon's proposal with regards to parking near Metro Station, specifically the Purple Line.
I can second it.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to
That
second
would be
it.
an interesting,
It's a very odd. No, it's gonna
Question.
look weird in the minutes, but we have a limited thing.
thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. All those in the favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
No. 2-1-0. 0. Ms. Borden, thank you for participating with us today.
Thank you, Ms. Borden.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We are now on item 3. We're still okay to go to item 3. This is exciting. We have 2 regulatory extensions. One is Montgomery County Medical Center Sketch Plan number 3/2023-0010, Preliminary Plan number 1/1986-11-5D. The other is Hillcrest Property Preliminary Plan number 1/2023-0010. The staff recommends approval of both of these. I'd accept a motion to approve both of them. Would you like to split them?
I move to approve both of them.
Second that motion.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, no opposed.
I was going to wait till for Mr. Hedrick. He can move. He can be the first to move all day.
Having done the public housing authority for a while, I'm always make a motion. We all just sit around waiting. We're very polite.
And now we'll hear from the planning director's report. Item 4.
Good morning, or perhaps good afternoon, Commissioners. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the record. So I just have some highlights on some interesting things that we've been working on recently. First, I want to talk about the pedestrian master plan. We've been working very hard to engage and educate the community on this plan and on tonight's public hearing, for which we have quite a number of people who've already signed up. And what I want to highlight is the local media coverage that we received this week. Our project manager, Eli Glazier, has been, who's out in the audience. He did a media availability this week, and we got very great local media coverage through WTOP, NBC4, WUSA 9, and Univision. Eli also published an opinion article about the pedestrian master plan that was published in Greater Washington. And so I just wanted to give kudos to Eli to acknowledge all of his great work to make sure that we get a lot of coverage and visibility and public awareness on this very important plan for the county. We also, as part of our community engagement, community awareness for the pedestrian master plan, did quite a bit of digital advertisements, both in English and Spanish. In the weeks leading up to the public hearing, we produced ads that were served on mobile devices and on services like Facebook, Reddit, and streaming audio such as podcasts. We also boosted social media posts to targeted audiences. And as of today, the targeted ads on social media alone has reached over 168,000 people with over 35,000 engagements, which means clicks of links, comments, and likes. So we're just, really excited to been able to use these tools to get this out. I also wanted to add, relate to our. Sorry, I thought there was a question. I wanted to also note for our University Boulevard Corridor Plan, which we launched last fall, our Mid-County planner, Luis Estrada, who's part of that team, was interviewed on the County Cable Montgomery's Montgomery Al Dia, its Spanish language public affairs show. So we're looking forward to seeing that once that's released. We also did Metro advertising, both Metro Bus and Metro Bus Shelter advertising to support and promote the Fairlane and Briggs Cheney Master Plan, which the board will hear a little bit about later. To start that process, I was actually out doing a tour with the team earlier this week, and as we were driving around, we saw this bus shelter that had our ad, so I said, we need to take a photo of that. And then there's also an image of an ad that's also on our bus. So again, these are just some different ways that we, get the word out to our community members, have QR codes, and make sure that people can access this information, wherever they are. I also wanted to note a really significant accomplishment that took place this week. The Planning Department drafted and the Planning Board submitted no net loss of forest amendments that were unanimously passed by the County Council on Tuesday. So again, I want to thank Christina Sorrento and Kristen Taddy with our Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, who are the leads on this effort. This was an effort to ensure that we support and continue to be leaders in forest conservation in the county. This is an expedited bill to ensure that the county's approach to no net loss will take precedent over a pending state bill approach. And Christina and Kristen have been part of the team who've also been providing comments on the state bill as well. So just a little bit of background. Since 2021, Planning Department staff worked closely with a number of stakeholders to develop these amendments that are aligned with the state's Forest Conservation Act, the county's Climate Action Plan, and Thrive Montgomery 2050. The goal is to strengthen forest protection and increase reforestation with the ultimate goal of achieving no net loss countywide and to increase requirements in a reasonable manner that will still allow development to continue. So again, kudos to the team on this very important effort. And then lastly, I wanted to just give a preview of a Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee session next Monday. That will be the start of a discussion on housing targets. This is an effort that the chair of that committee, Councilmember Andrew Friedson, is leading, that is looking at the existing housing target for the county that came out of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments regional housing targets effort from a few years ago. And the goal is to look at how can we break up that target and come up with more tailored targets at the sub-county level. So again, this is going to be the first session for this effort. We are going to be giving a presentation on the county's existing housing target and present some different options for the committee to consider in terms of factors that could be used to develop the housing targets at a sub-county level. And we will be joined by my former colleagues at the DC Office of Planning, as well as DC's Housing Department that will talk about DC's effort to do this more tailored set of targets in different parts of the city, as well as a representative from COG to talk about the regional housing targets effort.
Just 2 seconds on that, just so my fellow board members realize that we do housing projections. Everybody does housing projections in the region. Group looked at that housing projections and says it's not going to meet regional need. So that everybody needed to up the total regional forecast by 70,000, I believe, units.
75.
And we have an allocation of that, if you will, that we've accepted to try to increase what the market would bring to the county on its own devices. So this effort will more localize that number.
And the goal, as we understand it in talking with Councilmember Friedson and his staff, the real interest that he has is is to make sure that that the county can come up with a very set of strategies to actually implement this target. And those strategies are going to be different in different parts of the county because the housing needs are different. This effort is also intended, as we understand, to look at potentially a piece of that target being related to affordable housing as well. So that's something else that will be discussed. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any other questions.
Seeing none, I appreciate,
No.
oh.
Sorry, just saying none.
I appreciate that. We'll now move to item 12. Are we ready to move to item 12? No. Good morning. It's still March 23rd, 2023 in beautiful downtown Wheaton. We are on item 12, briefing County Executive recommended biannual FY 23-28 Capital Improvements Program and FY24 capital budget for the Department of Parks. This has been an issue that was before the prior board. We were asked to come up with recommendations to trim 1.5 million from the capital budget by the executive. We proposed something. The committee at the council accepted that recommendation, except that the executive changed his recommendations to recommend cutting $3 million from the capital budget. So we're here today to address the $3 million cut because we were requested to do so by the county council just the other day. With that, Director Riley, who's
I'll just turn it right over to the staff who are ready to show you a few slides and walk you through this.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Board. My name is Ron Peel. I am the CIP Budget Manager for Montgomery Parks. And I just wanted to take a few minutes to just kind of bring the board up to speed in terms of the recommended FY23 through 28 biennial CIP. As you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, the county executive recently released his FY24 operating budget, which included a revised affordability PDF to further reduce parks CIP by another 1.5 million in general obligation bonds. And I'm not going to go through the full detail of this slide, but essentially, the adopted budget was adopted by the council back in May, and in November, we had a supplemental added to the budget, and just kind of fast forward into today, in January 17 of 2023, the county executive issued his recommended CIP, which included the first affordability measure, which reduced our general obligation bonds by 1.5 million. And on February the 27th, the Fed committee voted to recommend rejection of that initial affordability recommendation. And lastly, on March the 15th, 2023, again, the CE released his operating budget, FY24 operating budget, which included the additional recommended reduction. And staff's recommendation is to apply this additional $1.5 million reduction to the same PDF that we identified during the original release, and to move that $3 million to the beyond the 6 years of the CIP to balance the CIP program. This slide just kind of shows the impacts that we talked about, the constraints on available funding for land, and it reduces our ability to kind of execute on those acquisitions. And it may require future supplemental appropriation in the event that opportunities arise and we don't have the available funding for, and which would obviously delay implementation of certain programs within the acquisition PDF. In summary, staff would like to recommend to the board to approve a non-recommended delay of $3 million in general obligation bonds to beyond the 6 year beyond the 6 years of the CIP for the program Legacy Open Space, and subsequently transmit this recommendation to the county council. This recommendation is due to the county council by March the 31st, which is roughly a week from tomorrow.
The world moves fast.
Yes. Essentially, so the next steps are council will reconcile all the funding recommendations and public input next month, during the month of April. And council will subsequently adopt the FY24 capital budget and amended 23 through 28 CIP sometime in late May. At the bottom of this slide, we just have a note here we just wanted to share with the board that states that the Parks Department has also been working with the county state delegation to request additional funding through the legislative bond initiative programs. We expect to also include that in the FY '23 through '28 CIP prior to council adoption. And that concludes my briefing. Any questions?
Commissioners? I do have to say that having looked over the Park CIP in the past, this is the least impactful way to do something that will still have impacts in the future. And I say that because I was involved when the Legacy Open Space Program was first created back, I don't know how many years ago at this time, but it was when Chairman Hussman was around. Any problems with the Parks recommendation? Commissioner Bartlett.
No, I would just like you to maybe expand upon the general obligation bonds and our interest in that.
Well, general obligation bonds are one major source of funding the Parks Capital Program. And it's borrowed funds, general obligation debt, and we rely heavily to help execute our program, our capital program. It's one of the major funding sources for the program.
And the county executive is recommending limiting that. Am I correct?
He's recommending, yes, reducing it by $3 million in our capital program. And yes, Andy.
Good morning. Andy Frank. I'm for the record, on the division
Mike.
chief for the, it's not on? Can you not hear me? I got a green, sorry. Good morning. My name is Andy Frank. I head up the Park Development Division, which the CIP is part of. So general obligation bonds are, for the term general, they are countywide. And so we get a very small portion on the order of 5% of the general obligation bonds. And the total level of general obligation bonds for each year is created something called SAG, or Spending Affordability Guidelines. So the finance folks give guidance to the council and the county executive on what they expect the total amount to be able to share. Each of the departments who get general obligation bonds provide a CIP request, which we do on November 1st each year. That's our obligation. That goes to the county executive. So we ask for certain things in a certain amount, and then the county executive is looking at many requests across many departments. And his recommendation is based on his decision, his leaning towards what level of spending total versus the SAG you would like to go, and then which projects they would like to prioritize. So he issues first a CIP, a recommended CIP in January, then a follow-up recommended operating in March 15th, where he may amend what he had recommended before. So it's not to say that the overall county's general obligation bonds are changing. It's that the recommendation by the county executive is to reallocate it in a way that effectively reduces Parks' portion of that by $3 million over the next 6 years. And that's why we are coming with non-recommended reductions that will then go to the county council, who will ultimately make the decision on the overall spending level of GO bonds, amongst other things, and the allocation amongst PDFs. And this legacy open space is one of dozens and dozens of PDFs that they're going. I hope that helps clarify a little bit, but we're happy to answer any more questions.
So our organization is allotted 5% of those general bonds, and if the bonds are decreased, then we get less money.
Yes, the 5% is not a hard number, but each cycle, we go forward with an amount, and they do look at historic trends on what percentage each department has gotten. And of course, over the many years, with the Parks Department has asked for larger and larger increase because of the services we provide, the aging of our infrastructure. And we certainly expect to ask for more in the next CIP cycle. And that is essentially has to compete with roads, bridges, schools, of various different priorities throughout the county. But it's not a hard, fast rule, but that is there's a process of allocating amongst departments and looking at the historic trends for that.
Commissioner Hardrick?
Yeah, thank you for the explanation, by the way. That's very helpful on the general obligation bonds. With the legislative bond initiative, how much do you expect to replace, or what are we asking for with the LBI? I guess this year, and then, of course, we have to ask different future
So
years.
we have, the LBIs does not replace any funding. It is augmented funding that's worked with the different delegations each year. And there is a process where each delegation, we try to recommend if they are inclined to seek a bond bill, we suggest where that makes more sense. They are in session, they are debating it. I would say that the approximate total level of bond bill requests right now is approximately $8 million. And some of that is a replacement because in recent past years, they've had another program called LPPI. And we understand that that's not being funded. So we originally asked for about $6 million. We were told to ask for another $2 million because of the LPPI.
Shifting around.
So we are very hopeful for that. I would like to, if it's okay, I just would, we are also, and we've, Director Riley has referenced in the past, we are aggressively pursuing grants, the state, also the federal. And that's why we put the note at the bottom that we're likely going to come back. We're on the cusp of hoping to ask for permission for 2 congressional funds, each $500,000, one in the northern region, one in the southern region. But we have to wait for the grant agreement to come in. We'd like to tuck that into this overall cycle with the council if we can. And additionally, just as a heads up, the governor and the legislative assembly, General Assembly in the state, they will have a different, likely a different level of POS, program open space funding, which we hope to be an increase as well. And we hope to incorporate that and talk to you about how we want to allocate that money. We hope to do all that in April so that it can get tucked away into this next approval process.
Okay. So y'all seem to have really gone hard to try to find ways to sort of bridge that gap and bring it together. That's good to hear.
Yes, over the last couple of years, especially, I would like to say we've been trying to be, the department has been trying to be very aggressive about that. And I would say, for all intents and purposes, it's been a pretty successful effort over the last couple of years. Don't know if it'll continue in the future years, but for now, we're very happy with that we've been given the support we have so far.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Bartlett?
Does the county executive's office have a contact you all communicate with so that you can share with them the impact on parks that the budget would have and, try to negotiate more funds?
So we have general contact. So the CIP is on the executive side is often laid out through the Office of Management and Budget. And when we talk there, we have an analyst who's assigned to us who relays guidance to us, and we also look to express our interest as we're preparing the CIP. Likewise, on the council side, there are analysts on the council side. There isn't a liaison named Pam Dunn who's assigned to MNCPPC. that we work with. That's our connection point to the council. We do make every effort to make sure everybody is aware of our goals, our needs, all throughout the process. And that is essentially reflected in our submission of the CIP in November. Then we sort of have to essentially wait until we hear what happens in January and then in March. And at this point, our general strategy and our goal is that we are looking for advocacy from the community who understands what the benefits of parks are and how they provide improved quality of life for the community. And the council actually has forums for various individuals to come in and advocate for their interests. So we like to make sure that our advocates are aware of this opportunity so they can be expressing to the council members the importance of trying to keep the parks budget whole, both from an operating and a CIP process. So that is what Ron was referring to is sort of what's happening in April. The forums are scheduled. Anybody who's listening, we obviously encourage them to come out and express their support for the parks, which we believe we've gotten a very large growth in support and recognition through the pandemic, and we hope that people recognize that and are able to express their interests. And ultimately, the council will go through what's known as a reconciliation program. Obviously, the people are not in the interest of saying no to different people, but they do have to ultimately understand what the universe of the requests are, the universe of the community's input, and the financial guidance that comes from interest rates and revenues and all that sort of stuff that I would never understand. And they go through a reconciliation process. That's what we're referring to in April. And oftentimes there are conversations that occur at a high level to understand that. And that ultimately is going to lead to a process of the committees give, the individual committees within the council give advice to the recommendations to this full council, and the full council has a lot of deliberations, and they will go through a process of straw votes, adjustments, working with different agencies, and ultimately that will result in a adoption of the CIP budget that should occur right around Memorial Day.
And just, we are making this recommendation based on what the executive has asked. Ultimately, it's the council's decisions on what happens. We phrase this as non-recommended reductions. We hope to always get it back and persuade the council of our needs. The Commissioner.
I know Council President Evan Glass and Mr. Albernaz and CE Elrich are pro-park, so I know they're on our side, so I look forward to these budget adjustments. No, I do. They're
Us
pro-green
too.
space.
In the meantime, we've been asked to make this non-recommended recommendation, so I'll accept a motion.
Yeah, no, go ahead and make a motion to approve that, the staff, non-recommendation recommendation. Non-recommended recommendation.
I second.
With that great phrasing for everybody listening, all those in favor say aye.
And it's not the weirdest
Opposed, zero.
phrase I've ever come across. Thank you, by the way, that was really helpful. I
Thank you
appreciate it.
very much.
Thank
Very
you.
helpful.
Thank the board.
Good afternoon. Welcome to downtown Wheaton, where the sun is shining. It's March 23rd, 2023. We're on item 5, FY24 operating budget discussion on the county executive recommendations. This is an overview. We will get certainly more detail on how the departments will respond next week, but from now I'll turn it over to Mr. Kroll.
Thank you, Chair Zients, and good afternoon, Commissioners. As the Chair noted, I took away my preface. On March 15th, Montgomery County Executive Elrich released his recommended budget. The budget for the Montgomery County portion of the Commission included reductions from our proposed budget for both the administration and park funds. A total reduction of $6.9 million, or 4.5%, was recommended by the Executive's budget. We were able to find some additional savings identified we've identified them in the reclassification marker that we budgeted in both funds. After removing those savings, we are left with a remaining amount of $6,250,000 that needs to be found within our departments. You'll see this, what I'm going to share right now is what you'll see in a packet that for next week's meeting. But I want to give you a heads up. After removing those savings, we prorate the remaining reductions across all of the departments' budgets. And the highlighted amounts shown here in column F for the Commissioner's Office, Department of Planning, and the Parks Department, and in column K for the bi-county departments of Finance, DHRM, Legal, Merit Board, Inspector General, and Corporate IT are shown here. We are busy working up lists of non-recommended reductions to meet this $6.25 million reduction amount. I would point out as well that the bi-county amounts will actually, although we'll propose here that actual bi-county budgets will be determined in consultation between the two planning boards, between the two councils, excuse me, at the bi-county meeting in I think it's the second week of May. That is essentially the extent of my remarks this morning. Are there any questions that I can answer at this time?
Anyone? No, I don't think on this level, we do have some questions, yes.
Yeah.
Ms. Barber.
When these budgets come out, I'm always curious as to the reasoning behind the numbers. Have they given you any explanation or reasoning behind these numbers?
You mean when the executive's numbers comes out? For the most part, it's a mystery. The executive does state his priorities, and then what isn't his priorities has to make up whatever financial problems they have given tax rates that they assume. So there are a ton of assumptions that go into what the executive's recommendation is. He treated the commission more harshly than he did about any other department, whereas others are going for more than 10% increases. We're faced with looking at our budget with a 4% decrease. But again, ultimately, it will be up to the council to evaluate its priorities and determine how much money we should get. Does that help?
Yes.
Okay.
And if I might, I would add that the executive did note and his staff did note that the finance department of the county is projecting some level of recession in the next year, and therefore they wrote down some of their revenue projections, and therefore the situation is harsher than it otherwise would have been.
Hearing no other comments, Mr. Kroll, thank you for your presentation. I'm sure we'll see you next week.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. It's March 23rd, 2023. This is the Planning Board session. We are on item 6, 7340 Wisconsin Avenue. This item will go for a trifecta. It's a sketch plan amendment, a preliminary plan amendment, and a site plan amendment. A site plan. I don't think that it's straight up this time for the site plan. It's a significant project in Bethesda, and I'll turn it over to staff.
Oh, thank you, Chair Zions. Good morning, members of the board. Happy to be here again in front of you this morning. For the record, my name's Adam Bossi. I'm the lead reviewer for this case with the Down County Planning Team. Just as a housekeeping matter with this one, this hearing was actually opened at your February 16th meeting and continued at the applicant's request to March 30th. The applicant's attorney was then here again on March 9th to request to move that hearing up to the 23rd, and here we are here today, all happy to talk about it. So as the chair mentioned, the applications that are before the board today are a sketch plan amendment, a preliminary plan amendment, and a site plan. As a package, these applications propose to redevelop a former gas station site with a new high-rise building. In general, the sketch plan describes a proposal at its early stage. It provides for a design concept reviewed for density, circulation, public benefits, etc., and for general conformance with the applicable master plan. And this is done before an applicant expends significant resources on detailed design and engineering. The preliminary plan process is used to create the lots and parcels to support the proposed development, set any easements for areas for dedication for public use, and ensure conformance with the county's forest conservation requirements. The site plan provides for detailed design reviewed for conformance with the zoning ordinance and applicable master plan plans and guidelines. So the site we're speaking about today is located in downtown Bethesda, which is subject of the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. The image on the left side of the slide shows the downtown sector plan area with the subject site demarcated with a yellow star. The site is centrally located in the core of downtown. The aerial image on the right side of the slide shows, right side of the slide outlined, that we see here outlined with an orange dashed line is our subject site. It occupies a portion of the block that is bound by Wisconsin Avenue to the east, Hamden Lane to the south, and East Lane to the west, as well as Montgomery Lane to the north. The main entrance to the Bethesda Metro station is on the block that's north of the site. The elevator entrance to the station is just across the site, just across Montgomery Lane from the site. The new southern entrance to the Metro station that's being constructed is one block south of the site here. That's indicated by the little purple Metro symbol. That will provide access to both the Red Line and the new Purple Line station. Other sites in this area are generally developed with high-density residential, commercial, and mixed-use buildings, and there are some low-rise commercial buildings nearby as well. So this part of downtown is seeing major redevelopment activities, and in general, a lot of those smaller, older buildings in this part of the corridor are being replaced with high-density, high-rise buildings. Shown here, circled in orange, are the subject site and an image of it, image of the proposed building for it above it. Looking at the other images here on the slide, on the top right is the Avocet Tower that's constructed across Wisconsin Avenue from our subject site. In the lower left corner of the slide is the Wilson and Elm building, which has also already been constructed. The image on the far left of the slide is the Metro Tower building, which is under construction now. And the last remaining image is of the Hamden Lane development, which has an approved site plan but has not yet started construction. The Hamden East site does share a lot line with our subject site. Looking in a little closer at the site we're speaking about today, it does have an overall area of less than 1 acre. The image on the left was taken a few weeks ago and is really representative of the existing site conditions today. The site was formerly home of a gas station. That use ceased some time ago. The fuel pumps were removed, fence was erected, and property has generally remained unchanged since. Here's another quick view looking southwesterly at the site. In the foreground is Montgomery Lane, where there is a new bike lane that is currently being built by the county. In this image, you can also see the Bethesda Metro Station elevator entrance and how close it actually is to our subject site. We see the Wilson and Elm development in the background and the site of the Metro Tower construction. The building we see here is no longer there, and a new one is going up in its place. The buildings that occupy the Hampton East site currently are also visible. So this site is in the commercial residential zone with a max density of 5.0 FAR and a max allowed height of 250 feet. The site is also within the Bethesda overlay zone. The CR zone is shown here in orange. The overlay zone is represented by the striping. Surrounding properties are zoned similarly with similar height and density limitations. And I believe I mentioned it before, the site is also in the area of the 2017 downtown sector plan. This slide has some general information about the Bethesda Overlay Zone, or the BOZ for short. The overlay zone was created to implement the sector plan's recommendations, and it does include a unique tool, it's a pool of density known as BOZ density, that proposals in downtown Bethesda can draw from to increase the density of their proposed projects to a level beyond what is allowed in the underlying zone. To be able to use that density, a proposal must first use all the density allowed per the underlying zone and then make a park impact payment. You'll hear that park impact payment referred to as a PIP payment. The PIP payments are calculated based on the total square feet of BOZ density that a project requests, multiplied by a per square foot rate. The current rate's $11.40. These PIP payments are used by the Department of Parks to acquire land for new parks or open space, or to build new facilities, renovate existing ones, so forth, in downtown Bethesda. The cost for doing these things there is generally pretty high, so this is a great tool for helping to do that. The sector plan does divide downtown into 10 districts, shown here on the inset image on the bottom left corner of the slide. The subject site, as I mentioned earlier, is in the core of the Wisconsin Avenue corridor, and this generally includes the tallest allowed building heights in Bethesda. The sector plan included only one site-specific recommendation for the property, and that was to increase the allowable height and density for the site to what it is today. The sector plan also includes a series of recommendations for the Wisconsin Avenue corridor, which are summarized here. In general, these promote creating mixed-use, high-density development with upgraded sidewalks and streetscapes in the area. The site has been subject to prior subdivision and zoning approvals dating back to a 1994 preliminary plan that did create the lot to support the former gas station use. In 2013 and 2014, plans were approved for a mixed-use development that ultimately did not materialize. And then a new sketch plan for a larger senior living and commercial building was approved in 2020, and the applicant for that just chose not to pursue that. So here we are today with the current proposal that builds off the groundwork that's laid by those prior approvals. Again, the three applications before you do cumulatively propose the development of a 250-foot tall high-rise building with 315,500 square feet of total density. Most of that density will be allocated toward residential uses, including the 308 dwelling units with 15% moderately priced dwelling units included. A smaller commercial component is also proposed, and that will consist of about 3,400 square feet of ground floor commercial, as well as live-work units within the building. The proposed amendments to the sketch and preliminary plans make modifications to the previously approved uses, development density, public benefit schedule, and site access to really provide for the current development proposal. The site plan then provides the relevant details for that proposal. I didn't mention earlier, the quantity of BOZ density that has been requested for the project is noted here, 142,000 square feet and change, and that does result in a PIP payment of about $1.2 million. Here in the center of the slide is a plan view of the ground floor level of the building that's been annotated with arrows showing access points to the building for cars, bikes, and service vehicles. Moving clockwise around that image, starting at the top, the dash line represents the new Montgomery Ave bike lane that is currently under construction. There will be an access point at the building's northwest corner to allow for access between the bike path and a bike storage room that is on the first floor of the building, and that's indicated by the gray arrow. Moving across the northern portion of the building and rounding the corner of the intersection with Wisconsin Ave, the area shaded in yellow is the building's residential lobby area. The image on the top right corner of the slide does show the entrance to the lobby area. Moving down along Wisconsin Avenue frontage, we see the transition from the residential lobby space to the ground floor commercial uses, which is shown in the red hue. The illustrative image of the entrance to the commercial space is on the lower right-hand corner of the slide. That commercial use does wrap the southeast corner of the building and continues along Hamden Lane. At the building's southwest corner is the new single consolidated access point for vehicles to an underground parking structure. That's indicated by the striped blue arrow, and the service and loading access, which is at the ground level, and that's indicated by the orange arrow here. Looking at the building design itself, the next few slides I'll show you some illustrative images of the building design. Each has a small key map in the upper right corner that does show a viewpoint where each of these images is taken from. On the images themselves, you'll see some of the surrounding buildings shown in white block forms, so it does help kind of provide that additional context and scale. Here, the image on the left is a perspective of the proposed building as looking south down Wisconsin Avenue. You can see outlines for the Wilson Elm and Metro Tower buildings to the left of it, and an outline of the Hamden East building to the right of it. The image on the right side of the slide is a perspective of the building as seen looking from east to west across Wisconsin Avenue. So if you were standing with your back toward the Avocet Tower looking across Wisconsin, this is the view of the proposed building you'd get. Just speaking to the building's architectural character, as I walk through this and the next series of slides, a few things I'd like you to take note of. And these elements of the design do collectively provide for a building that will really add its own unique character to the Wisconsin Ave corridor and to the Bethesda skyline. These elements to watch for include a strong base design at the bottom of the building, which does a nice job anchoring the tower that extends upward. You can see balconies are included on each of the facades. Those are for residential units. Within the tower design itself, you can see the facades do push outward at the corners and inward at their central vertical axis. And this really does create a nice rhythm to the architecture that carries around the entire building. At the top of the tower, the facade walls are pulled up vertically at their corners and taper down toward the middle of the building. This does create a crown-like effect on the top of the tower. So overall, we have this well-balanced pushing and pulling in and out of the facades and additional vertical expression at the top of the building, really all anchored in a nice, well-defined base. Here with these images, you can see how that well-defined base does respond and work with the proposed Hamden East development to really frame the pedestrian realm along Wisconsin Avenue and the frontages of Hamden and Montgomery lanes. Here you can also see the building's tower extending upward to that max height of 250 feet, which is pretty similar to that of the surrounding buildings. So these images do provide a sense of how the proposed building intends to engage the street. The image on the left shows the front of the building facing Wisconsin Avenue. The two images on the right we did see earlier. Those were the entryways to the commercial and residential portions of the ground floor. And these images can see you can see that there's a lot of windows incorporated at street level to allow for that visual interaction and engagement between folks in the interior and exterior of the building. The streetscape area around the building is also to be enhanced with wider sidewalks, new street trees, and other basic streetscape amenities to the Bethesda streetscape standard. As a proposal in the CR zone being made under the optional method of development, it is required to provide at least 100 public benefit points in 4 categories. Here, the Bethesda overlay zone does further tailor some of those public benefit categories, requirements, and points available for projects in the sector plan area. Overall, the proposal will provide more than 100 points required in the categories of connectivity and mobility, diversity of uses and activities, quality building and site design, as well as protection and enhancement of the natural environment. The site plan public benefits package is in line with what was proposed, or what is proposed with the sketch plan amendment as well. Within the Bethesda overlay zone, a proposal must achieve at least 10 of 30 available public benefit points for exceptional design. Within the overlay zone, the Bethesda Design Advisory Panel, or DAP for short, reviews these building and site designs and does provide comments for enhancing the proposal's design excellence. The DAP also does vote to make recommendations to the board regarding the proposal's request for exceptional design public benefit points. With this proposal, the DAP reviewed the sketch plan in May of 2022 and the site plan in July of 2022. They did vote unanimously to recommend the project to achieve 20 exceptional design points. And during their review, they did make comments that did focus on the architectural details of the base and the top of the building, which the applicant has since incorporated into their final design included with the site plan. Regarding community outreach, the applicant has completed all the required community outreach and noticing requirements for the applications as summarized here. This included holding a pre-submission public meeting, sending out written notices, and posting the site with signs. Additionally, they also did meet with the Bethesda Implementation Advisory Committee, and as I mentioned earlier with the DAP, we have not received any community correspondence on this project, and again, all noticing requirements have been met. With that, members of the board, in conclusion, the three applications before you each satisfy the respective applicable requirements of the zoning ordinance or subdivision regulations, as well as substantially conform to the recommendations of the 2017 Bethesda Downtown Sector Plan. So in conclusion, staff is pleased to recommend approval of the sketch plan amendment, preliminary plan amendment, and site plan applications with the conditions as recommended in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll note that there are no one signed up to testify. We'll accept testimony from the applicant.
Good afternoon. Pat Harris with Lurch, Early & Brewer here on behalf of the applicant. We have our team here this afternoon. That's John Clarkson, the Managing Director of Greystar, Andy Chowkowski from SKNI, and Mike Goodman from Vika Engineering. We also have other team members attending virtually. We've worked on this for a long time with staff, and we thank staff for all their hard work on this one. The fact that no one's here to comment says a lot. We're hoping and are confident that third time is the charm on this one. I mean, my office has been right next to this vacant lot for a very long time, 10 years. It's quite the eyesore, so we're confident that we're going to make the difference here. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner, if you'd like to go.
Yeah, just not really any major questions from the staff or anything, but what was it that caused the previous plans to not go forward, 2013, 2014? I assume 2020, we can all probably figure that one out. But the other ones, I was curious as to why.
I'm not sure about the first one. The first one was for residential, and then the second one that came along was for somewhat of an innovative senior housing project because it had a vertical incorporation of independent and assisted living. And I'm not sure why they backed out, but I don't have any information on that.
It's good to know. I'm curious.
Commissioner.
Did the plans for this building come before the adoption of Thrive 2050 by the county council?
Yes.
It did? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Thrive was adopted in October of 2022. This was submitted, I think, before that. But
Right, it was
Yes.
submitted before that. So it wouldn't meet the goals and objectives of Thrive 2050, right?
Well, I think the goals of Thrive for this area of the county are very consistent, frankly, with the Bethesda Sector Plan in terms of affordable housing, in terms of concentrating density in urbanized areas. So in that respect, and also in improving streetscape. So in that respect, I would say that it is consistent with Thrive. In fact, I can't think of anything about Thrive offhand that that we're not consistent with.
If I could just add, just in general, what we did with Thrive Montgomery 2050 was to essentially capture a lot of the policy decisions that were already made through these more recent master plans. And so even though Thrive was just adopted just last fall, the policies that are in this sector plan are consistent with what is in Thrive. So they do work together.
I have a couple of questions. Could you go to slide 13, please? And the wall to the right of the tower is East Hampton? which is still yet to be built, is it?
That's the Hampton East.
Oh,
That
Hampton.
has an approved site plan, but they have not started construction, that's correct.
Was there any concern about balconies on top of a building next to it at that dimension?
So, Elza Heisel McCoy, Chief Down County Planning, for the record. I think when Hampton East came in and when the previous iterations of development on this site came in, there was extensive discussion about how the two buildings would relate to each other. And I believe in the past, the architectural teams had talked to each other. I would defer to Mr. Chakowski to relate for this. But there's extensive discussions about tower separation, and this is a pretty small block, and so a lot of attention was given. But in terms of the balconies, I'll defer to the applicant.
Anything to add?
No, not really. No, Andy Jakowski with SK&I Architects. No, Elsa explained it fairly well. I mean, we're following, the design guidelines of the downtown plan for the building separation. And the information that we had at the time of the design, there were several options for that other building for the adjacent property. And we used the best case scenario from their design to, set the building at the tower. So both of the towers follow the tower separation guidelines set forth in the Bethesda plan.
Well, and there are also building code, and Mr. Chakowski could certainly speak more knowledgeably than I, about, how far apart the buildings need to be in order for what percentage of openings. So to have, have balcony openings on that, I mean, the design for both is meeting the fire safety requirements as well.
Yes, absolutely.
And no concern about wind tunnel effects? None.
Not particularly, no.
Not from a structural standpoint.
Not from a
I think
structural
standpoint.
it
Oh, right,
may impact
sure,
what you put
okay.
on your balcony, but
Hold
Yeah,
on to
like
your
Use
plants.
clothespins if you're going to be drying your laundry out.
And I can't see from the drawing whether there's, 5 feet of opportunity to move it further away from that building or not. That is, it looks like there's some base, I can't tell if that street is Wisconsin Avenue itself, to the,
so
on
the
the left
image-
side of the illustration.
The image on the left is the view on Montgomery Lane. And so essentially, the podium or the base of the building has a party wall. So the buildings do, create a continuous street wall along the facade up to, the 6 stories that you see there. And then above that, the tower does set back, 10 to 15 feet. And it does have, a certain geometry where the corners are pulled forward, but the tower does set back. So it's actually quite significantly set back from the base of the building. But the base of the building has a party wall condition with the
Okay.
neighboring building. So there's no intention to have a separation there.
Within the application, there was something called pinwheel design, which I didn't hear referred to today. Could you tell me what a pinwheel design is?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was probably not clear because there's not a typical footprint illustrated of the building, but when you do look at the typical footprint of the plan, I don't know if we have the presentation available.
Our presentation.
But essentially, the corners radiate out from the plan. It's probably easiest to describe looking at the plan.
I'm not sure which.
So I'm from New Jersey. I would describe that as indented, that the center of the building goes back from the corners.
I think Mr. Chakowski is suggesting that sort of the residential wings sort of radiate out from the core.
Okay,
So if you looked at it in plan, it would look like half of you could say flower, or you could say pinwheel. You mentioned the wind effect, so pinwheel is probably appropriate. You'll see it here on the plans.
Yeah.
I mean, the nice thing, one of the very nice things about the design is those balconies and being able to, especially at the upper heights, you're going to have great views, especially to the north, because the post office building just to the north is historic.
Here's a typical plan that illustrates that
Okay,
concept.
there you go.
There you go. So it's much easier to understand in plan, so.
Yeah, that's a very good,
Yeah, so you understand sort of the pinwheel action of the plan. Essentially, the Bethesda plan calls for these setbacks. So we essentially pulled the centers of the building in towards the core. So this center, the center of each of the three street facades, then we pulled the corners out towards the street. So it creates that pinwheel shape and plan.
got it.
And it creates that really dynamic tower expression that we then extended up to the crown of the building to create that sort of dynamic top, if you will. That incorporates the club room. You saw the pool on the pool
Right.
terrace on the roof. So those, the walls extend up and creates that interesting and elegant top of the building that adds to the skyline of Bethesda.
Thank you. I'm
Yes.
just from New Jersey. I need more explanations on design. Not to dismiss New Jersey. Commissioner, do you have anything?
Oh, yeah, just, I had one other question. With it being a former gas station site, and having been a gas station site for 20-ish plus years, is there any concern about contamination underneath that site, or?
So this property is part of Exxon's remediation program.
Okay.
And it has been an MDE oversight in
Okay.
terms of the cleanup.
Okay, I didn't see anything in
Yeah.
I just wanted to double check. Thanks.
No. All right. I'll entertain a motion if a commissioner would like to make one. And we need three separate motions, correct?
I do have a question.
Okay, sure.
Is there any advantage to the community for having all three of these approved at once? And if there is no advantage, is there any disadvantage to the community for having all three of these approved at once? Thanks.
So so it is, more typically, you would see the sketch and the preliminary. I think when these came through the first time, they did not come through as one. You got a sketch and a preliminary, or a preliminary and a site. They're separated. In this, because the basic, I want to say, bones of the development in terms of how the building occupies the site and relates to the street was explored with each of the prior approvals. This is, they got a new set of clothes. And, the interior uses are, there was senior living, assisted living, so some of the guts changed, some of the clothes changed, but in terms of how the building sits on the site and addresses the street and how those things were addressed by the board, and there were opportunities at each stage for the community to comment. So because the site plan is really the change here, we're sort of updating the sketch plan and the preliminary plan to reflect sort of this new owner and approach. I think there is an efficiency certainly to the development team, but I think fundamentally, if you just made this a white, a white mass as the others, as the background adjacent buildings looked, that impact has been discussed publicly with each of the previous approvals.
And I would just say that I think with sketch plan, of course, you get more detail to comment on, so that if you have some problems with how it relates, you get to see it when you see all three applications.
Well, my interest and concern is the ability to comment at all three stages of the process. And if we do it all at once, is the opportunity for interested people to comment lost?
They have the opportunity to comment now. In that respect, they can comment on any of the three applications. But they have more information to comment as well. And I think it's particularly relevant that there are no one seeking to speak on this particular topic. But that's me.
Well, I mean, consolidating opportunities into one time can create a perception. And so instead of having like 3 opportunities to speak, you have 1 chance to speak on all 3 phases rather than each phase had an individual hearing. So that's my only concern.
Right.
And I understand that there was an extension, I think the pandemic, and then another extension, and so now we're far along in the process. My only concern is the perception that the community wasn't given enough time or opportunity to speak as they would normally be provided.
I will say at our public meeting, I think there were 3 people that attended, all of whom were from various development interests of the surrounding properties. There was no one there from the community. I think this property, the site is so embedded within downtown Bethesda that there just wasn't a lot of interest from the community.
And to the extent that I would say that it forecloses that opportunity by having the 3 applications, it is something allowable under the code. And it's the applicant's obligation. And if the council thought that was invading the opportunities to comment, they would not allow this to occur, but they do allow it. But again, just me.
If I can also add Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the record, since I did not introduce myself before, just to speak to your question, there is an initiative such as a Speed to Market initiative for certain priority projects that do encourage the submission of these 3 applications at the same time. There are also other types of applications where you may see, for instance, a sketch and preliminary plan or preliminary plan and site plan that does occur occasionally. And the benefit of those types of combined applications is that it reduces the amount of time for these projects to go through the regulatory review process so that they can continue to move forward and actually get constructed. And that is a priority that we've heard from the county executive, from the county council, and others. And so there are certain opportunities to do these more combined reviews. But to speak to your larger point, not speaking to this particular project because it had already gone through earlier approvals where there were previous opportunities for the community to speak. But it is something to balance, with these combined applications. But I think, again, the planning board process allows for the public to comment, whenever these projects come before the board. And even prior to that, the applicant has to meet with the community as well. So I just wanted to note that the board will see occasionally combined applications.
Nothing? Okay.
Nothing.
I'll entertain a motion to approve sketch plan 3/20/20/001A.
All right, so move that we approve the sketch plan for the 7340 Wisconsin Avenue.
With the conditions
With-
recommended.
With the conditions recommended by the staff.
Do I hear a second?
I will second it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve preliminary plan 1994 4080C with the conditions recommended by staff.
So move that we approve preliminary plan amendment number 11994080C with the conditions of the staff.
I'll entertain a second.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 3-0. And let me tell everybody the secret of reading these numbers. After the first number tells you what process it is, so the 1 was preliminary plan, 8 is site plan. The 4 digits after that is the year it was filed.
The year file.
So if you figure that, and the number after that is the consecutive number for the applications that were in.
Now, when you say it like that, it makes me feel bad. I didn't figure that out beforehand.
The A, B, and C deals with whether it's an amendment or not to a prior plan. So that's the secret.
Well, and I'll tell you that everybody that works here has to figure that out. So you are not alone. 15 years ago, I had the same reaction you did.
It can't go in the sheet right at the beginning. This is one of those things you have to learn as you go along. All right, I get it.
We all educate each other all the time.
I'd love that.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to approve site plan number 8, 2023-0010,
All right.
with the conditions recommended by staff.
So move that we approve site plan number 8, 2023-0010 with the conditions from staff.
I will second.
Thank you. And seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you for not continuing this session. We're glad to have you before us and do what you seek.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is the March 23rd, 2023 session of the Planning Board. We are on item 8, Seneca Place Site Plan Amendment 1982-008A. This is for a relatively small amendment and addition. I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ryan Sigworth with the Upcounty Planning Team. As you mentioned, this is a relatively minor site plan amendment, and using your plan numbering decoding system from the previous application. This is, the 8 identifies it as a site plan, and the 1982 identifies the year, and A is the first amendment on this site plan since 1982. This is a relatively minor addition to this project. These images are later in the presentation, but the site plan amendment area covers approximately 1/4 acre in size, which is shown in the red line here. And this is a blow-up of that. It's to allow construction of a roughly 2,000 square foot maintenance building to serve the existing multifamily building or multifamily development that was built in the early 1980s. This building is to serve the needs of the residents of that, to have an office for a maintenance supervisor and store equipment and stuff to handle maintenance on the property itself. The property shown in the dotted red and purple line here indicates just to the southeast of Great Seneca Highway. Wisteria Drive is to the roughly to the north. Slightly further is Middlebrook Road. As I mentioned, the amendment area is approximately 1/4 acre in size, but the total property is 40 acres, which is the total multifamily development. It is currently zoned CR, but since it is an 1982 site plan and previously approved under the code in place before 2014, the applicant had requested that it be reviewed under the RMX1 standards, which was the zone on October 29th, 2014, the day before the current zoning ordinance went into effect. As I mentioned, it was developed as a multifamily residential property in the 1980s, and it is located in the 2019 Mark Rail Communities Sector Plan. As you can see in this image here, the red line indicates the site plan area and where this will be placed in relation to the existing structures on the property. This is a copy of the overall, or an image of the overall property indicating the limits of this site plan, amending the 1/4 acres on the whole property. And it does also provide an additional handicap space that's van accessible, pedestrian crossing, in addition to the building itself with the required stormwater controls to handle the increased impervious created by the building itself. The architecture of the maintenance facility, as you can see, there's 2 garages and a number of entrances. It does have a pitched roof, which is in keeping with the residential character of the area or of the development itself. It also includes additional landscaping to sort of soften that look of the maintenance building. And the driveway, which accesses the maintenance building, has been narrowed to sort of mimic that residential look. It's not a big, wide concrete area in front. As you can see, the additional stormwater facilities, there is a retaining wall in the back as well, because this, as you look on the right-hand side of the image, you're going drastically uphill. So the residential buildings to the right of it are well above this structure. So we're actually holding the hill back rather than going downhill. The applicant has met all the required posting and noticing requirements, and staff has not received any correspondence throughout the total review period of this application. It does meet all the required findings for a site plan amendment. It did also receive a forest conservation exemption. And with that, staff does recommend with conditions approval of Seneca Place Site Plan 819-82008A. And I'm told that the resolution will come in a future agenda. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. I'll note that there's no one signed up for public testimony.
Yeah, I do understand the applicant is available virtually, so if you have questions of them.
Questions?
Will the style and facade of the building match the style and facades of the residential spaces?
I mean, yes and no. Since the buildings were built in the 1980s, it's hard to match with where and also the products available at that time, but the general architecture is meant to complement, so it doesn't look like a maintenance building, essentially.
And will there be restrictions placed on this building so that it isn't later developed into residential space?
The conditions limit the amount of units from the original site plan, so that would limit any additional dwelling units on the property. They would, in order to convert this to, say, a residential building, they would have to get a building permit from DPS, and DPS would check the site plan resolution, and then conditions in the site plan would prevent that. Because if you note that the conditions are numbered, so it lists what conditions are modified and what are new, so the original resolution from 1982 still remains in effect. And that's also true, where this site plan establishes what this application is for, which is a 1,980 square foot maintenance building. It's not for an additional dwelling unit or multiple dwelling units.
I'm just concerned whether or not they would try to eventually migrate into it being.
Even if they
dwelling
did,
unit.
DPS would halt that before it even got started. They wouldn't issue permits to actually do it.
Or they'd come back and require a site plan amendment to do it.
Yes.
So it would be back before us as a site plan amendment if they wanted to proceed.
And if they tried to do it without a permit, then that would be a violation of their site plan.
Well, I know without a permit, but what I'm saying is they set it up for the eventuality of submitting something new, because they'll say, well, you approve this, and all we want to do is build on top of it, and the footprint's going to be the same. We're just going to utilize the space more now that we have something here.
I mean, they could always file an amendment to do that in the future, I guess, but you would have to come back before the board because it would change the condition, and you'd have to set a new adequate public facilities because more units creates more trips, and so it would be a much more in-depth review and discussion.
Okay, I will entertain a motion. No? Oh, we're going this way all the way for motion.
All right, I'll go ahead and move that we accept Seneca Place Site Plan Amendment 8, 1982 008A with approval with the conditions as indicated by staff.
I second.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Now, does that raise or lower our approvals per minute per square foot? This is the question that I have, but can we go? No, we can't. Good afternoon. It's March 23rd, 2023, Planning Board session. We are on item now. There are two residential housing bills which we will have a discussion on and make some recommendations to the council. Ms. Gavani?
Correct. Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy, where I am a housing planner. And every so often, we like to bring council bills to the planning board so that, as Chair Zients said, we can send up our opinion to the council, because we think it's really important that things that, might not directly be related to land use, but have an impact on it, that they hear our opinions. So just to kind of walk through the agenda for this, I have a bit of a presentation for you, as you can probably tell from the long staff reports. First, we're going to walk through some previous legislation. Then we're going to look at a case study in St. Paul, discuss some of the research on rent stabilization and rent regulations overall, as done by the Office of Legislative Oversight. Then we're going to walk through some staff completed analysis on rents in the county and rent growth. And then we're going to walk through each bill separately, because they have a lot of individual items that we're going to take step by step. And then at the very end, I have a comparison chart that shows where each of the bills stands on certain elements, and then where planning staff stands, and then we can have a discussion about where the planning board stands, or you feel free to interrupt me during each element. And then we'll talk about next steps. So there's been a lot of discussion about rent stabilization and rent control in the county recently. In Montgomery County, excluding the municipality of Tacoma Park, we do not currently have rent control or rent stabilization. The county executive publishes voluntary rent guidelines, which provide recommended percentages for rent increases in the county, but as the title suggests, they are voluntary. And while we have no rent stabilization policy, like I said, it's been studied extensively, and we did have instances in the county very recently where there were temporary restrictions on rent. And I'm going to walk through a little bit of the legislation and kind of, how we ended up here today. So first was Expedited Bill 1820, which dealt with rent stabilization during emergencies, and that was introduced in April of 2020 and enacted in later April in 2020. And the law prohibited a landlord from increasing rent during an emergency, i.e. the COVID-19 emergency, and providing a rent increase above the voluntary rent guidelines until 30 days after the emergency expires. And then later in the year, Bill 5220 was introduced, and that's protections against rent gouging near transit. And the bill had its public hearing, but is still pending with no work session scheduled in the immediate future. And the bill aimed to set rent standards regarding rents charged within 1 mile of a transit station and half a mile of bus rapid transit. And then we had Expedited Bill 3021, and that was introduced in July of 2021, and that extended the limitation for a rent increase that was already provided by Expedited Bill 1820. And the law continued this limitation on rent increases and extended the time frame from 90 days to 1 year. And it expired in May of 2022. And then again, there was another bill that was introduced in July of 2022 that sought to temporarily limit rent increases to no more than 4.4% for up to 6 months. And this bill had a committee work session on October in 2022, but it received no vote. Instead, what the council did is they added a project to OLO's work programs to study rent regulations. And that's where we are today. Where we are now dealing with two competing rent regulation bills, Bill 1523, which is anti-rent gouging protections, and Bill 1623, which is Rent Stabilization, the Home Act. And we'll get into the nuances of those bills. But first I want to talk a little bit about a case study that happened very recently on rent stabilization. In November 2021, St. Paul, they passed a rent stabilization ordinance that limited rent increases to 3%, and that had no exemptions for new development and no vacancy decontrol. And vacancy decontrol is basically allows landlords to raise rents to market after a vacancy during a rent stabilization program. But what happened? So when they enacted this, what I'll call a very strict form of rent stabilization, building permits were down 82% compared to the previous year. But in neighboring City of Minneapolis, which did not have rent stabilization and had just gone through a lot of changes through their comprehensive plan to make it more, to ease up on housing restrictions, they were up 68%. And one of the big things that doing the research on this, I found is that projects in St. Paul really struggled to get financing because of this program. And this is because the institutions that are making financing decisions, they view this rent and flexibility as an increasing risk. They simply stop financing St. Paul projects, even projects that were already in the pipeline, their financing was pulled. And financing institutions, they're inherently conservative about how they evaluate risk and rent stabilization. There was a lot of reluctance to invest in St. Paul because of this. And so what happened? So very quickly, they changed the law. They exempted new construction for 20 years. And the 3% cap, while it stayed in place, the council voted to make inflation an explicit reason for landlords to be granted an exemption under the right to reasonable return on investment. And they also enacted vacancy decontrol, which allowed them to increase rents by as much as 8% plus inflation after a tenant moves out. And so, as I alluded to in the beginning, the Office of Legislative Oversight they're working on a rent regulation study on this topic, and they did a lot of work for the previous bill about rent gouging near transit on Bill 5220, and they compiled a lot of research in that report about the impacts on rent stabilization. As you can imagine, the topic is of significant debate for most economists, and OLO found in their impact statement that rent stabilization could potentially have a negative economic impact overall. It could lead to supply-side pressures in both quantity and reduction of housing supply, condo conversion, and quality of housing, a lot of code issues, not having enough capital to invest in the project. In the short run, I think we all know that this could help affordability to provide for current tenants, but in the long run, it could decrease affordability. It could fuel gentrification, and create negative effects on the surrounding neighborhood. And rent stabilization also generally does a poor job of targeting its benefits. It's not means tested, and often the benefits are inefficient and inequitably targeted. So planning staff, we've done a lot of research on rents in the county. A lot of this information was presented to the Council's Planning, Housing, and Parks Committee early in January. And basically what we're showing is, on average, the county has experienced average rent growth, which is the change year over year in rents charged, of about 2.1% since 2012. And there's two notable outliers in the county. In 2020, you'll notice that rents declined nearly 2%. And in 2021, however, there was a huge rebound, and rents on average grew 9%. But in 2022, rents were back in line generally within trends. And then, it's very early in 2023, but I did look, and it seems like the trend of continuing with past trends is continuing. We're not seeing excessive rent growth in the county. It's mostly back in line with expectations. And staff also considered rent growth adjusted for inflation. While the reality is a lot of renters in the county, they did not have incomes that grew as fast as inflation. Property owners are also experiencing rising costs too, so I thought it was important to show both trends. So after adjusting for inflation, rent growth in the county has been pretty modest. Since 2012, after adjusting for inflation, rent growth on average has been negative 0.5%. This means that we're not doing a generally good job of keeping up with inflation in terms of rents. And we're going to get into this a lot, but I want to get in front of it. And the question on hand is, if the county's rent growth is low, why do we need to establish a rent cap at all at a well above inflation as proposed in the next bill? And I think a higher cap and not having strict rent control and stabilization does a few things. First, having a higher cap stops the bad actors that do increase rent at higher end marks that are inaccessible to most tenants. There were reports to the county of some rents being increased by nearly 50%, which is unattainable for most tenants. But I also think it's important that Montgomery County's rental market does not operate in a vacuum. The county has seen declining housing production, and builders may choose to build elsewhere in the region if the cap is set too low to provide enough flexibility to respond to changing market conditions. And, as we talked about with the St. Paul example, rent growth is an important part of financing the housing production equation. And we talked a little bit about we're seeing declining production, and we're also seeing rising costs of labor and construction, as well as rising interest rates, which has just made it harder for housing to get financed and built in this county. One of the things I do is I look at building permits, and the building permits in 2022 were down pretty significantly due to the responding to these conditions. So with that said, we're going to talk about the first rent regulation bill. We're going to talk about Bill 1523, which is Landlord-Tenant Relations Anti-Rent Gouging Protections. So the Bill 1523 aims to prevent rent gouging in the county. And in general, annual rent increases in excess of a published rent increase allowance or a rent cap would be prohibited. And just as an informational, anti-rent gouging laws are a subset of rent regulations where they aim to prevent excessive rent increases, but they also set the cap a little bit higher to basically allow the market to act like the market, but to stop those few bad actors that are increasing at very high rates. So in Bill 1523, the annual rent increases in excess of a local annual consumer price index plus 8% would be prohibited. Now, staff is going to make some recommendations, and at the end we'll talk about them, but staff generally recommends that the fixed portion of the cap could be lowered a little bit to 5 to 7% to still allow the market to behave like the market, but give a little bit more predictability to the tenant. And that, again, that's similar to what California and Oregon did, and from what I can tell from the research is the market is behaving typical of the market. They're seeing a lot of investment, but it's stopping those few bad actors. And staff also supports setting the rent cap by adding the consumer price index for all urban consumers for the Washington area to the fixed percentage.
Quick question, sorry.
Sure.
Are they currently just using the basic CPI as their CPI plus 8 under that bill?
Yes, for the percentage change from year to year.
Year to year, okay. But yeah, so they're not using one that's localized or the CPI, okay.
They're using the Washington DC localized one, but
Okay.
the difference is this one is using the all urban consumers CPIU, and then the next one we'll talk about is just using the rental component.
Gotcha.
So that's something to keep in mind.
Okay.
In the bill, there are certain types of rental units and facilities that would be exempt from this regulation, and I listed them all in the staff report. But I think a couple of these are important. New development for 15 years, ADUs, single-family homes, 2 dwelling units, one of which is currently owner-occupied, condos owned by an individual, and units with regulatory agreements that restrict occupancy to low and moderate income tenants. Planning staff supports these proposed exemptions, including the 15-year new development exemption. But staff does have one recommendation, is that staff, considers that there could potentially be a different treatment for small multifamily buildings, which often have higher capital maintenance costs due to the lack of economies of scale. And while the bill allows landlords to apply for exemption due to financial hardship, it may be appropriate to allow a broader exemption for small buildings that they're allowed automatically to be exempt from this bill. And talking about financial hardship waivers, and there are certain instances in the bill where the landlord would be permitted to exceed the allowances, including cases of undue financial hardship, and to fund certain capital improvements, and so staff supports this recommendation. And that's pretty much it for Bill 1523. It's a much smaller bill than the next one, compared to the next one. And planning staff does support the intent of the bill and to prevent rent gouging in the county. And we recommend 2 amendments to the county council, is to lower the fixed portion of the rent increase allowance to the 5 to 7% range. And if I had to pick a number, I would go in the middle and say 6. And then to provide an exemption for small apartment buildings. And now we're going to talk about the next bill. And if I'm going too fast, please tell me, and I can, slow down if there's any questions.
The one thing I'll say is that you had two overlapping recommendations, at least with the exemptions that you listed. You had the 2-unit exemption if the owner still lived there. That's an accessory dwelling unit, essentially. But then if you have an exemption for 10 units or fewer, you don't need that other exemption for 2 units.
That's true. I didn't think of that. I think that we could remove that exemption if we have the broader
Right.
10-unit exemption. And then next is Bill 1623, which is the Landlord-Tenant Relations, Rent Stabilization, the Home Act. So Bill 1623 would generally prohibit a landlord of a rental dwelling unit from increasing a tenant's rents more than maximum allowed. The Bill 1623 is more of a rent stabilization law than rent gouging, an anti-rent gouging law. And the difference is, anti-gouging allows the cap a little bit higher than how the market is acting, whereas rent stabilization is stricter. It provides like a certain fixed amount to have the rent increase.
Are you intentionally avoiding the word rent control?
Well, it's rent stabilization, not rent control. Rent control is a little bit stricter. Usually it's, that rent is frozen, where rent stabilization is generally your rent is allowed to increase a certain percentage, but it's on the lower end, usually around inflation, or in this case, potentially lower than inflation. Under Bill 1623, the maximum allowance for rent increase is up to 3% or the rental component of the consumer price index, whichever is lower. And I want to highlight that because I think it's really important that if you're operating in a high inflationary market, there are times when the rent would not even be allowed to increase at the rate of inflation. So like I just said, the maximum allowance for a rent increase is up to 3% or the rental component of the CPI, whichever is lower. And again, to make this consistent with the last recommendation in the previous bill, staff recommends setting the fixed share in the 5 to 7% range, in addition to a variable CPI component. And we're supporting the broader CPIU instead of just the rental component because we think that's representative of the broader cost that the consumer is experiencing, and we think it makes it a little bit more flexible. Okay, and then in Bill 1623, there includes 12 exemptions from rent stabilization without an application, and these includes a dwelling unit governed by a state or county agreement that limits the rent charged and the agreement remains in effect, certain MPDUs, accessory dwelling units again, and buildings again with 2 or more dwelling units, one of which is occupied by the owners. And staff supports the exemptions without application, but again, we are recommending that small buildings with less than 10 units be exempt, with the understanding that the exemptions would have to change for the 2 dwelling units. There is a recommended language that I would like to explore with the board. So one of the exemptions without application is moderately priced dwelling units that are affordable to families at 120% or lower of area median income. There's 2 things here is, one, there are often times that because all projects have an MPD requirement, there might be a LIHTC project that where the compliance period runs for that program runs first. And we don't call those MPDUs yet. They are a DHCA equivalent affordable housing unit, which will eventually become MPDUs. And then there's also workforce housing units, which has that 120% AMI maximum compared to MPDUs, which go up to 70%. So staff feels that the intent of it was to exempt workforce housing units, and because of the AMI limits that are presented here. And so staff would like to make it clear that moderately priced dwelling units or DHCA equivalent affordable unit and workforce housing units are also exempt without application, just making it a little bit clearer. And then there's exemptions with an application. And the first is a rental facility that is subject to a regulatory agreement with a governmental agency that controls rent levels to low and moderate income tenants. in a newly constructed rental dwelling unit for a period of 10 years as it's offered for rent. And so staff was a little confused about why we had the affordable housing recommendation for this, for that limits, and then also why we had one for rental facility. They're both getting at low and moderate income units, but one is with an exemption, one is without. What I came to glean is that this has to do with more of the entire facility, so inclusive of the market units, and the other just deals with the units. So that's what I believe. But staff really, we're recommending that rental projects with affordable housing and new development, they should be exempted without an application. It feels a little bit unnecessary to have to go through an application process for that will ultimately be granted. I think that we know that developing affordable housing in this county and anywhere is hard. It's hard to get financing, and adding just a little bit of additional process seems unnecessary. And staff also recommends that the exemption for new development for 10 years should be moved to extended to 15 years. And I think this is important for a couple of reasons. Is when you are financing a building, you need to pay back more at the beginning, that construction cost in the first 10 to 20 years. And the average I looked up is about 17 years. So that gives it just a little bit more flexibility to make sure that that new development is able to be financed and that construction loan is paid off at the beginning of a project. And in Bill 1623, there's a fair return petition, and the landlord has a right to petition for a rent increase to obtain a fair return. If the landlord proposes the rent increase should be more than allowed as proposed in the bill. And the staff, like the hardship waiver in the previous bill, I support this intent as it is recommended, but one of the things about this bill is you're not allowed to petition if you are what is called a troubled property or an at-risk property, which means you have ongoing code issues. I understand the intent, but how I feel is that those buildings are often the ones that have the most code issues. They have the most capital needs. So I think they should be allowed to apply for the fair return with the ability to roll back the petition if the expenses for repairs, services, and maintenance were never performed. And I think that this process should also be clearly laid out in the regulations for the bill to make sure that if certain conditions were met, that this is guaranteed and it's less subjective than how the bill currently reads. And then there's also rent increases following a vacancy when a unit is turned over. And in Bill 1623, rent increases are allowed for vacant rental units that return to the market, and that the basically allowable rent increase for each year the unit was vacant, but it can't exceed 30%. Similar to how we recommended in 1523, planning staff has recommended there should be vacancy control, that there should be no cap. Sure. Oh, no, I recommend that there should be no cap for rent increases on vacant units. This allows them to get up to market.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember from reading back. Each year that the unit was vacant or each year that the unit was occupied, there's a...
The allowable annual rent increase for each year the unit was vacant.
If it's vacant, okay, so not someone who lives there 10 years and it's, allowable rent increase times 10, that.
Right.
But it's actually for each year the unit was vacant, they can increase the rent. Like it's vacancy, okay.
Right, up to 30%.
Up to 30% of the thing, okay.
And this is the last bit of Bill 1623, is that it establishes a rental housing vacancy tax. A property owner with 2 or more units that are not condemned and determined as vacant for more than 12 months would be subject to this tax, and it would be about $500 per year per unit, subject to interest and penalties. And funds collected would go to the county's Housing Initiative Fund, and it could only be used for the acquisition of affordable housing and enforcement and administration of this bill. The tax would take effect 1 year after the bill becomes in effect. So planning staff does not support the vacancy tax. And, I looked at other jurisdictions, and vacancy taxes they're usually done in jurisdictions that have a lot of foreign investment. San Francisco, for example, has one. But I wanted to brought this chart. This is our vacancy rate. It's 5%. We don't have a vacancy problem. We don't have too many vacant unit problems, and I think a tax would be unnecessary. And And I do not recommend supporting the rental vacancy tax.
And you think that's the purpose of the tax is to decrease vacancies?
I think so, from understanding that, from reading the introduction packet and looking at the content of the bill. I think that it's intended to get more supply in the market, that if units are being held out as vacant for whatever reason, that they are put on the market. What do you think the vacancy
Well,
tax?
I have no idea. You know, I don't know what incentive a $500 tax per year would give anybody to do anything.
Other jurisdictions do have vacancy tax. Like I said, San Francisco and Toronto are two notable things. And it does help increase supply on the very low margins. But like I said, that usually has to do with foreign investment and those units being held vacant for other reasons. And I don't think we have that problem here. But that's why staff is not supporting. I think it's unnecessary. I think our vacancy rate is pretty low, and that it won't really do much. So in conclusion, planning staff recommends the board do not support Bill 1623 as written, and recommends several amendments to the bill. Is one, to modify the allowable rent increase to include a fixed percentage of the 5 to 7% range, in addition to the annual consumer price index, instead of just the rental component. Exempt buildings with less than 10 units, exempt DHCA equivalent affordable housing and workforce housing units along with MPDUs. Exempt both rental projects with affordable housing and new development without requiring an application. Extend the exemption for new development from 10 years to 15 years. Allow troubled properties to be eligible for fair return petition with the ability to roll back if the repairs are not met, and allow and identify a process that clearly allows the landlord to receive the fair return if certain conditions were met, removing subjectivity, exempt vacant units from the rent cap, and eliminate the rental housing vacancy tax. And then I have a comparison of each of the major elements and kind of where each bill stands, and then where planning staff stands. So if we want, we can walk through each one, and then I can take notes and we can have a discussion if that works.
You're okay?
Yeah, sorry about
If there's no, are there any questions?
Go ahead.
Does this conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I do have a
You go, Chair.
question. First, how do you spell your name and pronounce it?
Lisa Gavoni. There's no A, that's the hint, there's just O.
How do you pronounce it?
Lisa Gavoni.
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 Okay, thanks, Ms. Gavoni. I'd like to really commend your presentation. Last Saturday morning, I was going through both of these bills, and I was confused why there were two. And so now I see that they're competing, and that what I find encouraging is that our council has competition with regards to this issue, so that's good. And then what I also found refreshing with your presentation is that you vet them. And one of the things that I found encouraging about both of these bills is that they provide for robust exceptions or exemptions with regards to the units and the vacancies and the type of builders and what the builders can do to be exempted from this. And I really find encouraging that your team put together recommendations that are contrary to what the county council recommends in each one of these bills. And it's fair and objective, and it's very refreshing to hear your input and what you and your team have put together. One of the things I was really interested in is whether or not you put together a calculation using the CPI and how each one of the bills works with regards to rental increases based on the CPI, and whether or not you can walk us through that. And if you're not prepared to do that, that's fine. But that's one of the things I kept looking at is like, I'm a lawyer. If I was going to do this calculation, I might call a friend who's an accountant to do it for me, right? The CPI, to make sure I got it right. So I'm interested in knowing how that works. But yeah, your presentation is phenomenal, and hopefully the council can meet at a median and come up with something, with a blend of these two bills using your recommendations. Thank you.
So one of the things that wasn't quite clear in the bill is which months would be used to calculate the CPIU, or the CPI. And I imagine that would be worked out during work sessions. And, for example, Tacoma Park uses the March to March, and that was 7.5%. So for the rental component, which is the Councilmember Jawando 1623 bill, rent of primary residence increased by 5.8% from January to December of 2022 and 6.2% from January 2022 to January 23. I don't know which one would be used, but it doesn't matter because they're both above 3%, so 3% would be the cap. In terms of the first bill, I believe that in 2022, the local March to March CPIU was 7.3%, and the May to May was 7.5%. So I'd imagine, because they have to publish the rates in July, they could use the May rate, but that's kind of cutting it close. I would imagine they would use the March rate to be able to advertise the rate. So it would be probably 7.3% plus 8, which would be, 15.3%.
Anything else?
I do have one more question.
I'm going to try to limit myself.
Oh, yeah, so when we look at Thrive 2050 and the need for builders to take the risk, get financing, and go through the approval process to build units, which one do you think is more favorable to the goals and objectives of Thrive 2050?
Sure. So one of the major goals of Thrive 2050, and there's a chart of our building permits in the Housing for All chapter that says we need to produce more housing for all. There's a significant component that focuses on affordability and tenant protections, but I think the anti-rent gouging bill is more in line with the goals of Thrive 2050.
Yeah, I agree with some components of the rent gouging because sometimes it can hurt landlords, and I think in our commercial market, I mean, this is not related to residential, but in commercial market, they're suffering from it right now because they price gouge at a certain point when the market was hot, and now they have units that they can't, lease out because the floor was too high when they built the units. But thank you.
Go ahead, please.
All right. Sorry. The point at which I go too long, let me know, and we can stop. It's mostly for my own edification, and it happens to be my area of interest. With the exceptions, so first with the small buildings exception, I would start on that one. Do we have a general idea of what amount of the rental stock is 10 units or less? And then I would assume that that's overlapping pretty heavily with naturally occurring affordable housing. They're pretty well priced low to begin with, I'd imagine.
Sure. So I don't know off the top of my head. I think that's something that we could look up and include from data that we have, parcel level data from the State Department of Assessment and Taxation. That's a pretty easy query. I think you're right. I mean, we don't really build small apartment buildings.
Small has not been,
It's not. It would be a very small component of our housing stock. It would all be older. I can't think of in my recent mind a building that had 10 units or less.
I'm trying to think of.
Yeah.
I mean, I know a few places in Rockville that are blocks of 6 and 4s, but those are also very old buildings. So I assume we're also looking those are going to tend to be an older stock of housing.
Correct.
And tend to probably have lower rents to begin with. I don't really have a problem with the exemption. I just don't think that honestly that's going to be all that big an exemption. And roof costs are what a roof costs, whether it's a 10 unit
That's true.
or, for capital improvement. We have a portfolio in Rockville that I have to work on the budget for those things. The other thing for the exemptions for single-family homes and condos, is there a good justification within the bill for 1523 for exempting those from the rent? Is it exempting from all the rent gouging? So it's exempting it from pretty much everything with the maximum rent increase, but is there a good justification for the single-family homes and condo rental?
There was not a justification in the
Okay.
bill for the reason that was just listed in the bill text.
So they're treating it as there. No, if there's not if there's not a good exemption or a reason, I don't, see any reason to exempt single-family homes, particularly, at least in my experience, there's very few large family-size apartments to begin with. So that seems to be limiting it more to high-rise, or at least large-scale apartment complexes. I don't see a good reason. I don't know if any of the rest of the commission has any opinion on that part of it, but the larger families, at least over with the Public Housing Authority, we tend to try to get to the homes that we have in our portfolio because they're larger. This is going to be a real complex question. We may talk about it afterwards. I'm concerned about the endogeneity of using a rental component of inflation when we are part of the rental component of inflation.
What was that word?
Endogeneity. If you're making a measurement of rent control based on the fact that Montgomery County is part of that measurement of rent control. I don't love that as a measure for the thing. I think you guys have a comment on it in here, so I won't go over it too much. But, we're not the largest part of the rental market around, but for the region, that's not exempting us out of it, so it's somewhat endogenous. So I want to, you mentioned California and Oregon for the rent stabilization. Can you talk a little bit more about the research for them with their 5 to 7, between that 5 to 7 of the fixed rent cap, and what their reaction was on sort of housing supply following that? Because I'm curious, because my concern is mostly on the building and supply side.
Sure, I think, I looked at, both of those laws are still fairly new.
Yeah, exactly.
In that regard. I think from reading about it, it doesn't seem to have affected the market dramatically. I think it's an appropriate balance between wanting to give tenants a predictable, rent increase, but also letting the market act like the market acts to not hurt financing and building production.
Yeah.
So I think in that regard, I think that's what, I support. But I certainly do understand, it's not perfect. There's always, I think, for me, we have done so much work in the county on increasing our housing production and even supporting anti-rent gouging bill. I do worry about the impact, especially when other jurisdictions in Northern Virginia do not have that. But with that said, I think the conversation ongoing in the county is, there needs to be something done, and I think that the 5 to 7 range is an appropriate balance between the two.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I tend toward the lower end of that fixed into the 5 to 7% range. I tend to the lower end of the fixed because I think you get much below that, then you really end up hurting
Right.
housing production, particularly with the 3+.
And we're in a high inflationary market right now, but we won't always be, hopefully.
Yeah.
So, I think you're right. If you want, if the board wants to support the 8%, I think that's reasonable and appropriate. I was just trying, to strike a balance between the two.
I'm good with that amendment. And it brings up, you mentioned something, so the housing market tends to be regional, right? And I know Tacoma Park has it, we're talking about it. For other jurisdictions that are around us, the St. Paul, Minneapolis is pretty famous, relatively recently famous in a very small subset of people. Example, they tend to be, geographically right next to each other. So what other jurisdictions are we looking at that have similar rent stabilization bill, and who is around that has some, be it rent gouging, be it rent stabilization?
Sure. So in my staff report, I put a regional comparison in, and I'll just, I'll walk through a couple of, and they all have been pretty, except for Tacoma Park, have all been pretty recently enacted. So first, Prince George's just enacted one. It does sunset after 1 year, but from my understanding is they're using that year to kind of study the impact. And the maximum rent increase there is 3%. There's no limit on increases for vacant units. There's only a 5-year exemption for new development, and there's no small building exemption. So Tacoma Park, they use that, again, I mentioned they use that March to March CPI, which is pretty high. It was 7.5% this year. There is a limit on increases for vacant units, and their new rental unit exemption was 5 years too. But I would be remiss if I didn't mention that Tacoma Park hasn't seen a multifamily building since they enacted rent stabilization.
Yes. Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of people say that they're built out, But from my regard, if Tacoma Park was built out, so was Silver Spring, so was Bethesda. There are always opportunities for infill and redevelopment. So I would be remiss if I didn't mention that. And Mount Rainier just enacted rent stabilization 2. It's actually only 60% of CPI, which is pretty low. But they do have a 15-year new exemption for new rental units and small buildings for 2 or fewer units.
Yeah. Okay, interesting. Thank you. I appreciate it. I didn't know about Mount Rainier. That's interesting. I think you covered, I had some questions on the vacancy. So we're at about 5% vacancy, give or take, from the information we provide.
Yes.
Do we have a breakdown of the types of vacancy, how much is turnover, et cetera? And I assume that goes even lower to actual vacancy.
Sure. So about every year, 1/3 of our units turn over, which is pretty typical of other jurisdictions similar to us.
Yeah.
Turnover could be for a variety of reasons. People move up. You could be like me, you just want to find an apartment with a pool. There's lots of reasons for turnover, but it's 1/3 of all units turnover every year.
Your turnover is 1/3. Okay. I think that pretty much covers most of what I wanted to. I do support the longer extension from the 10 to the 15, at least on the 15 years for the new rental exemption, having had to go over plenty of affordable housing pro formas. That 10 years is doable, but the longer that you have to run that out, the less risky it is for your financing stack. Okay, in the interest of not talking to Lisa about this like all day.
All right, let me add some perspective from having been on the council staff before. And that is, it sometimes occurs that you have competing bills on the same subject area, dealing with the same sections of code. And you obviously, is ridiculous to consider that you're going to adopt both of them as they are, because they would conflict with each other in 2 seconds or less. So, in this case, only one bill would really be effective. It would be the rent stabilization bill, which is a lower number in all cases than the rent gouging bill. So you could wipe out the rent gouging, and you really shouldn't adopt it either. So typically what happens is these bills will go to the same committee, and the committee will talk about them just the way we did. What's the comparison to them? What is it doing that we think is good, bad, or indifferent? To that end, I would recommend that we not do 2 separate letters to the council and say that we've looked at this and we should do one overall recommendation that says we don't care which number you use on the bill, but ultimately this is what we are in favor of. And I am content with the planning staff recommendation on the model of that joint bill, so that I'm not going after whichever sponsor. I just think that the prime objective, given Thrive's emphasis on producing housing and the recent reductions in housing construction, really, compared to historic levels, that we should not do something that would impede new construction. And to that end, I think the planning staff has come up with excellent recommendations on both the maximum rent increases, the vacancy non-problem, if you will. Actually, it's a problem in the other side. It really says we're having too tight a market almost at 5%. The new rental exemption, again, giving preference to the to that new construction. I think on the small building exemptions, I think that 2 things are inconsistent, or, well, one overlapping, if you have an exemption for small buildings with 10 units, you don't need a homeowners with exemption for 2 units with 1 owner occupied. One is captured in the other. For the exemption for capital improvements, I think the hardship waivers are always good. And the excise set tax just did not make sense to me. So I liked every one of the planning staff recommendations and would suggest that we provide the individual staff memos that went to us in the background of a cover letter that says, between these 2 bills, here's what we support.
Yeah, I like that. I agree, actually. I think the planning staff recommendations pretty much hit the nail on the head. But the only concern I have is I think the small buildings should probably say something like small multifamily buildings or something. I still don't have any problem with the single-family homes.
I'm trying to understand which way do you not have a problem?
Well, the single-family homes, like, I don't think we should exempt single-family homes if they're being used as rental properties. Also, honestly, I don't see the difference. Multifamily is one thing with the 10 units or fewer, but the single-family, I don't see a justification for the extension. Plus, you take condos out of there. If you,
The justifications, I would say, is bang for your buck on enforcement. If I have to do through all of the expense of going to enforce against a landlord, I'd rather it be 100 units than 1 unit.
no arguments there. I'll leave the administration to the commission. If that's not supported by anybody else in the commission, I'm willing to. It's not a huge deal. It's just a personal preference.
I think there has to be an exemption for single-family homes because many of the landlords of single-family homes are not necessarily in the primary business of renting single-family homes, and they do not have an asset portfolio where if one single-family home isn't performing, they have the resource of other assets that are performing. And if you do not allow single-family homes to be exempt, you thwart the opportunity for a landlord to take the risk to put that home on the market and make it accessible for families. And so you have to exempt those standalone homes and single-family homes that are not in a multi-unit dwelling owned by one landlord.
I think that last point is critical in today's environment where we have public corporations buying single-family homes to do rental portfolios. And I don't know how we get to that. If we have an owner that owns more than 10 homes, we would want that entity to be subject to rent control, I would think. Oh, no, I used a bad word. Didn't mean rent control.
That's a good point. So, I mean, I've run into, as a counselor, I've run into, like, who is this LLC that owns this out of Atlanta? And they own like 100 single-family homes in Maryland.
I mean, that's
so there has to be an exemption for the type of landlord. And I think the single-family homes needs to be strongly protected because, in my opinion, single-family homes are ideal for families.
Single-family homes owned by
It has
individuals who doesn't have a portfolio of 100.
Can I make a suggestion? Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director. I'm glad this topic came up because I'm also aware of, corporate entities that are purchasing a lot of single-family homes for the purpose of rentals. But as you noted, Commissioner, there are individuals who are, property owners for whom it may be their home and they're just renting it. What I would suggest, instead of perhaps the board figuring out what the appropriate threshold is for distinguishing that we just raise this as an issue that we recommend that council look at in order to make sure that the notion behind having this type of rent stabilization for multifamily buildings, to me, would apply to a corporate entity that owns multiple single-family homes, even though it's not all in one structure. But I think what we can do is just raise this as an issue to include in the board's comments and just ask the council
Yeah.
to take a look at that.
Yeah.
Because it is complicated. I like common numbers. You said the limit is 10 before on buildings. So why shouldn't the number be 10 or more for a corporate entity? You see what I mean?
Yes.
There's some symmetry. Again, in my mind's on enforcement, bang for your buck, at least you're getting 10 units if you go enforce.
And I understand that. I just think that exempting the single-family homes broadly is going to end up bifurcating that market and take the single-family homes, if they're not under a rent stabilization requirement and multifamily is, I think that you're going to see families priced out of those single-family homes. It's one of the reasons we bought a bunch of, the Public Housing Authority bought a bunch to maintain them in portfolio. So it's a concern I have. It's a relatively small portion of the market overall. I think that, you know, if we want to raise the concern to the council and put it in our letter, I fully support that. Honestly, I think the small building exemptions and the 2-unit, owner occupied are generally good. I'm not going to go to the mat on single-family homes and condo exemptions, but I think that if it's a condo and a multifamily unit, probably should be subject to the or not subject to exemption as well. But otherwise, I think everything is spot on the planning staff recommendations.
So I favor with you on the single-family exemption, but we do want to get the 10-unit or more corporate requirement, or however we express that. Since it's beyond me right now to wordsmith anything.
Yeah, I think most of I get a little concerned about you're talking about bang for your buck and how one actually does that on a practical level of identifying, because almost any rental property, whether it's 1 or 10 or 20 that's in a portfolio, is going to be under an LLC. So you're having to really kind of drill down to identify who, what, and what is in the portfolio. I have practical concerns, but no, otherwise, all the planning staff recommendations I'm good with, and we can let them handle the single-family home issue, and they can do that. That's their job.
Okay, would you like a formal motion on everything you heard, or you have enough advice to draft a letter that I can sign to go up to council?
I believe I have enough information to draft a letter.
Okay,
One
everybody okay
memo.
without more specifics?
I'm good, yeah, no.
And I'd like to commend you again, Ms. Covello, on a great presentation, slideshow, and making it plain for us to understand. Thank you.
Thank you.
The real problem with dealing with Lisa is that you will say that every time you see her. That's hardly the problem, but we appreciate all your good work all the time. So thank you very much. Okay. We are live. Welcome to the March 23rd meeting of the Planning Board. We're having a great time in Wheaton where the days are getting longer. We are past the spring equinox and ready for summer. Past spring, anyhow. We are on item 10, the Montgomery County Comprehensive Water Supply and Sewage Systems Plan Proposed Category Map Amendment. Executives AD 2023-2, Administrative Amendment Group 4, Water/Sewer Service Category Change Request. And with that, I'll turn it over to my old compatriot, Catherine Nelson.
I'm Catherine Nelson in the Up County Planning Division. Before you today are 4 water and sewer category change requests. These requests are initiated by property owners by applying to the Department of Environmental Protection, who is the lead agency for the county's water and sewer plan. DEP evaluates applications in detail with analysis and comments from the Department of Permitting Services Well and Septic Division, WSSC, the Planning Department, and the Department of Parks. These 4 cases are within an administrative group because they fit well within master plan guidance and policies within the county water and sewer plan. More controversial cases will go to the county council for decision. These 4 requests will be determined by the county executive. Sorry, I'm not.
You have a
I'm not
box.
advancing.
You have a box open on your screen. You might have to escape first.
The mouse isn't.
Oh, your mouse doesn't work. Well, that will end show. That's a bad thing.
I'm moving the one. State law requires that the planning department make recommendations for these requests based on whether the application conforms to the sewer and water service recommendations within the county comprehensive plan. The state wishes to avoid the extension of this type of infrastructure to low-density areas that have not been planned and zoned for service. And the image that you see is the WSSC's main drinking water facility on River Road, right on the Potomac River. Generally, it's the master plan that determines the areas that receive sewer service. This is an example from the Alney master plan, and the area in yellow is the properties that receive sewer service. With such a large and diverse county, it's not feasible or sustainable to provide service to everyone, everywhere. All right, the first case is the Zur Property LLC. It's in Damascus, in the Damascus Town Center. It's along Woodfield Road, just north of the Damascus Public Library and Senior Center. The property is zoned CRT1, and it is within the Damascus Master Plan sewer envelope. The sewer envelope is the grayish, bluish gray area. The next case is in South Germantown Recreational Park, and the properties themselves are within the 1980 Preservation of Agriculture and Rural Open Space Functional Master Plan. but just outside the Germantown master plan boundary, shown as a black line. Are you seeing the black line? All right. So this is the Germantown boundary, and then it follows the creek, Seneca Creek, everywhere except where this straight line is. And so that's Germantown. There we go. The properties themselves are outlined in blue and have recently been acquired by the Department of Parks to become part of the South Germantown Recreational Park, shown in green, and developed as a cricket field. The entire 644-acre park straddles the boundary of the two master plans and is part of the Germantown Greenbelt. Both water and sewer service have been extended to other parts of the park. In previous requests for sewer service to these properties, the planning board determined that service would be inconsistent with the master plan recommendations. This was due to the high-density housing and the institutional uses that have been proposed for these properties. In this case, with the annexation of the properties into the existing park, development in the traditional sense is not anticipated. The request is for water service only to be extended from an existing line in Schaefer Road, which is here, and to be used for a sprinkler system. The master plan states selective and limited expansion of public water and sewer service will support and help implement the preservation recommendations expressed in this plan. So staff feels that the provision of water service to these properties would not encroach on the goals for open space preservation within the agriculture and rural open space functional master plan. So the recommendation is for approval. All right, the next case is in the Potomac Subregion Master Plan, just off of Falls Road. The property is adjacent to a existing sewer line, and it's also located in the orange area, which is the Potomac sewer envelope. So the recommendation is for approval.
Is that an existing house on septic?
That's right. The second case, also within the Potomac Subregion Master Plan area, not adjacent to infrastructure. There's infrastructure down here within the Rock Run Drive, and also the Falls Road main. However, it is located within the sewer envelope, and it's anticipated that the in-between properties will also be served at some time in the future. This concludes the staff recommendation. We would ask that the planning board transmit their comments to the county executive. And just for interest, this is one of the sewer treatment plants within the county, the Seneca wastewater treatment facility.
Commissioner?
No, I just said I want to do another trip out to see the water treatment plant when we get a chance, in addition to the parks.
I second that.
Yeah, exactly.
Of course, they are fine facilities owned by WSSC and not the park system, but that's okay. It's good to see those facilities. They're pretty remarkable. Do I hear a recommendation to approve the staff recommendation to approve water and sewer service alternately to the sites recommended?
Well, I have a question. So the South Germantown Recreational Park,
Yes.
you commented that the adjacent high-density housing causes some issue to that parcel of land. Did I understand you correctly? And it's not in conformity with the master plan?
Well, the Germantown line is pretty far away from these properties. They are zoned, I believe it's R200, before they were picked up by the park. Of course, they retain their zoning. And so high-density housing with sewer service is not recommended within the agriculture and open space master plan. So if these were able to develop with septic fields, then that would be allowed. But as soon as sewer service is provided, density increases significantly.
And so why do you recommend approval?
We're recommending water service only. So these cases are for water and sewer service, but they only want water for a sprinkling system.
Okay.
But when you're referring to these cases, it was a past case for a prior applicant?
Yes, that's right. This group of properties had come in for a group of townhouses and for an institutional facility, private institutional facility,
And that was prior to the acquisition in the park system.
before they were acquired by parks.
Right, so what we would be approving is just water service only, no sewer?
That's right. In the past, they wanted sewer service. That's what their development hung on.
Do I hear a motion?
Yeah, I move that we approve the change requests, the four that the staff has recommended: Damascus, South Germantown, and the 2 Florence French Beach.
And I second it.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We have 3 ayes, no noes. Thank you for your presentation. Good afternoon. It's March 23rd, 2023. You're welcome to the Planning Board session after school hours now at 2:45. We are on item 11, Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan Working Draft Presentation. And I'm looking over to
Me first.
Patrick.
Yeah, Patrick Butler. Yep, thank you. Patrick Butler for the record. As you just stated, this is the Fairland Briggs Cheney Master Plan Working Draft. Just to give a little clarification for the board, the working draft you can think of as the staff draft or our first draft that we put out for your consideration. Today, staff is going to give you a high-level overview of the recommendations and content of this draft. We're going to summarize some outreach and other aspects, but at the end of the presentation, we'll be asking that you approve this draft, which will become the public hearing draft, and set the public hearing on May 4th. At that point, we'll release the document for the public to consume, gather their comments, whether written or oral, and submit them to you. At that public hearing, you'll take in that oral testimony from the public. And then beyond that, we'll have a series of work sessions where after you hear content from staff today, you'll hear take-in testimony from the public over the next month and a little more. At that point, we'll do a series of work sessions based on the information that we receive and any issues that we feel we need to address, in addition to any issues you may have with the plan, and work through in great detail content of that recommendations and any language in the plan, any questions you have, et cetera. So today, again, if you have any questions based on what staff is presenting, anything that you're not understanding, we're happy to answer those questions. Really not getting into any of the wordsmithing or really changing much of this plan at this point, but any clarification you need based on the presentation or content, we're happy to do so. With that, I'm going to turn it over to staff, and they'll take it away.
Thank you, Patrick. My name is Clark Larson with Up County Planning Division, although for the purposes of this presentation, consider me as working for East County Division. This plan is located in the east portion of the county on US 29. So I'm going to talk through the agenda real fast for what we anticipate discussing today. We'll review the community outreach and engagement efforts that preceded the working draft development. And as Patrick mentioned, we're going to talk through some of the working draft recommendations, sort of the high-level, big-picture items. We'll have some of the paraphrasing of all the recommendations if you want to call any up for questions or comments through the presentation, but we won't be going through each of them in detail, as Patrick mentioned. And finally, we'll close with our ultimate recommendation to set the public hearing date and release the public hearing draft. So an overview of the schedule as it's come before. We started with the listing phase in the fall of 2021. That included a series of outreach and engagement efforts. We had virtual listing sessions. You might remember we had something called the COVID-19 pandemic. So this really was kicking off in the throes of that pandemic. And we had to, as a planning team, figure out how to conduct meaningful outreach and engagement, let everyone know what's going on in the context of a raging pandemic at the time. And we had a few check-ins with the planning board at the time. There was an existing conditions report presented to the planning board in April of 2022, and that presentation and recording is on our website for anyone who wants to look back and listen to that. We then moved into a visioning phase where we held a series of community visioning workshops, and I'll talk in a little bit more detail after this, but that was a chance to hear from the community in various areas, various days of the week, times of day, and really get some ideas and preferences for their community in helping us draft the recommendations and the components of the plan. More recently, we held a placemaking festival as a component of the visioning workshop in October of 2022, so that was just recently last year. And that was an opportunity to transform a parking lot into a place, and had a sort of a festival and a way to not only gain public input, but also show people what can happen in a place that's not already activated and provides the amenities and activities that the community is hoping for. Partially as a result of this plan, but also it'll be a opportunity for other ways to change the built environment in the community as well. We developed a series of preliminary recommendations at the staff level and brought those to the planning board last year in September, which brings us to where we are now. So we're presenting to you the working draft, which really brings all those ideas together into a draft format for the plan. And we'll be seeking your input and guidance for how that plan should take shape as we move forward through the public testimony and comment period, and ultimately your consideration for approving the document as the planning board draft to the county council to ultimately adopt at a later date, and that'll be later this summer. So to talk briefly about some of the community outreach engagement efforts that we conducted, there was a fairly innovative effort to reach people where they are out in residential communities, a canvassing effort in August of 2021. That was conducted by a company called Everyday Canvassing, which helped us out with that process. And that was very successful. We really reached people that wouldn't have otherwise come to meetings or were aware of what was going on. Everyday Canvassing also reached out to businesses at a second phase to understand their interests and preferences that could make it into the plan. There was also a pedestrian audit in October of 2021, really to experience how people use the space of the roads and the sidewalks and the condition of the roadways, understanding how people with mobility-assisted devices or sight challenges are navigating this space, and that helped us understand how some of these recommendations should be crafted and what some of the needs were. Between the fall of 2021 and winter 2023, and we are still continuing to do this, but we've outreached to the community to let them know what's going on in a series of ways. We've mailed nearly 10,000 postcards out to property owners, tenants, and residents. We've sent periodic e-letters out to a list of email subscribers, hundreds of flyers posted and distributed in the master plan community. And we organized as a planning department 4 pop-ups, which you see some of the tents and tables out here in the photos to talk to people out in the community and get their input, but we also attended a number of other events, National Night Out and so on, to get the word out and receive feedback as we developed ideas for the plan, as well as a number of website updates that we continue to post to keep people apprised of what's going on. So talk briefly about the visioning workshops. You see the dates here, and they were conducted in a number of formats, both virtual and in person. There were 6 workshops in total, and we engaged in over, I think we counted 100 participants among these 6 workshops. 13 total breakout groups that, as you can see with some of the notes, we generated lots of comments and sticky notes and drawings and graphics, and really a good way to get the ideas flowing in creative ways. Tried different formats and different opportunities for people to engage, as well as an outdoor visioning workshop at the Fairland Recreational Park, which was sort of a dry run in a way for our placemaking festival, but it was an outdoor, very hot summer day, but we invited people out to the park to share their ideas, and we invited other agencies, other departments to share some of their missions and information, as well as some food trucks. So it was really a fun time, but just another way to help engage the community and bring in ideas. I did want to go through briefly some of the key takeaways that we gathered as a result of these outreach efforts. So there was a concern about perceptions that East County is an unsafe or undesirable community that is seen by some that we talked with as inhibiting people from visiting parks, patronizing shopping centers. And so how people thought that could be addressed is they want active, lively, safe, and diverse activity centers with more retail and healthier, high-quality grocery and dining options that are inclusive and encourage social interaction. So that's a big list of interests and wants that we heard from the community, but we tried to find ways to craft recommendations and come up with ways to address those. those interests. There was awareness that the major roadways and interchanges, community barriers, and topography in this area divide the community and make travel by anything other than an automobile uncomfortable and unsafe for many. And this explains the desire for safer, more comfortable, and accessible bike and pedestrian connections throughout the plan area that we heard, and across neighborhoods, so through neighborhoods, across barriers, down roads as well. We heard that there's an interest in expanding the VRT. As you probably are aware, the Flash US 29 VRT opened just a couple years ago. It's a fairly new line that complements the Ride-On and WMATA buses that are out there today. But there was a lot of love for that bus line in the community and an interest for more frequency and better access to those services in the community. Also, a need to address speeding on arterial roads such as Greencastle Road, Roby Road, Briggs Cheney, Old Columbia Pike, East Randolph Road. And this could be addressed, as we heard from the community, through a number of ways, including traffic control, multimodal design, something that we've come to call complete streets, and we'll get into a little bit what that means in a little bit. Also, support for more housing units and types in the community that we heard from our outreach efforts that would be available at a range of price points that complement the existing affordable housing units that are found in this area of the county, as well as more opportunities for first-time homebuyers, seniors, and recent immigrants. So that's sort of a summary of some of the takeaways that we heard from those engagement efforts and what informed the crafting of the plan that you've seen recently. So next, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Don to talk through the next couple slides.
Good afternoon. Don Ziegler, Up-County Master Plan Supervisor, for the record. Fairland Briggs Cheney Placemaking Festival. The most engaging outreach effort for this master plan was a two-day placemaking festival that was held in October of last year. That was led by Angelica Gonzalez of the Up-County Master Plan team. This festival was a 6-month collaborative process between staff, community, and our county agency partners and the Better Block Foundation. This was the first time a placemaking festival had run concurrently with an ongoing master plan that allowed us to test out some of our big ideas directly with the community. For the festival, we helped transform an underutilized parking lot that we have highlighted later as an activity center into a community-oriented space for all ages. The two-day event brought over 1,200 attendees that included art, entertainment, exercise classes, music, crafts, vendors, and food trucks. What we learned from the Placemaking Festival is that there is a need for community gathering and event spaces or third spaces, the need for more designated public spaces for children and teenagers, which also include better connections between existing parks, recreation centers, and neighborhoods. There's also the strong desire for artwork, design, wayfinding, and cultural landmarks within the public realm that contribute to the area's unique and diverse identity. And lastly, there needs to be more consistent collaboration for this community. Embracing goals of Thrive 2050. We believe this master plan embraces the new goals of Thrive 2050, and this presentation will highlight that we are focusing on creating complete communities in an equitable manner. We are targeting compact growth specifically along the corridor at multiple activity centers, proposing greater public and private investment that is either lacking or incomplete for the greater economic health of this community, and focusing on increasing the connection between the built and natural environments that have often been treated as barriers. This master plan update will take a different approach than the previous 1997 Fairland Master Plan. This is a corridor-focused plan that seeks to provide compact development along US 29 that will create complete communities, shifting away from planning that funnels traffic from US 29 into piecemeal planned communities. We aim to plan for a complete and coherent street trail network that is accessible and equitable to all forms of movement, and create a mixed-use, transit-oriented corridor with pedestrian-friendly neighborhoods with amenities that will benefit the long-term economic, social, and environmental health for the people of this community. With that, I will pass it back to Clark.
Thanks, Don. Again, Clark Larson for the record. So I'm sure you've taken a look at the plan, so you're familiar with the outline, but for those listening in the room and at home, I'll talk through briefly the general makeup of the working draft. It starts with a fairly brief executive summary that sort of sets the stage for what the plan's about, some of our visions for the plan. There's an introduction with a context, vision statements. We go through the history of the Fairland and Briggs Cheney area, and how that exists today, sort of an existing conditions section, covering a bit of the community engagement efforts that I discussed previously today, and finally the plan and policy frameworks in that introduction that set the stage for the later recommendations in the plan. So there are plan-wide recommendations that touch on a number of thematic areas from land use, transportation, parks, environment, community facilities. These are fairly standard in most master plans, sector plans. We also have a number of district recommendations where we've split up the plan area a bit to address more affinity areas that have cohesive consistency and have some policies that only address those areas. So there's districts at a boundary level, and then we've even further specified some activity centers to focus in a little bit more closely. Finally, there's a section on plan implementation, and I'll be talking a little bit about this later, but that's how we think we might be able to implement some of these recommendations and some of the technical ways that they can be accomplished. And finally, just a brief section on references with some acronyms and a glossary.
Which is important.
So in general, the master plan vision seeks to answer the question of what the Fairland and Briggs Cheney community will be like in 20 years. That's really what we're trying to do in a plan. We believe, and what we've heard from the community in our outreach with them, that the vision is an evolving and connected suburban corridor with compact activity centers that support a healthy local economy and multicultural community that is socially connected and environmentally resilient. I think that's a typo. It should say environmentally. I'll have to check the plan. This sounds familiar to Thrive 2050. We're really bringing those concepts in as well, but that's consistent with what we heard the community is interested in as well in the next 5, 10, 20 years. How we will get there includes focusing on enhanced BRT, compact development, connected trails and pathways, innovative food systems, and resilient environment. And we'll explain a little bit more about what that means as we go into recommendations. So we have 5 key recommendations that are some of the actual recommendations that you find later in the plan. Some combine them all together. So this first one is sort of an amalgam of many of the recommendations that are found throughout the plan. So the first key recommendation is to establish community gateways and activity centers as compact mixed-use centers focused on frequent transit service, safe pedestrian movement, expanded housing and shopping choices, greater tree canopy and cool surfaces, particularly at summer hotspots, attaining attractive community gathering spaces. That's one of the primary things we heard from the Placemaking Festival, and cultural and historic landmarks. Another is to prioritize US 29, also known as Columbia Pike, as a transit-first corridor that provides frequent and convenient regional connections from the plan area to Silver Spring, Washington, D.C., and ultimately, potentially, Howard County. And there's a number of recommendations that actually address this very general statement, but this is really an organizing idea for that. A third key recommendation is to complete a continuous network of trails and paths connecting activity centers, neighborhoods, parks, and community facilities, both within and beyond the master plan area. So we didn't limit ourselves to just the boundary. We're looking at connections through parks and along roadways beyond it as well. A fourth key recommendation is to establish a resilience hub in East County as a community center for daily community needs and a destination for reliable electricity, water, temporary shelter, food, indoor heating and cooling, social services, and fellowship during public emergencies. This is consistent with a climate action plan concept as well, but we wanted to make sure we highlight it in this master plan as well. And finally, a key recommendation is to support a healthy community food system that includes healthy grocery and dining destinations, farmers markets, and community gardens, one that we'll highlight in a little bit later that we're already seeing. So to start going through some of the land use recommendations, as I said before, we're not going to go through point by point, but just kind of give you a general sense of some of the highlights and then a chance for you to ask any questions that you might have. So a main component of the land use chapter is the concept framework plan that sets up a lot of the elements that you'll see in more detail later in the recommendations. So a major element of this plan is the focus areas, the primary focus area, primarily along Briggs Cheney Road between Old Columbia Pike and its intersection with the Intercounty Connector. So that entire corridor and some of the properties on either side is sort of what we're seeing as a new town center area that we hope to be realized over the next few years. Secondary focus areas with lower scale development, potentially more shopping and dining destinations along Old Columbia Pike. So those are more neighborhood scale, neighborhood serving destinations, as well as the loop system of trails and pathways that you see in those green dotted lines. The inner loop being a more active transportation, bikeways, side paths, the outer loop, more focused, more oriented towards natural surface trails, sort of stitching together trails that are already there through many of the existing stream valley parks and some roadways to get through neighborhoods. And there's some other elements in this framework plan, but this is really the overarching theme in a spatial sense for how we developed our ideas. And I just want to make sure to let you know to raise your hand, jump in whenever you want. If you want to ask questions, we can do it now or later as something arises. Another major aspect of the land use element is the zoning recommendations that the plan makes, and these would be implemented at a later date through a sectional map amendment, so that would have its own public engagement process and notification, but based on the recommendations that the plan makes. So I won't talk through each of these numbers and locations, but you can. I just wanted to make sure that in general you understand that from the existing zoning districts that exist today along US 29, they're primarily focused in employment, commercial zones on the properties that are along Columbia Pike, with residential from detached to multi-unit residential zones out in the neighborhoods within the plan area. So the zoning recommendations really transform those zones into more the family of CR zones, so allowing more mixed-use development, not requiring it, but allowing that flexibility to be put in place in many of the areas that are more limited to office, employment, commercial today. There are some upzoning and some increased densities and heights that are recommended in these zones. And so I think this is what we're going to hear a lot of in testimony, because that tends to be where property owners, tenants, residents see the most impact is coming from the zoning districts and the development standards. So that's important to take stock of. But this is the general makeup of our zoning recommendations here.
If I may, it looks like you have a fair amount of 2 FAR to 2.2 FAR. I wonder how that compares to the existing allowance in the employment zones.
In the employment zones, there's a range of, I think, 1.5 to 2 already. So it's keeping that density essentially very similar. There might be a little bit of increased allowance for floor to area ratio, which allows more building space per the parcel area. So there's some increased allowance for development on those employment properties, properties that are zoned for just employment. On Briggs Cheney Road, there's already a few properties that have a very high FAR. The Briggs Cheney Marketplace in particular has, I think, 2.25 of a total FAR, and then there's a mix between the residential and commercial. I think the only change that our recommendation has is changing it from a CRT to a CR zone, but maintaining that density otherwise. But also expanding that CR beyond just the marketplace property along Briggs Cheney Road to allow more properties that sort of front onto this future Main Street that we're envisioning on Briggs Cheney, sort of the new downtown area for this portion of the county, to allow them to build at higher heights and densities.
Have you done the forecast for this? I'm sure, I know you've done the forecast for this.
Generally sunny, no chance of rain.
Excuse me?
The weather forecast, or we have a travel forecast?
Employment and housing forecast. And
Yes.
it made some estimates of how long it would take to realize your ambitions here?
We do have a forecast for potential ultimate build-out of this zone, these zoning recommendations. I don't know how long it would take. The timescale is sort of uncertain to us. But the potential for homes and employment spaces, we did conduct that analysis. We have a travel forecast that's based on that, that Chris is going to talk about in brief later. I'm happy to share the analysis with you. It was a little bit more nuanced than we wanted to get into here. But that is something that we do regularly do for master plans, is understand what's happening today as a baseline, what would be the ultimate build-out from existing zoning, so that would be the small subset map on the left, and then what is the potential build-out from our zoning recommendations. So yes, we've done the work, and I would say the headline from that is that the zoning recommendations shift the mix of potential high number of employment and commercial space to more focused on residential units. There's assumptions built into it about what the mix of units versus commercial space would be in any of these CR zones that allow mixed use, because it could really be anything within that zone. But we're anticipating that in 20 years or so, that there would be a potential flip from having more commercial space building out from the existing zoning to more residential units of a number of range.
And you think that's consistent with the idea of creating economic opportunity in this area?
I do, personally. I think not only would we be adding more and different types of commercial spaces, but we would be adding more residents to engage in the economy in this area. So yes, I think it would be generally an improvement to the economic outlook for this area to have more activity locally than having a bunch of people live here that have to drive or travel elsewhere to shop and work.
Okay, thank you. Yep. Commissioner?
When I look at this zoning map, and I'm very familiar with this area, when I look at the intersection of Columbia Pike and Route 200, is the auto mall going to be part of this development and planning, or is the auto mall going to be left alone? And will just the residents and shopping center that are north of the auto mall the primary target for this rezoning?
The auto sales park, the auto mall, is within the master plan area. And so you can see that along Briggs Cheney Road, there are pink parcels that do indicate a recommended zoning of CR or CRT on certain parcels that are within that auto sales park. So it would allow not only the dealerships and service businesses that exist today to continue, because that's an allowed use in the CR zone, but also should any of those property owners seek to redevelop or rebuild the configuration of their properties, that would be allowable. We were mindful of the fact that there are already some mixed-use developments in the county, let alone the rest of the country, that have dealerships and apartments above, or dealerships and shops. So there already is that model to allow that kind of thing to happen. In order for some of these CR zones to be fully realized, though, that might mean a change in the approach for properties, possibly even a loss of some of those auto dealers, should those property owners choose to do it. We're thinking that there could be a change in the automobile economy in the future, where maybe you don't need the large parking lots to store cars. Maybe it's more of an indoor sales office that isn't as industrial feeling. And so we're envisioning that there could be a change in the frontage along Briggs Cheney Road for how these properties are used and occupied and developed. You'll see there's a gray area in the back that does front or back onto the ICC and US 29 that we're recommending to keep as a moderate industrial zone, to make sure that those areas in particular are focused still on the auto service, the auto sales, maybe other light industrial uses, but that some of those properties along Briggs Cheney could be allowed to transition should they choose to.
Yeah, and I also just want to say that there is a whole section in recommendations, a little more finer grain detail around the auto park and that immediate area that we're certainly going to get into. So
Well, when I look at this, is the shopping center
Number 4.
that has a 7-Eleven, I think Popeye's Chicken, and something called Hip Hop Chicken and Fish, is that part?
That's purple
of
number
this?
4, I think.
That's
Yeah,
purple
so
number
that's
4.
at Old Columbia and Briggs Cheney. So the Briggs Cheney Center, shopping center.
Okay, it is.
So that has a neighborhood retail zone right now.
There's a restaurant adjacent to that, too.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of things happening right there, and it's very active for high school students as well as the community. So we're mindful that this is one of those already neighborhood centers that attracts people to shop and work there as well. We're allowing that, should it choose to redevelop in the future, that it could go higher and maybe more compact in its development form, but that nothing would preclude that center from continuing to operate the way it is now.
There's also a lot of green space along Old Columbia Pike that connects with the high school that's north of that
Paint Branch High
center.
School.
Yeah, Paint
Yeah.
Branch. Are those community members going to be taken into consideration, or are they going to have to give up the bucolic homes and yards that they have, and are going to be seeking to redevelop their neighborhoods?
Well, first, I would say that in any zoning change, there's no requirement that anyone do anything. That we're not going to require them to do something. So it's really more of an allowance. It might lead to pressure or additional interest that didn't exist before. If you're talking about the homes that are just south of Paint Branch High School on the east side of Old Columbia Pike, yes, that is part of staff's recommendation to change the zoning from simply R200. I think there's one small parcel that's a dentist office that has a commercial zone. But changing those properties to allow mixed-use development in the future, could be townhomes, could be small shops. I think because it's a CRN zone, commercial residential neighborhood. So that would allow the homes to continue to be there with their yards and trees. But should any of those property owners, homeowners choose to move and sell, the vision in the plan is to transition that corner to more of a little community center.
Yeah, I'd just say that with the properties that Clark is referring to is number 6. So not all of the properties that I think you might be referring to, Commissioner Branson, is not Branson.
Bartley.
Bartley.
Yeah,
I'm going to
I
get
can
these
see his
names.
name tag right.
Apologize, goodness. Not all of the properties that I think you might be asking about are proposed to be zoned or planned for differently. So some of the properties most immediately adjacent to the high school property are not set for a rezoning. However, this area, I think, as well, also we have like more detail that we can get through. I think if you want to move forward in the presentation, because we are going to, there are different areas of this plan which we'll get into more detail, which I think are much easier to see actually as well. So once we start zooming in, you can see these properties better as well.
Also, all the yellow that you see north of number 6, that's all Paint Branch, so that's owned by MCPS. But there's a lot of homes and properties north of Old Columbia Pike, on the west side of the Pike, north of the high school, that are not in our plan area, so none of that's going to be changed under this plan.
Okay,
I'm good.
all right, please continue.
All right, so without reading through these, this is sort of the rest of the land use recommendations. They're paraphrased from the plan. In general, they're emphasizing a compact, high-density mixed-use development at community gateways, park and ride lots and activity centers, primarily along Briggs Cheney Road, lower scale along Old Columbia Pike, and seeking to establish new transit-oriented town center in East County, as I said, along Briggs Cheney corridor. That's what I'm here for. Please.
If you could go back to the map.
Yeah. No, that's
So,
fine.
and I hate to use this term, but there's a large commercial space right before you get to 200 on the right-hand side of the road, and it looks like it's unused, and I don't know if it's used or unused or not. And
Yeah.
Is that part of the plan? And
It is. I
there,
think
like,
that's the
is there
light pink
anything in
number
the plan
6.
to motivate them to do something with that, all that great
So
space?
that's an
over there?
interesting property because it's right-of-way. I think it's probably controlled by MDOT SHA, but it could be shared with
It's a
MCDOT.
commercial building, and it always seems to be vacant. So there's
There is-
Verizon here on the left-hand side.
Oh, maybe I'm
and then
thinking about a different
across-
place.
Like, we're heading north on 29.
Yeah.
Before we get to the ICC. And there's a large commercial space that always seems to be vacant. Nobody's using it.
On Musgrove?
I don't know what it's
South
called.
of Verizon, so before you get to the Verizon
No,
office
so-
building?
So we're heading north.
Yeah.
Verizon's here, and then across the street from Verizon, before you get to 200, there's a large commercial space
Oh,
there.
so
It
I think you're
always
talking about the
seems-
Fairland Data Center,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, it
So
seems
that
like
is,
vacant.
that is Verizon,
Oh, okay.
and they run a telecommunications data center there.
Okay.
It used to be the Fairland Data Center for the Chesapeake and Potomac Telephone Company.
Yeah, so Verizon has 2 properties, both number 3. Also another area that we're going to zoom in on and focus. So I'm really going to urge that I think we have about 50 more slides to get through.
Okay.
If we can get to those, and all your questions are great, and I think we're going to be able to get into a little more detail.
I
in
just
all of these
live, I
sections.
live and drive around and look at all these things for years, and.
Yeah,
so
it is
now I get a
occupied
chance to
not by
ask a
people,
question.
it's occupied by computers and switches and wires.
If I can also suggest, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director, again, this is the first sort of pass-through, and we're going to have multiple work sessions, and some of the locations that you're mentioning are part of districts that will have their own set of recommendations in addition to the plan-wide recommendations. And so, again, just to reiterate what Patrick said, that the staff have quite a number of additional slides to get through for today. What I would suggest, if there are some questions that can be answered, quickly from the board, we're definitely interested in hearing that. But if you do have more in-depth questions that you would like to get into, if you wouldn't mind just capturing that, and I can share it with the team, and we can make sure to cover that in the work sessions. That works for everyone.
Or we've already gotten them out of the way, so when we get to there.
Great.
So I'm not going to go through this in detail, but these are the rest of the land use recommendations. Moving into housing, we recognize that there is an important set of affordable housing. There's how do I say it better? It's good that there is affordable housing in this area, in East County. It's good for residents and those seeking to move into the county. It's an affordable place to rent and to buy homes. So on the blue line, you can see the Montgomery County averages, and in red below that is the Fairland Briggs Cheney study area, which is slightly larger than the plan area itself, at more affordable levels. However, even so, there is a high amount of cost burden for people living in this area. So not only for renters and owners, but even in this more affordable area of the county, there's a high rate where people have to spend, for the blue cost burdened, more than 30% of their income on housing. For the red bars, that's more than 50% if they're severely cost burdened. So we understood in doing our research and talking with people out in the community that housing is a major issue in this area. And so our housing recommendations really seek to address this by not seeking to concentrate more income-restricted affordable housing and more market-rate affordable housing, but seeking a balance and allowing a mix in the housing market going forward. So our recommendation is to provide at least 12.5% moderately priced dwelling units for those projects that qualify for it. That's not the maximum 15% that are applied in some areas of the county, but still holding the line on new development projects, having a portion of their units reserved for those that are affordable, but also looking for a range, a diversity of housing products that would be attainable to people of various incomes and life modes, families, seniors, persons with disabilities. And so not necessarily anything that's cutting edge, but we really wanted to make sure that we're addressing the housing market in a thoughtful way in these recommendations. In addition, we're seeking to support residents due to any impacts they experience from property redevelopment with some of these recommendations to receive support and assistance to mitigate impacts of temporary relocation and provide housing opportunities for people experiencing homeless, those with disabilities, and older adults. So I'm going to kick it over to Chris right now to talk about our transportation recommendations.
My name is Chris Van Alstyne with the Up-County Planning Team. I'm one of our Up-County transportation planners, so I will try and move as quickly and efficiently and safely as possible. On screen, what you see here is just an example, a collage of some of the elements that we're trying to address, some of the more challenging issues that we're trying to address with this master plan. So as you can see, a lot of pavement, a lot of very large, fast-moving roads that are very difficult to get around, a lot of safety challenges, and also a lot of just physical barriers that you see, that big wrought iron fence. It's a characteristic that we see all through the master plan area, as well as just infrastructure that's old and in need of repair, disrepair. You have that one image from our walk audit that we did with the public, as well as our partner agencies, where people had to actually walk in the road with fast-moving traffic just to get around. Safety, it's a good segue into safety. A lot of serious issues, a lot of serious crashes. These are hospital-causing crashes, as well as multiple fatalities. Particularly concerning is that the high percentage of pedestrians as well as cyclists who are injured and killed in this area. As mentioned with the fence, here it is again. This is a characteristic of the entire master plan area, that getting around by any mode, especially by walking and biking, is very difficult, not only by literal fences and walls, but by environmental barriers, logistical barriers, as well as transportation barriers. So it leads to these kind of, frankly, crazy results where you can walk 45 minutes is the only paved route to go see your neighbor. So we're trying to address that. That has ramifications when we're trying to get to transit. So we do have big investments in BRT, as well as just our bus routes and what have you. It's hard to get to. So if we want to increase transit usage, we do have to address these access issues. Speaking to that, one of the major recommendations here is the removal of planned interchanges. So anywhere that was planned to have a new interchange, we're removing that recommendation and instead maintaining the existing signalized intersections. So these will be at grade. The existing interchanges we plan to be maintained. We are for the roads, the other large roads beyond US 29, we recommend studying road diets. So that's essentially what you see on screen, taking these very large roads and essentially right-sizing them, and particularly emphasizing bike and pedestrian movement, transit movement, giving some space from vehicular use, high-speed vehicular use, and turning over to things that we really truly prioritize, and again, emphasizing safety. Going beyond that, we plan to amend the Complete Streets Design Guideline to add two new town center areas, as well as one downtown area. So that has, just building off the road diet, that has some ramifications for our street classifications. So these would be, again, all the streets in these areas would be planned to be right-sized for more pedestrian, more bicycle usage, and again, de-emphasizing vehicular priority. This is some other street network transportation recommendations. Just for expediency purposes, we're not going to get into them all, but if probably in our future work sessions, if you have any questions, that would probably be the best time. Another big recommendation, and Clark has spoken to this already, is really being transit focused, especially enhancing our BRT, the flash route. So one of the key recommendations here is having dedicated transit lanes on US 29, as well as potentially exploring with these road diets, the idea of having dedicated lanes on some of our other key arterials. But the main focus is, again, US 29, making that a transit-focused corridor. And on top of that, sorry, I should mention, we do plan to have some additional BRT stations, particularly at the intersection of Randolph Road and US 29. That's where we have two It'll be the intersection of the planned Randolph Road BRT, so to have an interchange between those two BRT services, as well at Tech Road, Briggs Cheney, Fairland, as other locations for future BRT stations. So again, expanding and doubling down on that. Beyond that, for transit, again, we have, these are all additional recommendations, not as highlighted in the report. So if we have additional questions, we can work that on in the work session. Again, a couple additional ones. Throughout the master plan area, again, we want to double down on walking and biking, particularly in those town center areas and downtown areas. Again, it doesn't matter if we're planning for transit, you have to be able to safely and comfortably get to transit. So the feature is not just safe, but also comfortable. So on left, you really see what I would call safe. So plenty of space for pedestrians, plenty of space for people to wait for transit. On the right, that would be comfortable. That's having lots of trees as well. As we'll get into a little bit later, you'll find that this area is very heavily paved and extremely hot. So it's not just uncomfortable, it's frankly dangerous just from temperature perspective. Building off of making this a better bike and pedestrian invested area, we want to focus on the existing Briggs Cheney Road, which is crossing US 29. It's as it is. Again, that's the exemplar of a lot of pavement, a lot of hot surface, dangerous high-speed vehicles. And to get across that, to get to Paint Branch High School, students are crossing this road every single day to get to their homes to the east, on the eastern side, Paint Branch is on the west side. So hundreds of students every day crossing this bridge. There's no shade, high-speed traffic, turning lanes to get on and off of US 29. So it's a dangerous condition as is. We're trying to make this a pedestrian-focused corridor as well as an amenity space. This is a bridge extension. We're trying to see this from these other examples on screen as more of a park amenity. So definitely allowing pedestrian access and bike access, but also being a place for the community to gather. The other interesting idea that's come from the team is to name this bridge the Melinda Jackson Memorial Bridge, Melinda Jackson being a key historic figure in the master plan area. Again, for the bigger picture of the bike and pedestrian network, we plan on addressing some of these barriers by expanding the network, particularly in the areas you see the dotted lines. These are new connections. So again, trying to break through these barriers, have a lot more east-west connectivity, especially in the area around Castle Boulevard has been extremely challenging, where you have very high-density housing, a lot of people living there, but again, that's where you see those fences that we're trying to push through. That's some different elements here. We also have some concepts of two different loops, an inner and outer loop. The inner loop being, again, kind of doubling down on that ability to break through those barriers, serve the dense housing. So that's going to be your kind of like your day-to-day, work trips, getting to grocery store trips, et cetera, seeing your neighbors. The outer green loop is going to be more of an amenity feature. It's connecting a lot of existing natural surface trails, so it's going to be primarily a hiker trail, but again, reaching in to connect existing neighborhoods with these amenities that are already existing. So you can sort of see those spokes heading in that at present it's very tough to get from neighborhoods to these park trails just because of the existing development patterns. Again, here's some more bike and pedestrian recommendations. Again, we can discuss this further in future sessions. Then last, just to close, this is the element. This is essentially our adequacy test for the master plan. I'm not going to get into the full details of what the chart entails, but the key takeaway is that you look at it and you're kind of squinting and being like, well, what is this showing? The big picture is it's not showing much change at all. So that it's a small but positive change, particularly that purple line is the good line, that's the best line. That's the non-auto driver mode share, and you see that's increasing, so more people are taking transit, and that's exactly what we want to see. In terms of travel time, you're just not seeing much change, and a lot of it is, we're judging this in 20 years in the future, so it's, those small changes are largely just figments of planning. So that's the key takeaway, that we are seeing some positive change, especially in the non-auto driver mode share, but everything else is pretty much the same. And I can hand it back to Clark.
Thanks, Chris. Again, Clark Larson with Up County/East County Planning Division. I just came up with that myself. It doesn't actually exist as an agency. So next, going into community health and culture a bit, we have a number of recommendations that are a bit more of the socially oriented. So we understand that this area has experienced and continues to a high level of food insecurity, and that's a function of not only people having less access to healthy or affordable food, but then that is the, let's see, that's the high red line, the red areas in the county, but also less meals provided per person in need. So that's the distribution and availability of food, whether it's through schools or food drives or distribution. So we want to help address that. We want to provide more healthy and affordable eating options, as well as growing, the ability to grow your own food or be close to some place that you can. And so a number of recommendations in the plan get to this issue of access to food and healthy living. So we're calling to conduct a food system study to understand how the growing, processing, distribution, sales, consumption, waste management system can be expanded. That could be a facility that focuses agricultural and technology, as we see in some areas around the world, as well as some others to get the community more involved and educated in the planning process. Another major element of the
Well, let me go back one second, because it really struck me when I was reading it. In page 54 of the master plan, it says, "It should be noted that some of the following goals are beyond the scope of this master plan, yet were identified through its community engagement process and included here for reference by responsible agency services providers and community members." And my question is, why not include in the master plan those you think are within the scope of the master plan, and provide an appendix otherwise for those things you think are out of the scope of the master plan? Because it seems inconsistent to say, this shouldn't be here, but here it is.
I take your point. That does sound odd to read. I think it was a function of wanting to provide guidance and suggestions while at the same time knowing that it's not necessarily in the jurisdiction of the master plan to create new work plans and funding sources and projects for other departments. It's something that I think was more of a sort of aspirational approach on our parts, and we had less control over whether it could actually be done. That could be said of many other recommendations, I understand. But I see how that language can be confusing.
Yeah, and again, Patrick Butler for the record. I think it's fine. It could be an appendix. For now, we had it as a separate section, acknowledging that, here are our official land use and zoning recommendations. Here are other issues that we've either observed or gathered along the way in the last 2 years of outreach that, while maybe not most appropriately tackled with this plan, we didn't want to just leave on the shelf. So however we need to package and use that information, disseminate it to the various agencies that we coordinate with, et cetera, we think that here are some issues that should be addressed in the long term, but may not be most appropriately addressed in the plan. So appendix, open to your suggestions. We can think about that a little more as we move forward.
Well, my recommendation is to put it out as a draft, planning board draft plan with this as an appendix. So we'll get there. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Okay. Another major recommendation is to establish a resilience hub that, as I read earlier, one of our key recommendations would be a place for people to go in the event of public emergencies. This could be in conjunction with an existing facility that exists today. It could be a new facility that brings together many different departments and agencies and service providers, places of worship and such. So this is something that we're trying to coalesce around. I don't know that we've necessarily fleshed it all out, but it's something we think should be explored and considered for the future. And finally, here's a set of community facility recommendations. In the plan, we talk about the potential to retrofit the East County Community Recreation Center grounds, the outdoor space, as well as potentially expanding indoor space or additions. We don't have the budget or numbers for that, but it's something that was noted as a need and an interest, possibly to use the grounds of the recreation center better. There's a forest area behind it. We also recognize that this is one of the few recreation centers without fields, without really sports fields and areas and court. It has some courts outside, but it's a pretty tight site. So we think that could be addressed in the future. We want Montgomery College to consider locating a campus out here, whether it's in the plan area or nearby. We're aware that they have a leased area for an education campus that's sort of a first foot in the door, but it's short of a full campus design and capacity. So we think one of the large areas of properties could be considered for that in the future, should that be amenable to all parties. As well as the understanding that a new school may be required if the plan's build-out is fully realized. So if all the new homes are built and people move into them and occupy them, there's likely a need for a new elementary school in either within the plan area or nearby to accommodate those new students. But we think that the middle and high school capacities could accommodate the prospective growth. Also, again, with historic preservation, as Chris mentioned, we're looking at the potential commemoration of the bridge to recognize a historical figure who had been enslaved and then came to be freed and own land in this area, Melinda A. Jackson and her family. Their property is currently occupied by roadways, but we think it's important to recognize her history and heritage and importance to the area, as well as providing more historic signage and interpretation for the historic properties and sites that exist in the area than exist today. So next, I'll hand it over to my colleague in the Parks Department, Rachel.
Thank you, Clark. For the record, Rachel Newhouse with Montgomery Parks. So we talked about all the community engagement that was done at the beginning of this plan, and we heard a lot about parks. People love to talk about parks. And in this area, they had some really great ideas about new amenities, maybe new parks, but the real key was how to access parks. And so you're hearing this access issue all throughout the plan. And so providing access to the parks was a really big theme. But I'm going to get into on the next slides just how we are going to recommend all the issues that we heard. So Fairland Recreational Park, it was interesting, one community member said that Fairland Recreational Park is the biggest hidden gem in our community. And hidden because a lot of people don't know what's there or can't access it. So it was a really interesting comment. What's interesting about the Fairland Recreational Park is that it straddles Montgomery County and Prince George's County. It's actually the only park that we share with our sister agency. So in hearing, through this process, hearing what people wanted, more amenities, we contacted our cohorts over at Prince George's County Parks, our park planners over there, and we all agreed that, yes, this should be a park that we study together. The type of amenities we offer are very different on either side. They have a golf course. They have like indoor gyms, indoor ice rinks. We tend to have more of the outdoor facilities. But we thought it was a really good opportunity to work together and make this a premier destination for our East County residents. So we also are talking about, just providing a network of public open spaces for a variety of social gathering areas, environmental stewardship gathering, with our neighbors, better bike and trail connections, which Chris and Clark have already alluded to. We are going to connect the communities that are, the majority residential communities at the north and south of the plans into existing parks. And what's very exciting is our Edgewood Neighborhood Park, which is in the middle of this planning area, will be opening a new community garden very, very soon. It's built, and we're just waiting for the new people to come in and start planting things. So it's very exciting.
There's a picture of it here on the bottom.
Yep. Yep, keep those deer out. Another critical piece of this plan is that when the new development happens in the areas in the zoning map that we were focused on so much earlier, there's a minimum of a 10% public open space requirement. We like that public open space to be as contiguous as possible, so it creates a usable open space and that it's publicly accessible. We, at the time that we review these redevelopment opportunities with the private property owners, we like to negotiate the types of amenities that will help sort of fill out the whole system, fill in the gaps of some of the things maybe the public parks would not or do not have right now for the residents. But we also talk with the property owners about whether it will be a public park or not. So that comes out of those discussions during redevelopment. And part of the way we identify gaps in our recreation and park system is with our Energized Public Spaces Plan. It's identified this whole area as really lacking in access, which we've heard, but we had done that analysis earlier. And we also want to implement the Climate Action Plan recommendations, and part of the ways we will be doing that is having the charging stations for electric cars. A couple are going in at our Fairland Recreational Park soon, so we will be addressing those issues. And now I'll hand it back over to Clark.
Thank you, Rachel. Moving into our environmental recommendations, you can see here in the slide, there's a mix of both comfortable and uncomfortable spaces in the environment. One area of discomfort that we understand and we're trying to address is urban heat islands. It's really, I think, one of the biggest issues of future climate change for this area is the impervious, low-shaded areas that people shop in, work in, travel through during the hottest days of summer. And those are only increasing as we see the last several years. So many of our recommendations address this lived experience in the master plan area by seeking to increase tree canopy and shade structures, not only through development, but also by retrofitting and renovating existing properties, decreasing impervious surfaces and hardscapes, and requiring cool pavements, cool facades, and other, that's in quotes, not like cool, high school cool, but cool temperature, that is. Other heat-reducing construction techniques in the pedestrian realm. There's a number of other environmental recommendations, such as increasing the percentages, recommending that development projects have a tighter standard for the percentage of tree canopy that is required as part of redevelopment, as well as on parking spaces, parking lots. Requiring modern green stormwater infrastructure. This is helping to manage stormwater and also with evaporative cooling, and encourage on-site energy generation systems such as wind, solar, geothermal. A lot of this stuff is already required by building code or zoning code, but it's either giving attention to it or maybe even trying to ratchet it up a little bit in this plan area. So that concludes the plan-wide recommendations, sort of the thematic elements. We have a few slides now going through, zooming into some of the districts and activity centers. Before I move on, are there any questions about these topics?
Yes, and that is, you went through the housing section and all, Thrive recommends more housing. Are you recommending any specific recommendations dealing with missing middle type housing?
I think that term is used. It's not a very specific term as far as number of units, or it's a range of housing between detached and apartment, as I'm sure you're aware.
Smaller units, and single-family areas,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
I would say yes, with the caveat that, by function of the boundary of this plan, there already is quite a bit of proportion of apartments, townhomes attached. I wouldn't say there's a lot of duplex or small apartment buildings. So it does have a reasonable amount of, yeah, Lisa, you're welcome to come up here. I might throw it to you to talk about this.
Good afternoon. For the record, Lisa Gavoni, housing planner. So the Fairland Briggs Cheney housing recommendations don't have a specific focus on missing middle. It's part of the goals, but at the same time that these recommendations were written, we were working on the Attainable Housing Strategies, which is a county-wide missing middle initiative, and we were hoping that that would be finished by the time this plan was adopted, so that they would be county-wide recommendations that could be implemented through Fairland. But I think that's something that we can talk about when we get to the housing recommendations, if it's appropriate, given that Attainable Housing Strategies, it's kind of up in the air right now, if there might be more specific, site-specific and specific recommendations that we can include on missing middle.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go into the smaller districts. Oh, no, we have more questions.
Oh, no, I'm holding my questions.
Okay. So I said before, we've broken the plan area up into 3 districts to just focus the attention. In the Columbia Pike corridor, just in general, we're encouraging retrofitting and adaptive reuse of any large landmark buildings. This would be, should they choose to redevelop or change their uses, we would want them to be potentially reused instead of torn down and rebuilt. Seeking to include public art and design features as part of new roadway projects, and encouraging the undergrounding of utilities along Old Columbia Pike and Tech Road. These are pretty standard ideas, nothing really earth-shattering, but in general, the US 29 and ICC corridor dominate this area. We don't see a lot of major changes in its highway orientation, especially along the highway. That's when we get into more of the activity centers, I think, is when we're envisioning potential change. So we would encourage redevelopment of properties in this activity center at Old Columbia Pike and Briggs Cheney Road to more compact, mixed-use, neighborhood-serving activity center. So that really is a stand-in for the scale. Not high-rises, but maybe 2 to 4 story, retail on the bottom, services on the bottom, commercial, and then people living above, potentially. In this activity center, it's a bit constrained already. There's a fire station that would remain for the foreseeable future. Some of this area is within a special protection area, so it has certain standards for impervious surface. So that would have to be addressed on the west side of Old Columbia Pike through any redevelopment. But one of the other major things I wanted to highlight is trying to better connect the Paint Branch High School with the Briggs Cheney Road Bridge and then on east into the community. So we would support a side path to be established. There is a sidewalk, but a more substantial side path that brings people walking and rolling off of the street and into a more comfortable environment that hopefully would lead into an expanded bridge experience on into the town center area of Briggs Cheney. Moving south on Old Columbia Pike at the intersection with Fairland Road. This is, Commissioner Bartley, I thought this is one of the sites you were asking about, this vacant lot here on the northeast corner, which is part of the roadway right-of-way. We think it was staging for construction of the ICC. It's not currently a parcel, but we think it has a great potential to be developed and form a corner there at this center. So we would either approach or recommend that, I believe it's the Maryland Department of Transportation, State Highways Administration, create a parcel here and dispose of it to a potential development partner. to make it developable. North of that is already a business that exists in a parcel, but between that area, it's really just a graded vacant lot. So we think there's potential there. Moving further south on Old Columbia Pike, now we're looking at both sides of US 29. These are both Verizon properties. On the west side is their corporate headquarters for this region. They have a large number of parking spaces as well as shade structures that create solar energy. We are recommending in the short term that they consider infill of some of those corners of their site should they no longer need that parking area. We know that, especially in the pandemic, there were less employees coming to the office, but we or they don't necessarily know what the future holds. On the east side is the Fairland Data Center, which is an ongoing concern for Verizon, but isn't very active because it has mostly those data servers and computers and wires. At the same time, it's a very sensitive building, so we've heard from Verizon in our meetings with them that it wouldn't be compatible to develop outlots or corners because of vibrations and the proximity to that building. But should this no longer be needed or transition into some other use, we're recommending a future vision for this to be converted into basically a small new neighborhood, a mixed-use district in the future. There's a lot of great open space and trees there that could be preserved, but maybe even preserving that building that exists today. I think it's beautiful. It's an interesting structure. I don't know if it would accommodate residential or commercial or anything like that, but this is
I think
what
it would be
we're
a
planning
great
for.
opportunity to do a joint mixed use, like, I hate to say this, but there's a saying, you know, I owe my soul to the company store, but if a company developed office space and living space and had a joint venture for, you know, their employees and their workers and office space, that'd be great
Yeah,
use,
kind of a
mixed use
live-work
for a company
situation, yeah.
to do it for their workforce.
It would require Verizon to change how they get data to my house and many of your houses as well, but I think that's what we're envisioning for
I mean,
the
I'm not
future.
suggesting what they do with their building, but I
Right.
mean, an opportunity exists for some type of residential, commercial vision where,
Mm-hmm.
you know, they create housing for the people that work there, and it lessens their carbon footprint.
Yeah.
Because they don't have to commute,
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
That would be very interesting. So I think as Patrick mentioned earlier, we have sort of a short-term and long-term goal for these large properties, the Verizon as well as the auto sales park later. So there's some interim solutions that we're recommending, as well as ultimate solutions should the property turn over and be needed for something else. We're also thinking that if there was major development here, a lot of new people living, working, shopping here, there's a potential for a new BRT station to be considered. So here's an artist illustration. We did this in-house to think about what could happen here that would realize the vision of the recommendations of zoning and design. As I'll say later, there will be design guidelines coming after this that's not incorporated in the plan, but it would address the building faces and setbacks and vegetation and interaction with the surrounding properties. So this is one possible future for these two activity centers, including the vacant lot at Fairland Road, as well as the Verizon properties. Moving further south on Old Columbia Pike, as well as US 29 at East Randolph Road, we're encouraging a moderate density, mixed-use development here that's transit-oriented. We already have the Flash BRT running on US 29. As Chris alluded to, there's an East Randolph Road BRT in the books that could be developed in the future. So we would hope that this would become more activated in addressing those transit services in the future through development. And a potential conceptual illustration of this activity center. Any of these could happen one at a time. They're not going to all happen at once, but this would be the sort of potential ultimate vision of what could happen here, realizing the vision of the plan. Moving into Briggs Cheney, we call this the Main Street Corridor District. So this would seek to establish a more higher density, mixed-use development style that contributes to a new town center in East County. You're probably all aware as well of the White Oak area, and it's building up now. There already is some activity there. There's more construction happening. A future Viva White Oak would happen. This is just up the road for that, but we think it would be more locally serving. So not necessarily competing with White Oak, but complementing it on up US 29 along the corridor. So this is a second page, as Chris said, looking at the potential complete streets design guideline areas to be expanded in this area. And that just gets to how roads are designed, the elements and the widths and the design elements that come into that. It's sort of the new road code for the county. And here's a potential option. You might have seen in the plan, there's 2 drawings for this area, this activity center. So this is bridging US 29 on the left or the north side, that activity center near Paint Branch High School, and then traveling back to the right or to the south along Briggs Cheney Road as you enter into this Main Street corridor area. So these are bringing buildings to the street front. A potential vision should one or many or all of the auto sales park properties redevelop in the coming decades, as well as those in and around it. Obviously, the trees are reflecting the need to have more shade. So some of this is idealized when you put all the trees there, but I think that would be part of the standard, is planting street trees, planting more trees on site as well. And option 2 shows the potential for a location for Montgomery College or other educational or institutional campus. It would need quite a bit of space. So this is one area that could potentially accommodate that if the conditions were appropriate for that kind of development. And so there's more specific recommendations, both long-term vision for the Briggs Cheney Marketplace in particular, because that's already a very busy and active shopping center that has, in our minds, more potential to be a mix of uses and more of a destination for people, as well as short-term improvements that talk to building standards, renovations, a potential open space and green areas for people to gather. So we're taking both the short-term and long-term approach in our recommendations here, as well as continuing, as you can see on the map, the dashed green line, continuing that side path. There is actually a side path on the south of the street. It's a strip of asphalt that qualifies, and it's more comfortable than being on the sidewalk. The north side of Briggs Cheney Road doesn't have that element. It's a sidewalk, a standard sidewalk that's right on the curb. And we think it just needs to be a more substantial element and a facility for people to walk, bike, and roll back and forth in the community. Then moving to the south on Briggs Cheney Road, we're sort of identifying it as a second activity center in this district. So the long-term vision would be to also incorporate some of these properties into part of this new town center area in East County, but also thinking through how, as the auto dealerships and service businesses remain there, they could be developed to consolidate their parking or move things to the back, make it more aesthetically pleasing, more welcoming and comfortable as you arrive as a customer, a worker, or if you live in this area, more amenities to get to. So that's some of the long-term vision that we have for this area, as well as more short-term improvements that just make it a cleaner, greener place to operate. So understanding that these businesses are very viable and it's an important amenity for the county, tax base and so on, we still think there could be some short-term conditions to improve it. A third slide for this activity center again, the green dash line again showing a potential trail connection. We actually walked this area, some of our planning team members and I, from Briggs Cheney around through the stormwater pond up through the automobile circle, up to Automobile Circle, and it's not there today, but you can kind of envision how this could be a potential path to bring nature into the auto sales park or allow access for people to get to and from. So that's just a potential that we're identifying here in the plan. And then finally, with the residential districts, really seeking to retain much of the residential character that's there today, but also identifying some potential roadway connections that could be either for vehicles or for just pedestrians and bicycles moving back and forth. As Rachel said, thinking about better connections from these neighborhoods into parklands where they don't exist today. A lot of these properties, you can back up to the park in your backyard or live near it, but there's really no formal pathway into them. So that could be considered in the future. All right, so that concludes the fast-paced tour of our recommendations. I hope we were able to answer some of the questions you had. Getting to how we might implement this, we have a number of recommendations for implementation. So continuing to monitor the school capacity as development occurs. We have a couple recommendations for potential school sites. There's no site identified today, but that would need to be accomplished with CIP funding and out years in order for development to take place that brings in enough students for that. We make recommendations for the priorities of the public benefit points for the optional method of development, and I'm sure that's something you're going to hear more and more of as development comes through across the county. So this master plan sets priorities for those that are considered during development. We have a recommendation to establish a community advisory committee that would be a body of citizens and people in the community that help to engage and advocate for the more community-focused recommendations in the plan, maybe some that don't have an advocate already or a departmental mission. So that's a part of our implementation, as well as calling for design guidelines to be established following the adoption of the plan, and a set of capital improvement program it's not ideas, they're items that are identified that call out some of those recommendations, and those CIP projects would be scored and budgeted and considered during future development of agency work plans, and I believe the county council would be looking at that list as well. So that's really taking the recommendations into how can they be done, and who's going to do them, how much will they cost. We anticipate some next steps in this process. I'm going to shortly ask you for recommendations at the end of this item, but we anticipate that the public comment period will run leading up to the public hearing draft through the month of April, that you will accept a public hearing date on May 4th and hold public work sessions thereafter through the month of May, anticipating that we would transmit, that you would accept the plan to transmit to the county council before the end of June of this year.
Also, I just want to say that we should have also mentioned earlier, appreciate the questions and interest, that we're also setting up a tour for the planning board. We find that to be very beneficial prior to the public hearing, so that those of you that may not be as familiar as Commissioner Bartley, that you'll also get some of that context as well as some of the geography if you're unfamiliar. We just find it to be very beneficial for you, especially going into the public hearing and hearing testimony. People may be focused on certain areas of the plan versus other, and that you'll be fully up to speed on that when you're hearing that.
Unfortunately, much to the chagrin of my wife, I'm familiar with almost all the county because I drive around and been raging for years about some development and or lack of development.
So you'll be our tour guide?
So, huh?
Will you be our tour guide?
Will I be your tour guide? It depends.
You can weigh in.
Perhaps you can add some commentary to the tour.
I'm not going to add any commentary. If Ms. Vias is there, I'd add some commentary.
So finally, without further ado, our final recommendation is asking that you accept the working draft as the public hearing draft, and of course incorporating any revisions that you ask us to make, and set the public hearing date for May 4th of 2023. And that would have the result of initiating a 30-day public comment period. We're going to turn that around in short order to get it out to the public for review and comment, beginning on or before April 5th. They have 30 days to provide written testimony and as well as the ability to provide oral testimony during the public hearing.
Commissioner, do you have? Yeah, I had a couple of quick questions I wanted to hold till the end, and then I have a list of places I want to visit now. So when we go on the tour,
We're there.
I want to stop a couple.
We're at the end, so please.
All right. First, so really the only, first couple of things. One, the outreach looked great. That was fantastic. Like, I think that's a real nice, like blueprint for the master plans. That was a lot of good outreach, and I like that, particularly the canvassing aspect of it. Also with the road diets and things like that, I've worked a lot in my neighborhood personally on pedestrian and bicycle safety. I don't know how much we've improved it, but we at least made a lot of noise about it. So trying to get my thing is always trying to get kids across the street. And if there's not a place in the middle to go, you just don't go that way. That's you just block it out of your head. It doesn't exist. Like there's not an option. And so I liked a lot of that in there. And the only thing really I had a question about, overall was really great. Thank you. I have many things that I don't have time to talk about and appreciate you for. But with the zoning aspect, I don't know if we can get back there real quick, but was there any thought given to, when you're making the recommendations on the zoning around those areas, of simplifying it a little bit? That seemed like each section and parcel had its own, CRT and everything. There any idea, any consideration given to simplifying that a bit so that there are considerable differences if you drill down between, say, 1 and 4 and I'm going to call it magenta in the middle there. Why did we fragment it up so much that way within just the commercial residential zone and not to sort of give it all the lift and go have everything under it over?
Yes, that's a good question. I think it's important to consider. I would say that some of these black border areas with numbers are a collection of properties already. So there are a number of properties within each area. Otherwise, what we are seeking to do is take a fairly focused approach on the scale of development, the types of land uses it's a small difference between CRT, town, neighborhood, and just CR zones. But understanding some of the adjacent properties or that they're mid-block or not within that intersection area in a different direction than some of the others that might be next door. So your point is taken, and we can look at that to think about maybe keeping them more consistent, especially if we're anticipating that 1 or 2 properties may be developed together. They should have the same zone, and that was one of our approaches.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking is, and I'm trying to visualize some of the different maps we had and put it on the zoning thing, but if you do have an overlapping piece of property or multiple properties to go together, keeping as consistent and simplified as possible in there, because I know there are, obvious, you've got height differences between, say, 3 and 1 in that sort of magenta color or 2. But I don't know if we need that many distinctions and whether or not that's going to prohibit or at least give a little pause and throw some extra administrative detail into there if somebody does want to do something with those properties. So just a thought, there's nothing worth holding up over.
Appreciate that.
No, otherwise I think it's it was great. I think it looks really good. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
Just on the zoning map here, you do have one area that has lower than the highest density, but the highest height. And that seems area 3, you allow to go to 120 feet, which is about 12 stories. Whereas where you have higher density, you only allow it to go to 80 feet.
Yeah, I think some of that is due to its proximity to adjacent areas. So there's a parcel at the sort of corner of Briggs Cheney Road and US 29, sort of south of the intersection, that has that 120-foot height. But then those around it are adjacent to lower scale apartment properties right now, or they're being recommended for slightly lower zoning. And so part of it is trying to keep adjacent properties more compatible from a height standpoint. We still think that 85 is probably the maximum you can go with 1 or 2 stories of concrete podium and then stick built and wooden above that. So that's sort of a ceiling for a development scale before you have to get into concrete construction, which is much more expensive. So part of it is acknowledging what heights are already allowed. Like Verizon already allows up to 120, so we're keeping that consistent. They would be more likely to go in a mid to high rise configuration with the large property that they have, should they choose to redevelop. So there are some height differences, but they are mostly seeking to have higher heights at busy intersections and then stepping down as you get into the neighborhoods.
And I'm a little bit surprised that 80 feet is possible with a base and stick construction. But you're pretty sure
It's
of
probably a
that?
stretch. It would be the highest
It would
height
be
you
a
could
stretch.
possibly do. I've heard it's possible. By code, you could have 2 stories of concrete podium. So that gives you 15 feet each. So then you're already at 30 feet. I'm married to an architect, but I can't say that I understand all the code myself. But yeah, that's probably, with any penthouses and, any additional heights that anyone would seek to add on to get to that 85. It would be a tall building for that type of construction.
Yeah, I would think.
So I have a couple of questions. Well, I usually have questions, so forgive me, Mrs. Stern.
I always have answers.
Does, there used to be a lot of green space along Old Gunpowder Road that touches Fairland Park. Is that green space going to be preserved, or is that green space going to be forfeited to put in more?
I would have to refer you to Prince George's County.
Okay.
Because
so
that
that's
road
their-
is in
their
the county,
side.
yeah.
Well, but between Fairland and the other ball fields, there's a green space that runs in between Fairland Park and then the ball fields off of, I think it's Greencastle Road.
Okay.
And so is that green space going to be preserved there? There's tons of green space and park space there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. That's, I believe, it's still part of the Fairland Recreational Park, so there's 322 acres just on the Montgomery County side. So, yes, it'll be preserved. It's in a stream valley buffer as well, so we preserve the forest within stream valley buffers.
Okay. And then the next two questions are, you may have to answer them separately, but what's the timeline, and are the people who currently residing there be phased out or priced out once this development and plan go in place?
Well, if I had the answer to that, I would have a different job. We don't know, once we have zoning in place, or if it already exists, when something would happen. Or to what speed or what phasing would occur. It's really up to property owners that make their own decisions. We're trying to address the effects of potential price increases and difficulty in continuing to live in a place through redevelopment by recommending some of those assistance programs. The only property that the county itself has control over it, as far as when and how it can develop, is the Briggs Cheney Park and Ride lot. That's owned by Montgomery County, and they're considering it as a site for affordable housing. And so that could be a first project to go in this area that may or may not spark new interest to develop. I think it is worth noting that by recommending and adopting ultimately higher development heights and bigger density, that it does indicate to property owners that it maybe now is the time to consider rebuilding and renovating. But we don't know necessarily what the time frame is on that. That would be likely a slow evolution. I don't know that the market in East County, let alone the rest of the county, is that hot for this kind of area if you're not on a metro line, a subway line. But we know that there is a shortage of housing units. The very low vacancy rates, prices are rising. Even if it's more affordable here, it's still pretty expensive to live here. So there's housing demand. You want to speak to it?
Yeah, I was just going to say, this is the natural occurring affordable housing area for the county. We believe that any new growth that this area can absorb, all different kinds of development, and not force out or impact affordable housing that's already existing now.
Yeah, just additionally, I would say that, we need more housing and more types of housing across the entire county. That's the real issue. And so the more, plan areas and corridors and areas that we've identified for growth that we can add housing within the county, that really gets at the underlying issue that I think you're getting at, Commissioner Bartley.
I have a couple of things to add, if that's okay. So one of the things that we've been doing in our recent master plans, where we have a lot of naturally occurring affordable housing, is we're doing a no net loss of affordable housing. And that's part of this plan too. It's where if redevelopment were to happen, we would work with that property owner through the development review process to replace those naturally occurring affordable housing units with income-restricted housing at a mix of income, so it would be MPDUs, workforce housing, rental agreements. That's something that we did in the Veers Mill plan, which is a good resource, and it provided another corridor plan that provided a good guidance for subsequent master plans on this issue. So that's something that we're doing too.
There was one thing that I picked up early on before you got to implementation that said the plan would ensure support for displaced residents. And I'm not exactly how the plan would do that.
So it wouldn't be necessarily the plan. The recommendations read that they would work with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs, and we have run that recommendation by them. For us, it's just really important in the redevelopment process to make sure that no displacement is happening, and that's the same for the Department of Housing and Community Affairs. So it wouldn't be the plan, it wouldn't be the planning department, it would be DHCA.
May I suggest you look at that wording and change it so it reflects exactly what you just said?
Sure, we will do that.
It was just a little too directive that said, this plan will. And the plan won't. Other things will.
You are correct. Yeah, we can wordsmith that.
Thank you. Anything else?
Can I do one more quick question?
Oh,
Sean, go ahead.
I did have a question. I asked about time. How long, when do you guys see this, when's the deadline? When will it become physically viable?
Can I jump in with that? So generally speaking, with master plans, implementation can take 20 or more years. So this is really, as Clark noted, with these recommendations and zoning changes, assuming, they get adopted by the county council, it will really be up to the property owners to decide if they want to take advantage of it, and also when, and the market will definitely have an impact on that. Whether or not the county government has any incentives that may, incentivize certain types of actions. But this is really, intended to be a longer-term strategy.
Commissioner?
I would say also, just to continue that point, since we're on the zoning map, that there are a few existing residential communities within this CR zone that we're recommending, but the majority of areas are going to remain the same. They're same density of residential zone. If you look at the Greencastle Lakes, Rolling Acres, so a lot of it is remaining in place, which still can allow redevelopment in the future, but it's not necessarily all being slated for new zoning that would upzone everything. So it's just in these targeted areas.
Go ahead.
I shockingly have a question not about zoning right now. On the resilience hub, which I really like, and what is available right now in that area that I know, it was sort of like when it's extremely hot days and things like that. What's available in that area now? And I know implementation, takes how could we move on that to sort of implement that as quickly as possible? I know how important those things can be when it gets hot or, really hot, really cold, or an emergency or something like that.
I'm not an expert on this, but I know there is food distribution for those who cannot afford food right now, especially during the pandemic, and that's continuing. Yeah. There's the Eastern Montgomery Regional Services Center provides healthcare and services in the area. I don't know that they're tooled up to provide the emergency assistance, should there be a public emergency, natural disaster, or heavy weather event. But I know that this is something that the Climate Action Plan is calling for to be established in the county in general.
And we will have the charging stations at Fairland Recreational Park.
Believe it or not, Ms. Newhouse, I have questions for parks. Number one, does the parks, does the residential access to parks, which is a standard within the Parks Department, is that standard met already, or do you need more parks? That is, I forgot what the standard was. Within a half mile, you need at least a local park. that type of thing?
Yeah, well, in this entire planning area, there's only 3 parks. There's
Fair one.
Fairland Rec to the north, there's a tiny little Edgewood sort of in the middle, and then there's Paint Branch down to the south. So if you go a little bit outside of the plan boundary, we do have other parks. So it's much better served than if you just focus on the corridor, the transportation corridor. But we are hoping to get, if not public parks, publicly accessible spaces when properties redevelop. And we will be showing that in the design guidelines where we think they should be located and how they would serve the community, the future community.
So no specific acquisition areas even, because you don't want to target a individual site. You might buy it first before they do that.
Yes, correct.
But none. Okay, kind of interesting, I think. And then, of course, to the extent this stuff is in the Paint Branch Special Protection Area, I hope you're not looking for much development at all. I think the impervious surface limits are so severe.
Yes,
you
you're
can't do
correct. We have some natural surface trails that we are proposing, but other than that, nothing else. No additional parking lots or things like that.
With the special protection area, right? Yeah. There is, as I said, just a corner of the Briggs Cheney Road, Old Columbia Pike on the west side is within that overlay zone, as well as some
Oh.
frontages of the homes that are on the east side. So it's a small sliver, but an important sliver, the Briggs Cheney Center, the firehouse. So any development there, whether it was in current zoning or our recommended zones, would have to comply with that impervious surface limit and stormwater management. So it could impact what the potential for is on that property, but it's a fairly small area of the plan, so I don't think it would be a significant hindrance to realizing the vision on that corner.
Okay, thank you. I think we're about out of questions, believe it or not.
I believe it.
I would like to entertain a motion that does 2 things to your draft. Number 1, it moves that the section from page 54 to an appendix. Number 2, to change that language on insuring things in a master plan so that it reflects exactly what you intended to reflect, that this plan will support subsequent changes to law or what regulation. Anybody else have anything to change?
No changes.
No changes? You're looking at me. You're not looking at me.
I'm excited and I'm hopeful that this gets implemented quickly because the citizens of that part of Montgomery County deserve it. Thanks.
You're here.
And I will say one thing as well, watch your timing, because I'm here to about mid-June, and you might have 2 new planning board members in mid-June.
We're very well aware.
Okay. Well, it's
We'll stay
for
on schedule.
everybody.
Yep. Appreciate that, though, yes.
Yeah. And I'm excited to look into an area that I looked into as a planner a million years ago. Although I was a little bit tangential at the time, I certainly was involved in some of the decisions before. All right, with that, I'll entertain a motion.
All right. Can we do a motion to accept with the changes as?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I would like to move to accept the working draft for the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan as the public hearing draft with the edits and changes suggested by the chair. Is that an accept?
I second the motion.
Amazing, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
We also need the board to set the public hearing date for May 4th.
As a separate motion?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we'll do this one first. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I agree, it's a fantastic document. Very neat, although been a critic here today. It's my nature, I'm sorry. Can I have a motion to set the public hearing date? Can you still make May 4th with the changes?
Yes, we
Yes,
can.
okay.
I move that the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan be set for public hearing on May 4th, 2023.
And I'm sure it'll be a beautiful day in downtown Wheaton.
I enthusiastically second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you very much for a very comprehensive presentation. All right, we. Good evening, everybody. Sorry for the delay. This is the evening session of the Planning Board on March 23rd, 2023. We are on item 7, pedestrian master plan public hearing. Let me just explain a few things to everybody in person and looking at us online. I will allow 5 minutes for any group or organization testimony and 3 minutes for individuals. There will be a timer that you will be able to see, and I will try to be relatively strict, given that we have 47 speakers. I will invite 5 people at a time up to the podium here, and you'll each have a mic and be able to give us your testimony. We have 3 planning board members here, Sean Bartley and James Hedrick. The other 2 planning board members will watch this hearing before they go for participate in the work session on April 13th. As a public hearing with this many speakers, do not expect our lack of questions to your testimony as ignoring what you're saying. We will ask staff to respond to the testimony we hear today and react to it as we amend the plan to the testimony. With that, I'll invite Nathan Engel. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. Question over there.
I have a public statement to read on.
Oh, I'm
sort of on
sorry.
behalf
I
of-
didn't know.
Sure. So for the record, my name is Eli Glacier of the Countywide Planning and Policy Team. For the past several years, I've been the project manager for the county's pedestrian master plan. This is the public hearing for the pedestrian master plan, and I'd like to enter the following items into the record of this public hearing. The first is a copy of the notice of this public hearing and the affidavit of publication from the Washington Times newspaper certifying the notice was published on February 15th, 2023. The second is a copy of the public hearing draft of the pedestrian master plan and appendices dated February 2023 and available February 10th, 2023, and all written testimony received between the posting of the public hearing draft on February 10th, 2023 and the posting of the public hearing staff report on March 17th, 2023. The public hearing draft of this pedestrian master plan has been transmitted to the county executive and the county council, and we've notified 2,810 mailing addresses associated with local and countywide civic or homeowners associations regarding the pedestrian master plan and of this public hearing. I would like to thank my colleagues in Countywide Planning and Policy who have worked since 2019 to make this plan what it is today. I'd also like to thank the department's communications team, including George Lettis, Chris Pfeiffer, Dior Kane, and Nick Freimark, who have worked tirelessly to inform the community about the plan in fun and creative ways. We are tentatively scheduled to be back to the Planning Board on April 13th, 2023 for a work session on this master plan. We recommend that the board leave the record of this hearing open until the close of business on Thursday, February 6th, 2023.
Not February 6th.
April 6th, 2023, for additional written testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. And I should note that we have received over 150 pages of written testimony already, which we'll also consider in this matter. All right, let me try again. I'll invite 5 people up. Nathan Engel, Allison Gillespie, Neil Rumberg, Lauren Sanders, and Patricia Mulready. And forgive me already because I am guaranteed to mispronounce your name. As it's not what I try to do, it's just being bad at language. And of course, my name is so easy to remember and pronounce. It's like Smith, only different. Who am I missing? Nathan Engel, Allison Gillespie, Neil Rumberg. Neil is not here?
It's Nell.
Nell. Oh, Nell. Nellie? No? No? All right, then I'll also invite April Menko.
No, it's
April?
Gian Domenico.
Gian, I have
Gian
April.
Domenico. Yeah, April Gian Domenico.
Gian Domenico? Here, not here?
April Gian Domenico.
Not here. Then Benjamin Ross is our fifth. Okay, if Mr. Engel could start, thank you for your tolerance of everything.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Chair Zients and members of the board. My name is Nate Engel, and I'm a council member for the town of Kensington. I chair our town's Mobility and Traffic Committee, our Pedestrian and Bicycling Access and Safety Working Group, as well as our Sustainable Kensington Group. I'm here today on behalf of the town to express our support for the county's pedestrian master plan. I also submitted written testimony on behalf of the town, so I'll only take a few minutes this evening to share a few key points. First, the master plan conveys and covers an impressive range of issues and offers targeted solutions. Second, we'd like to commend the outreach and public engagement process around the plan. I want to thank Eli Glazier in particular for briefing our town council on the plan's progress in 2022 and other discussions with him over the past couple of years to explore synergies with the town. So the town of Kensington is designated primarily as a town center in the plan. The plan highlights also that the town center boulevards are amongst the most dangerous street types and are flagged for prioritized improvements. To help address these issues, the town in 2022 successfully lowered the speed limits in all town-owned roads to 20 miles per hour. We've also pursued other mechanisms for improvements along our town center boulevards, particularly Connecticut Avenue, Knowles Avenue, Pliers Mill Road, Metropolitan Avenue, and University Boulevard. We've worked with MCDOT in 2021 and 2022 on a Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments grant to improve connectivity, safety, and access along one of the most dangerous of these boulevards, Connecticut Avenue. And we secured an MDOT SHA pedestrian and bicycling and pedestrian priority area designation. So we're currently working with SHA and partners on this BPPA plan. However, while we've seen progress over the last 2 years, we still face considerable challenges with making the improvements that we desire along the non-town road sections of Kensington. This is mainly the case for those state roads and the town center boulevards that I noted earlier, which are all state Maryland roads. These state roads intersect with various town and county roads, creating a complicated web of jurisdictional responsibilities. Coordination with MDOT SHA to prioritize improvements while improving over the last few years remains a protracted process that often results in a de-emphasis of pedestrian access and safety. For example, we are continually rebuffed by MDOT SHA in our request to lower speed limit along Connecticut Avenue to 25 miles per hour. So we foresee considerable benefit in prioritizing the recommendation in the plan to explore transferring control of these state roads and town centers to the county. The Kensington Town Center BIPA is listed in the plan under a Tier 3 category. So it will not receive any attention in the CIP budget for years to come, and we know that. However, most of the pedestrian improvements that we are urgently seeking are contained in the Tier 2 BIPA list, and that is Connecticut Avenue, Summit Avenue, and Knowles Avenue as they intersect or come through our town. And thus, we encourage the county to progress from Tier 1 implementation to Tier 2 implementation in the capital improvements program budget in the years ahead as quickly as possible. One area, if the plan does fall short anywhere, however, is that it does not list municipalities as key agencies and implementation partners, and we hope that can change. This is unfortunate because in these jurisdictions, like in the town of Kensington, we maintain ownership over the roads within our boundaries, and it's the case for many other municipalities. And these, as I noted earlier, often intersect with county and state roads. So this is a missed opportunity to identify specific areas for collaboration from the perspective of the county. So we're left with having to self-identify where to plug into these processes. Again, in closing, There's much to applaud in this master plan, and we look forward to continuing working and pursuing the opportunities addressed in these issues, and consider us a very engaged partner moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. I appreciate it. Allison Gillespie.
Good evening. I'm here today to show my enthusiasm for the pedestrian master plan. I am a past president of my civic association, and I raised 2 children in Montgomery County. When they were younger, I served as president at the middle school PTA, and then went on to start the countywide PTA Safe Routes to School Committee when my kids were in high school. My husband and I were overjoyed to find a house near Metro 20 years ago that we could afford, and we also both walk and ride buses a lot. My kids walked to school at certain points, rode the bus, and then drove themselves to school eventually. They also took mass transit everywhere, and they still do as college students. One of the great joys of living in the Forest Glen area between Silver Spring and Wheaton is that there are a lot of transit options to choose from. But one of the nightmares is that we have some incredibly dangerous roads you must walk along or across to get to that mass transit. I have spent hundreds of hours advocating for safety upgrades and pedestrian infrastructure, not just for my own family, my own school or neighborhood, but for places across the county. At first, when I moved here, I thought things were bad for walking because we had chosen an older neighborhood that needed retrofitting. But years of advocating and also years of working in the Up County proved this was not the case. We, as Montgomery County, are simply not putting pedestrians first. And older neighborhoods and in newer neighborhoods, we all suffer for it. I like this plan because I think it's going to help us change our culture from being car-centric to being people-centric. And that means people inside cars, outside of cars, people on bikes, people walking, people rolling, all people. I think that a lot of the recommendations are great. I actually have very little to criticize in this plan. I have almost nothing to criticize about it. I did want to highlight 2 of my favorite parts. I love the whole Build More Walkable Places section. For years, we as parents have asked MCPS to cite schools and other public buildings to prioritize the way that we can provide safe and direct pedestrian access, but we have not gotten anywhere with that. So I think it's great that we're going to try to do that with some of the writing in this plan. Also, we've been asking to revise the minimum acreage requirements for school sites in urban areas, because I think that would help make a lot of things more walkable for a lot of people. And it's wonderful to see those requests in writing. I would love to see you all vote to make the open parkways along Beach and Sligo Parkway permanent. I was one of the 3 founders of Open Streets Montgomery, and I spent a lot of time during the pandemic getting more streets open to pedestrians. Those 2 areas, those 2 park areas, have transformed my weekends and have changed my neighborhood for the better. Let's make those open parkways permanent. Thanks for being leaders who listen. Thanks for considering my input. And thanks a lot, Eli Glazer, for putting together an excellent plan. Thanks to the planning staff for their professionalism, their outreach, and their diligence. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. It's great to hear. Lauren Sanders?
Thank you. I applaud the county for taking a holistic look at the multiple factors that go into developing a safe, comfortable, and appealing network for walking, biking, and rolling. I live in Kenwood Park, which is facing a sidewalk proposal that has revealed the program's divisive and antiquated approach that is not holistically focused on safety and is counter to county environmental and other goals in this and other master plans. The Kenwood Park proposal includes sidewalks on quiet streets but not on busier ones, and targeted 148 trees for removal, many large, mature trees and cherries, with no thought to other approaches that would save trees and improve pedestrian safety. Other neighborhood proposals are similar. Thus, I support the recommendation to pivot from a reactive, request-driven sidewalk process to an equitable, data-driven process. I do have 3 suggestions to improve the draft plan. First, I disagree with limiting public input into whether and where sidewalks should be built. It is undemocratic, and the public can supply important data about local conditions and needs to supplement the incomplete static data the county has collected. Instead, the county should allow earlier, more meaningful input to ensure that sidewalks are built where they make sense and are a priority. Second, the master plan should recommend an overhaul on how sidewalks are built. from a siloed program instead to a best-in-class, holistic, cross-county effort focused on a variety of approaches to maximize neighborhood safety, preserve trees, and improve the pedestrian experience. The sidewalk program should work together with the traffic division to consider street alterations, such as bumping sidewalks out, which can calm traffic and save trees. The program should work with the Environmental Protection Department and draw on the exciting work around the country that has been compiled by our neighbor Linda Greer on how to use state-of-the-art techniques to build and maintain walk spaces while saving trees, which would help meet many of the plan's goals of shading sidewalks, preserving our tree canopy, and encouraging walkable spaces. Third, the county should conduct outreach to
1 minute.
homeowners, landscapers, and others to encourage landscaping to be made in ways that will not interfere with future sidewalk construction. Montgomery County can set the standard with a best-in-class program that will enable communities to see pedestrian improvements as a positive opportunity to improve the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry for the warning. I'm just trying to help people, not hurt them. And thank you for your testimony. Patricia Mulready, I believe you have something to share on the screen too. Okay.
Some pictures of what I'm talking about, because people don't know what the sidewalks are doing.
Okay, we
to
can share
woods.
that? Yes, okay.
First one, please.
We're getting there.
With all due respect to Eli and his team, and they did do a comprehensive job, there is no mention of respect for historic districts or properties in this master plan. Historic districts and buildings show what was and should remain as they are, especially when there are walkable alternate routes close by. This is especially true when 100-plus-year-old trees will be killed in order to put in sidewalks, removing green canopy and water retention for the black paved roads, homeowners' properties, and surrounding areas. Some of these areas include protected wildlife, such as nesting pileated woodpeckers have longstanding nests there. That's in the photo. Temperatures around our neighborhood are typically 15 degrees less than surroundings, so this isn't theoretical. This also pertains to rural areas. Next, please. German arborist research has shown that killing one tree causes forest dieback. The other trees around it also die. This is shown in what was called, and I quote, a highly successful sidewalk project by MoCo's head of sidewalks. This was greater than 1 acre of virgin woods, and now it's totally gone. Every large tree has died, including 50 feet in. Historic districts should not generally have sidewalks put in. Many houses don't have right-of-ways or are less than 15 feet. But if they are put in, they should be treated equally. Poor, diverse historic districts shouldn't be punished with ADA impermeable sidewalks, which actually destroy greater than 15 feet, while areas like Brookville Road and Chevy Chase have 2.5-foot wide permeable ones, which don't kill trees and maintain the look of the neighborhood. The idea of putting lit ADA impermeable sidewalks onto existing paths will call homeowners to block the paths. This already happened in Capitol View Park, where I live. Such sidewalks into the back areas of parks, forested areas, and wetlands defeats the purposes of those areas, which includes protection of wildlife, lighting herds, biological clocks for animals and plants. On a different subject, which is walking 1 to 2 miles to school each way, and I did that when I was a kid. Ideally, students would walk together, but bullied and unpopular kids, or those from families parents don't approve of, won't be included. This could be dangerous for any student, but for female students, they're likely to be harassed. I have female friends from 14 to mid-80s, and all of them get verbal sexual comments yelled at them, and many of us are physically assaulted when so-called accidentally bumped into, etc. Also, you're asking preteen and teenage girls to walk 1 to 2 miles when they are menstruating.
Please conclude.
For some, this may not be a problem, but some families do not let Their daughters use standard Western sanitary products. And just for the record, I'm a handicapped pedestrian, and I've had far more close calls with bicycles and scooters than I ever have with cars.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Ross?
Good evening. I'm Ben Ross, speaking as an individual. I can be very brief tonight because the planning staff has done an extraordinary job in putting this plan together. I believe that if I urge you to adopt it with a minimum of changes, and I believe that if you do, this will be an example that will be copied across the country. This is really a groundbreaking piece of work. And all of it, from the genuine public participation that focused on the people who walk, and not just the people that come to public meetings, and it was a far more democratic approach to public participation than the usual, to the plan for implementing the democratic decision that the council will make when it adopts policies, rather than tying it up in endless individual project meetings. Another great merit of it is that it is a walking plan, not a safety plan. Safety is a big part of the problem, but the problem that this addresses is that walking has been discouraged and disregarded as a means of transportation. And that's what this plan aims to do in an extraordinary, thorough, and thoughtful way. I can't leave without making one suggestion for a change, and that is, I think you should change the name from pedestrian plan to walking plan, because pedestrian is defined by not in a car, whereas walking is really what we're about. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes this panel. I appreciate your forbearance on our delay. I'll ask one more time if Nell Rumball is in the room. No. I'll ask one more time if April Gio Domenico is in the room? No. Okay. Can I have up at the table Jordan Day, Richard Hoy, Ruth Robbins, Mary O'Neill, and Helen Hendrick. That's all? Is David Heller in the room? Please come up. And Bridget Howell? Howe? No. Doug Scoff? Scott. I'm terrible today. I'm sorry. Okay. Jordan Day, if you could start, please. You have 3 minutes, and again, thank you for your patience.
All right, no problem. Good evening. I am here to support the pedestrian master plan, and I would like to start by commending the planning board as well as the staff for advancing this master plan as a priority. While many roads in the county technically include sidewalks, there are few roads where it feels truly safe to walk as a pedestrian, and even fewer outside of this county's town centers and downtowns. I grew up in this county, and I rarely traveled outside of my neighborhood on foot, both because there was not anything to walk to, and because there was very little infrastructure to walk on. As many of us in this room know, this lack of focus on quality pedestrian infrastructure has had a variety of negative effects, from increased automobile use to an epidemic of easily preventable pedestrian injuries and deaths on state and county roads. This plan, as written, promises to reverse these trends. I would like to take some of my time tonight to highlight a few provisions of the plan that I think are especially valuable and should remain intact as it moves forward through the process. First, recommendations B1A and B1B, which would reshape the county's sidewalk program to target the areas that need a sidewalk most and ensure that when proposed, that sidewalk can be built with minimal interference from the community. Too often, essential bike and pedestrian infrastructure in this county is held up by both a vocal and unrepresentative minority with the time and resources to attend a meeting. By refocusing the sidewalk process around how it will be built, not whether it will be built, this plan will streamline the construction process and ensure more sidewalks are built for less money. Sidewalks are both popular and necessary infrastructure. They shouldn't be complicated or difficult to build. Second, low-hanging fruit like adding crosswalks and pedestrian recall and lengthening pedestrian crossing to every intersection of the county. These are shovel-ready recommendations, so to speak, and should be implemented immediately after the plan passes. I don't have much time left, do I? Third, creating a program to formalize and construct pedestrian shortcuts is a slam dunk for neighborhood connectivity and the county's greenhouse gas emission goals. According to the League of American Bicyclists, around 30% of all car trips are under a mile. By connecting residents to other neighborhoods, as well as community resources like schools, libraries, parks, and local retail, these formal pedestrian shortcuts could drastically cut short car trips and improve residents' quality of life, all for a relatively low price tag. I believe this is a visionary and cutting-edge plan for the future of this county's infrastructure. I have two final requests to the planning board tonight. Number one, this is an easy one, pass the plan as quickly as possible with little to no delay. Number two, make sure this plan doesn't remain just a plan. For too long, this county has lagged in providing its residents with the pedestrian infrastructure they need as a climate crisis looms and pedestrian deaths and accidents rise. Once this plan is passed, it must be aggressively funded and implemented to ensure that every citizen in Montgomery County can walk safely and securely to wherever they want to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your timing was exceptional.
Right on the buzzer, yeah.
Even though we still hear the chimes for some reason. Richard Hoy is not here, right? No. I didn't think so. Ruth Robbins?
How do you do? I'm Ruth Robbins. I'm a resident of Chevy Chase, Maryland.
What? Oh, we are being broadcast, so.
I see, yes. I'm Ruth Robbins. I'm a resident of Chevy Chase, Maryland. I come to you as a president of a community group called Friends of Chevy Chase Circle. That will be my focus tonight. As you know, the circle sits in the middle of Connecticut Avenue, Highway 185, and it straddles both DC and Maryland. Now, the circle is a National Park Service property, and we partner with the Park Service to provide additional maintenance and landscaping. And most recently, we provided the Park Service $80,000 to add lights to the fountain. So the fountain will no longer disappear at night. You'll see it. Come May, those lights will be beautiful, adding safety as well. So we're pretty excited about that. But I come to you now on the matter of crosswalks. The crosswalks that I speak of are into the circle and needed into the circle. It's not addressed in the master plan. The circle was originally conceived back in the 1930s as a park, and there's a fountain that shoots 20 feet into the air. There are 16 benches that were put in the 1950s, and there are groves of azaleas and landscape flower beds. So it's a park in every sense of the word, except for access. And I am the last person who would encourage a circle to be used as a park. But at this point, there is an undeniable fact, and that is because of the fountain, because of the greenery, because of the benches, people will access into the circle. They will go into the circle. And for many commuters coming from Western to Friendship Heights, they will walk through the circle because it's a shorter way to go. So people will want to access the circle no matter what we do, so I believe we are obliged to provide the safest access we can. And here is the point. We know the safest point into the circle. I have a rather crude drawing here, but I want to share it with you. Here's the circle. Here's the fountain in the middle of the circle. And there are 2 existing sidewalks currently, both in DC, here and here. You can see the traffic flowing. Here's the boundary between Maryland and DC, traffic flowing north and traffic flowing south into the city. There is east-west traffic as well, but it's to a much lesser degree. The district's DDOT engineers have done a study, and in their 2019 report, the very best place to cross into the circle is here at the traffic splitters. It means crossing 2 lanes of traffic rather than the 3 that are here. It means that there's less traffic flow, plus the sight distance for pedestrians is better at this point. A painted crosswalk is an easy and inexpensive option. Coordinating all the interested stakeholders at the circles has always been tough. We deal with the district, we deal with Maryland, we deal with the National Park Service, lots of bureaucracies. We brought together these groups in a safety summit, and in 2020, we gained some measure of coordination, and we had Maryland talking to DC about the circle. And the result is what you see there now. There are lines finally painted on the circle. We reduced the flow of traffic around the circle from 333 to 3232. It's a much easier place to coordinate. But the crosswalks were to have been the next step, but nothing has happened. We know that DDOT is willing to put in the crosswalk, but National Park Service wants both crosswalks installed at the same time so that the permitting and disruptions to the circle can be handled in tandem. Maryland is the holdup. We must put the crosswalks in the master plan. And we're asking for a simple crosswalk. Of course, a hawk light or something like that would be ideal, but that is a long-term option. We don't have time to wait. This spring, the fountain in the circle has just been renovated and will be looking better than ever. There'll be lights for the first time. People will cross into the circle, like it or lump it, and it is the county's obligation to provide the best pedestrian crossing options possible. I know the circle is not on everybody's radar. We're pretty far down county, but I'm here to change that. Let's think forward and make a difference before that pedestrian is hit. We cannot keep people out of the circle, but at least let's make it safe as we know we can. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Mary O'Neill is not here, or are you? No. Helen Henrik, please.
Good evening. My name is Helen Heinrich, and I live in Wheaton. I've lived in Montgomery County for 9 years now, and I'm here tonight because I am excited about the draft pedestrian master plan. Other people have spoken and will speak about a lot of different aspects of the plan. I'd like to focus on the accessibility portion. Our county is okay for walking if you're fully abled, but it's challenging with a cane, and even more so for anyone rolling. For me, I have good health days and bad health days. On my good days, I can walk anywhere with minimal problems. On great days, I can even skate, and if my doctor is listening, I do it very, very carefully. But on days when I need my cane or I can't go short distances without a bike, it can get really tough. Some days, on really bad days when I can barely make it to the dumpster and back, I notice every broken part of that sidewalk. I see my neighbors who use wheelchairs and walkers and rollators. They have to go in the streets and the roadways. Even when there's like kind of an attempt at a sidewalk nearby, it's not ADA compliant and it's not anything remotely navigable. I am furious for these neighbors, but I'm also scared for me as my mobility is going to get worse. Anyone can become disabled at any point, and that's why accessibility is essential. People need and have a right enshrined in law to accessibility, and we will all need it in the future. I'm glad this plan addresses going beyond the minimums in the ADA, and also incorporating accessibility into things like getting to bus stops or entering buildings, placement of parking spaces, and of course, fixing and building the sidewalks. I also appreciate the way the plan addresses safety and path sharing. I would urge the county to put design for accessibility first in anything you build, because adding it in after the fact is very expensive, And frankly, it doesn't happen when it's an afterthought. I mean, we can look at the sidewalks. Accessibility was an afterthought, and it's never going to get added until we just tear those sidewalks up. I hope the county will continue to make sure to include disabled voices in all parts of the planning process and implementation. There's a saying, nothing about us without us. Finally, I hope this plan gets approved quickly so we can get started on making the county more accessible for everyone who walks and rolls.
Thank you for your testimony. David Heller was.
Thank you for the opportunity to participate this evening. My name is David Heller. I'm the Vice President of the Sligo Park Hills Community Association. Our neighborhood is located between Piney Branch Road and Sligo Creek Park in Silver Spring. The plan rates most of our roads in our neighborhood as uncomfortable for pedestrians. We submitted a written statement, and I'll let that speak for itself. I'd like to make a few additional points. Mainly, our association enthusiastically supports all major plan goals and all recommendations. We support the plan's goals and recommendations countywide, and we express our solidarity with all residents and communities who need improvement in pedestrian accessibility, comfort, and safety. We agree it is time to correct the unfortunate fact that, quote, the Montgomery County transportation system was designed for motor vehicle travel to the exclusion of people walking and biking. We feel it is appropriate to pivot from a reactive request-driven process to an equitable data-driven process. Where the data shows that improvements to pedestrian access and safety are needed, that's where resources should be prioritized. I'm going to speak to several points that we asked for consideration to be added to the plan. To address recommendation B10, assume county control of state highways. The plan does not recommend this for all state highways in the county, and it seems that Piney Branch Road is not included. We ask that Piney Branch Road be included. There are a variety of challenges along Piney Branch Road, stretching basically from New Hampshire Avenue through the Long Branch Town Center, all the way to the Tacoma Park and the DC line. If the county is not able to assume control, we ask the county to provide guidance for community associations to work collaboratively with one another and with the Maryland Department of Transportation. Also, the plan seems to assume that all pedestrian travel is purpose-driven. Commute to work, attend school, shop, engage in recreation. We ask you to consider that meeting with neighbors along public roads and sidewalks is a purpose for pedestrian mobility. We ask that consideration be given along roads and sidewalks for neighbors to stop and talk with one another, a place to pause. These little meeting places could be just 10 square yards, such as a cutout shaded by a tree or a small grassy area with a bench. I'm talking about parents with strollers, dog walkers, neighbors discussing local issues, and people with mobility challenges taking a breather. This would expand recommendation B4H to include pedestrian amenities in suburban neighborhoods, as well as those already called for in downtowns, town centers, and along boulevards. We also asked the county to consider adding the concept of pocket parks to the pedestrian plan. These would provide a compact, densely planted natural area in a densely developed, highly paved or treeless neighborhood. These mini forests, also referred to as Miyawaki forests, from their originator in Japan, these can be as small as 100 or 200 square yards. They provide local pedestrians with a local park-like destination. They can be inserted into large paved areas such as parking lots to mitigate the heat of island effect of that paving. And also, as far as the environmental goals expressed in the plan, such pocket parks and mini forests can offset the likely increase in paved sidewalks resulting from this plan's implementation. My last point concerns the plan appendices, specifically the design toolkit. This toolkit will be helpful to all county residents as a source book for specific solutions. In my neighborhood, our residents are concerned, but we are not infrastructure experts. Given that the pedestrian master plan is high level and focused on prioritization, goals, and measures, we request that an online interactive guide be created from the design toolkit document for county residents to use as a reference. And I will conclude there. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Is Bridget Howe here? No. Doug Scott.
Yes, I'm Doug Scott. I'm 62. I've ridden bicycles as my principal sport and exercise since I was 14. I ride from 3,000 to 6,000 miles annually, and I'm at the low end of my peer group. I'm not going to speak too much to the plan because I've only given 3 days to look at it. I will talk about what I see today that is sort of, I presume, part of what's being done in the future. 3 incidents have encouraged me to become more vocal. A near miss on the M Street protected lanes last June, the Langenkamp accident on River Road, and a 50 states ride through the district with a cycling advocate friend, which ended with his candid risk assessment of the existing Vision Zero projects that was not positive. In my peer group, it is understood there's no independent media in the industry. Advocacy groups raise similar concerns among us. The fact that not one bio in the Vision Zero website posts actual riding experience is disturbing. I'm boggled by the notion any group would think it's a good idea to build two-way bike lanes on one side of a road with driveways and cross streets. The implied changes in habits for cyclists and drivers is just beyond common sense. Painted bike lanes are misleading. Chevrons are better. My ride partner's lived off the area of the Langenkamp accident on River Road for 40 years or so. He's a bike commuter and runs errands by bike. He thinks he's ridden that stretch of River Road twice. My own data says I've ridden it once. Trek's general counsel had David Langenkamp call me after his accident and discuss what happened. I think some of you should have been on that call. The area is unsafe and easily avoided. The route on the pavement highlights actually the most dangerous path through that sort of area of traffic. Old Georgetown Road's new lanes also provide an illusion of safety and perhaps a margin of safety from rear-end collisions at the price of heightened risk from right hook accidents as cars and bikes are less aware of each other via the partial separation. I used to ride the area 2 times weekly, never touching Old Georgetown Road. There's simply much safer alternatives. It's not needed. I think often today of 14-year-old kids and how their parents might rely on some of these safety innovations. Our advocacy groups, especially Vision Zero, have dropped the ball on parents, the young, and the inexperienced. Terms like we advocate for properly designed and maintained protected lanes are starting to emerge in those communities. That's walking it back. Also, please consider the flexi post and concrete curbs on MacArthur Boulevard at Old Anglers. They're just plain a threat. They give the cyclist no exit for half a mile. It's dangerous. I've written up in the long form. You can see it for yourself. What to do, what to concentrate on?
Sorry.
Lights.
Complete your thought, please.
$8 each, delivered. Okay? They ought to go out at schools to kids. This is your government thinking about your health and safety. Okay? Easy peasy. Rechargeable. Mine are 5 years old and they're perfect. Pressure-treated wood. Pressure-treated wood should be removed and banned from any bridge surface anywhere in a park in this country. The annual carnage from those bridges is just extraordinary.
Thank you for your testimony.
Peace.
I appreciate it. All right, we have a new group coming up. Lee Keisler, Michael Heil. I'm trying to get away from the names. Jerry Garson, Patricia Sheehan, Patrick Sheehan. I'll be okay. And Ralph Bennett, nope, never mind. Oh, next session. Okay. If Lee Keisler could go ahead. How are you?
Good evening, Chair Zions and Planning Board. I'm Lee Kaiser, county resident for nearly the past 30 years. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My pedestrian advocacy grew while serving as a pre-pandemic leader of my neighborhood civic association. Our dual zip code communities bisected by a 2-lane state road, Bradley Boulevard, whose sidewalk closest to the central business district ends abruptly at our community. Per the BCC Master Plan of 1990, that sidewalk was to continue for at least a mile to the intersection of Wilson Lane, which has sidewalks and many crosswalks. Closing this gap along Bradley Boulevard, plus adding bike lanes, is in a capital improvement program P501733 that's seemingly stuck in final design stage. Actual construction, if realized, would come about 40 years after the basic infrastructure was first master planned. Then along comes the Pedestrian Master Plan Initiative, whose first public draft is a comprehensive civic undertaking. I have 4 areas of proposed enhancements. Number 1, prioritization methodology. This is explained in part in the plan's engagement overview appendix. The plan should incorporate a minimum of 2 examples of final score calculations with real locations, perhaps one in an equity focus area and one that is not in an EFA. Number 2, accounting for capital improvement program projects. The plan reportedly repeatedly assigns to the highest prioritization tier CIP projects that are currently funded. But defining that currently funded can be challenging. The plan should specify exactly how they will count CIP projects and should also add the associated CIP project number. Number 3, assuming county control of state highways may not always smooth the way to more efficient implementation. In my neighborhood, the original Bradley Boulevard's improvements, beside adding a 1-mile stretch of sidewalks and bike lanes, would have added dedicated left turn lanes at Bradley Boulevard and Wilson Lane. The county DOT grew increasingly concerned about repeated funding delays for the full project and about safety and traffic management at this particular well-traveled intersection. Therefore, the county DOT pulled out the new left turn lanes component and put it in their own spot and intersection improvements, a different CIP over which they have more control. This switch occurred 5 years ago in 2018. The county DOT may be inching closer to undertaking construction at this intersection, but it hasn't happened yet. Number 4, address inconsistencies in tier assignments, where the draft plan seems to be assigning higher tier road sections that already feature some infrastructure versus those lower tiers for those that have zero infrastructure, such as Bradley Boulevard. Finally, there are many maps, but nary in a map of metro station, nor library, nor park or trail visible to all. These are destinations where we're walking, so they should be added as well. On Monday, March 20th, the County Council Transportation Committee reviewed timetables for a number of sidewalk bikeway projects. Comments from council staff said, why are these longstanding projects in the CIP if you're not going to do them? How long should projects be in the CIP and in master plans? This county council conversation goes to the heart of promises made to communities in terms of pedestrian infrastructure, not to mention making up for lost time in areas where there's been historic disinvestment. The draft master plan is an ambitious start to tackling these challenges, and I hope that its practical value can be enhanced for the long term. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Michael Heil.
Sure. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Mike Heil, and I'm providing comments tonight on behalf of the Byford Rock Creek Highlands Citizens Association. Our neighborhood has concerns with the safety impacts associated with Section B4G of the Pedestrian Master Plan, which seeks to make closures on Beach Drive permanent. Our neighborhood, and Culver Street in particular, runs parallel to the 0.6-mile stretch of Beach Drive that is closed each weekend and holiday. The section of Beach Drive provides access to Connecticut Avenue right at the intersection of the Capitol Beltway. It serves as an important commuter route, taking traffic between Walter Reed, NIH, Bethesda, Rockville, and the Beltway 7 days a week. Since April of 2020, our neighborhood has experienced a significant and unsafe increase of non-local cut-through commuter traffic whenever Beach Drive is closed. Despite repeatedly notifying the county of this growing safety concern, the pedestrian master plan is now seeking to make these closures permanent. When Beach Drive is closed, cars use Culver Street as an alternate route. This is a narrow residential street that does not have sidewalks, has cars parked on both sides of it, houses families with children and elderly relatives, has several blind spots, and yet has no speed bumps, yellow lines, or any other traffic calming measures. And the volume of cars is not trivial. MC.DOT data show an increase of car volume on Culver Street of up to 300% when Beach Drive is closed. One day study had over 1,000 cars. On one Saturday evening last year, a traffic jam extended the entire 0.8-mile stretch of Culver Street. Beach Drive sat empty. We question how funneling this many cars onto a narrow residential street with no sidewalks meets the goals of a pedestrian master plan, let alone Vision Zero. It's simply unsafe to even walk your dog. Beach Drive closures also do not meet the stated goal of Section 4 of the master plan, which is to create a comfortable, connected, convenient pedestrian network. This is because there's already a paved pedestrian footpath that runs parallel to Beach Drive in its entirety. The 18.6-mile Rock Creek Trail has served the county well in meeting this very purpose since the mid-1970s. So why is this even in the plan? Montgomery Parks has provided zero data or basis, which even suggests that the existing pathway is somehow not adequate. The original stated purpose was for COVID social distancing. Then it changed to popularity. Why does popularity outweigh safety? During COVID, the closures made sense. Now they do not. This is subterfuge to make a no longer needed COVID policy permanent, and justifying it based on popularity is simply irresponsible. Not only has Parks failed to conduct assessments of spillover traffic, the data that they're using to justify this popularity is grossly misleading. First, Parks has zero data showing the volume of foot traffic on the section of Beach Drive that parallels Culver Street. Zero. And where Parks does count users, people are being counted twice and even up to 4 times, as there's no normalization of the data taken into account for the people who walk down Beach Drive, turn around, and walk the other way. Hence, the program is really only about half or a quarter as popular as Parks asserts. A simple comparison of these numbers with the MC.DOT data shows that the number of cut-through cars on Culver Street oftentimes is greater than the number of people actually using Beach Drive. This is simply unacceptable. So why is this such a mess? One reason may be that Parks has been assigned responsibility for addressing the issue. Montgomery Parks, the agency responsible for oversight of park land, is responsible for fixing a safety issue on a county road resulting from the very program that they now seek to make permanent. This creates a nonsensical conflict of interest. And we've seen the results. After 3 years, instead of providing a bona fide detour, all Parks has done is put up signs advising drivers to seek an alternate route. Sadly, Culver Street is that route, and the few signs that have been placed are small, hard to read, incorrect, or have been placed after the entrances to the neighborhood. They are simply not seen. Safer alternatives need to be considered to meet the needs of pedestrians, bicyclists, and residents alike. Options are available. For example, establishing barricaded bike lanes on the closed sections of Beach Drive would be a win-win. This would provide safe bike access 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, and it's been proposed before. And if the appropriate signs and detours were implemented, the county could then petition Google Maps, Waze, and other apps to change their algorithms to deter traffic to the actual designated primary roads. Our ask? We urge the Montgomery County Planning Board to reconsider Section B4G from the master plan and delay any votes or decisions on this provision until additional research and community outreach is conducted on the impacts to pedestrian safety and residential safety. Permanent closure of Beach Drive is dangerous, does not meet the stated goals of the master plan, and is not supported by any meaningful data. It's only a matter of time before someone on Culver Street is killed by a cut-through car. Shouldn't have to take a tragedy like this for common sense solutions to be implemented, let alone even considered. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Garrison.
Members of the Montgomery County Planning Board, I am Jerry Garson, Transportation Chair of the Montgomery County Civic Federation, Inc. The mission of MCCF is to preserve and improve the quality of life for all current and future residents of Montgomery County, Maryland. Since its founding in 1925, the volunteers of MCCF have committed themselves to providing an effective citizen voice for government policymakers, both elected and appointed. We offer the following comments on the public hearing draft of the Montgomery County Pedestrian Master Plan. We agree that pedestrian safety is critically important for all residents and visitors to our county. Improving it has been a consistent top priority for the Civic Federation. We have supported the county's Vision Zero approach to road safety and support the goal of eliminating traffic fatalities and serious injuries by 2030. We have been pleased to work with the County Executive's Office, members of the County Council, and the planning staff in this critically important effort. We supported the draft plan's goals to increase walking rates and pedestrian satisfaction to create a comfortable, connected, convenient pedestrian network to enhance pedestrian safety and to building an equitable and just pedestrian network. We also appreciate the Planning Department broad community engagement efforts in supporting the development of this plan, and we hope it is a model for future programs. We have submitted written testimony noting some specific recommendations for enhancing pedestrian safety, and we hope that you give them serious consideration. We support building more sidewalks faster, creating direct and accessible street crossings, building more walkable places, and increasing the lighting along all roadways and streets, and painting crosswalks at all intersections, not just selected ones, because some people like to cross at non-selected intersections. We also support greatly enhanced pedestrian improvements such as sidewalks around all school facilities, incorporating roadway maintenance into utility projects. We do, however, note that the suggestion to transfer state highways, these are all the numbered roads in more urban areas to county control, giving the great additional cost and resources that this would entail county government in a challenging budget environment. The State Highway Administration needs to step up and address the critical pedestrian and road safety issues on state roads. Finally, we ask that you consider supporting and encouraging the provision of reflectorized vests to all county residents who request them for walking and bicycle riding. This would provide significantly more visibility to motorists in rain or at night. We have 16 specific recommendations in our detailed plan that we submitted. We hope that you consider all of these specific recommendations. In 5 minutes, it's really difficult to go over all the recommendations that we have. When you do not provide adequate limited access roads, you divert traffic to local streets. Using Google Maps to get to here from my house, it sent me on 13 streets, including Beach Drive, Wexford Drive, and Decatur Avenue. This does not in any way help pedestrian safety. The logical way to come here would be taking the Beltway, which is at this hour always jammed up, and then taking Georgia Avenue rather than these local streets. I actually passed a number of bicycle crossings, 3 of them, and this is not the safe way to drive. You have to realize that every motorist, once they leave their car, including myself, when I left my car in the garage here, I became a pedestrian. Okay, the garage here didn't have too much traffic or anything else like that. But every pedestrian is at risk. We see that there are numerous accidents in shopping centers, including a fatality in a shopping center closest to me. We have to design shopping centers that provide pedestrian paths. We should encourage sidewalks, or maybe paths, or whatever you want to call them, in every shopping center so you can get safely from your car, once you become a pedestrian, to wherever you're going, to the building entrance. Nowhere in this whole plan, 286 pages, is there anything discussing the safety of motorists once they leave their car. I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, and we do have your testimony. Patrick Sheehan.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Sheehan, and I am the president of the National Capital Area Chapter for the American Council of the Blind of Maryland. I come here representing the disabled blind community, consisting of blind people like myself, those with low vision, and those that choose to travel with a cane or service animal. We do appreciate so much this pedestrian safety plan. For many of us, being able to walk along the sidewalks and maneuver safely has been an interesting journey over the years. First off, I would like to say that we appreciate the plan being data-driven. All too often, the blindness community is a underheard community. It's a smaller community, drowned out many times by other interests, including bicycles. We also appreciate the work that outreach work that Eli did to come and brief us several times on where the plan stood and the components of the plan, particularly as they related to the blind community. Several things that I would mention, and certainly we will be submitting testimony by April 6th, was the emphasis on accessible sidewalks, ensuring that you have the sidewalks are straight, are level easy to navigate is great. Taking obstructions out of the sidewalks, such like poles, utility poles, ensuring that trees and things like that are cut back so that someone can walk safely without maybe getting hit by tree branches or having to get around certain obstructions on the sidewalks is key. And putting an emphasis on that is very critical. One of the other areas that is of interest to us, of course, would be the intersection and intersection design. We use a system with accessible pedestrian signals, which are, there are certain specifications that these pedestrian signals need to have, which include access for deaf-blind people, audible signals, a arrow pointing in the correct direction, and then also another element called a leading pedestrian interval, which allows the signal to give pedestrians maybe 5 to 10 seconds of lead time to be able to start crossing the intersection. All of these things are important. How they're installed, where the APSs are installed is critical. Ensuring that the sidewalks are straight and easy to navigate is great. Making sure that the crosswalks are angled at a proper angle across the street so that someone using a service animal or the cane can get across in a proper direction and then not straying out into the middle of the intersection is critical. These are things that might be elementary to those of you that can see, but for someone who is visually impaired, it's absolutely critical. The other thing that we appreciate is that giving the pedestrian the right-of-way and putting emphasis on the pedestrian plan is critical. We have seen too many times, particularly with pedestrians and bicycles, safe routes to school, Vision Zero, and several other plans that you have plans that are in conflict. The recommendations are in conflict because the plans have been put together in a siloed fashion. Being able to deconflict the plans so that pedestrians and bicycles are not in conflict. Things like floating bus stops are designed in a way that is safe, accessible, is critical. In looking at the plan, I also observed that there'll be a lot of areas of coordination between bicycles, pedestrians, Vision Zero, and other plans. Deconflicting those plans over the years as things get developed is going to be critical. I'm not quite sure how that will be done. Communication will have to be constant, and a plan will have to be forward so that what we have in Montgomery County will be safe for pedestrians, for bicyclists, implementing the provisions of safe routes to school and Vision Zero. It's very important to the group of individuals that I represent
If you
that
could
we get
conclude,
this done.
please.
Thank you very much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you, and I will expect your written testimony.
Very good, yes.
Okay, thank you very much for this panel. All right, now I have some strange orders here. We have Kimber Persad. I'm sorry for butchering your name. Please correct me. Robert Gross, Amy Fielder. No, I thought, no, she's supposed to be in person here? Excuse me? You said these people were in person?
But we have these two people.
I know. But these are in person, right? That's who I was just calling.
No, in teams.
Those are in teams. Okay, I thought they were down. I'm sorry. We have only two more people who are here in person, Ralph Bennett and Ben Lorenzen. Excuse me? Oh, I'm sorry. And if David Woodward can come up too. Thank you. Christy, why don't you go first, since I know who you are and remember your name.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm actually here tonight to testify as an individual, but I am involved in several organizations. I've been a local advocate for pedestrian safety for nearly 10 years after my daycare provider was killed crossing Georgia Avenue. I'm currently involved in Montgomery County's Families for Safe Streets on their executive steering committee, Montgomery County Council of PTA's Safe Routes to School Committee co-chair, and I'm the outgoing chair of the Montgomery County Pedestrian Bike and Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. I've also engaged with Eli, thank you Eli, on the Pedestrian Master Plan Advisory Committee. While I have some specific suggestions to offer, I'll submit them in written format to the public record, along with some testimony from the groups that I mentioned. Too many people have been injured or killed walking on our Montgomery County roadways. That fact is evident. Montgomery County Families for Safe Streets plans memorials for each of those individuals killed, and we are into the dozens now along our county roadways. People shouldn't have to beg for things here in the county. They shouldn't have to beg for sidewalks. They shouldn't have to beg for adequate crosswalks. They shouldn't have to beg for safe and ADA compliant infrastructure. And parents shouldn't have to beg for safe routes to school. The processes are broken. I am encouraged to see that the plan starts to address that along the sidewalk request process, along with many other decision-making processes. We need to fix these processes. We need to be data-driven, we need equity, and we need to have a vision for a pedestrian network. That's what this plan does. So I thank Eli and David and the rest of the planning staff for putting this forward. I encourage you all to pass it as soon as possible so that we can get this in place. I can't stress enough how long we've needed this for. In the PBTSCC, we've been talking about a pedestrian master plan now since I've been on the committee, which has been 9 years. So I hope that you pass it swiftly. I hope that the council follows in your stead, makes some adjustments as necessary. But frankly, our children's lives, our neighbors' lives are more important than some of the things that people oppose this plan for. My child's life crossing Veers Mill is more, when she is on her way to school, is more important than any tree. I care about the environment, I care about trees, but we need safety, and we need safety on our roadways. Thank you very much, appreciate your time.
Thank you. We'll let David Woodward go next, if that's okay. Oh, are you on?
Okay, here goes. Hello, my name is David Woodward. I'll be testifying as an individual. I'm a husband and father, and I grew up here. I live in Montgomery Village. What brings me here tonight is that I'd like to be able to cross the street with my 2-year-old daughter safely. And where I live in Montgomery Village, that's very difficult. There are all kinds of incredible things across the street. Her daycare is there. There is a bus stop that we make use of a lot. There are also a couple of grocery stores. So what I'm really trying to say is that, you know, we as a family could reduce a significant portion of our car trips if there was a sidewalk along Whiteman Road where I live. And, you know I speak for many, many other people who are in a similar position. I see my neighbors jaywalking all the time to catch the bus. It's not safe. I'll be submitting written testimony later this week that has specific policy recommendations, but in general, I've been blown away by just how good this plan is. There's almost nothing I disagree with in it. You all are pushing for things I never thought I would see in this country, and it's very encouraging. Growing up, it took me a little while to get my driver's license around here, and so, if I wanted to go see a friend as a teenager, a 2-mile drive might have been 5 minutes, but, if I wanted to walk or bike, which I sometimes had to, it would have been 40 minutes to an hour, and it would have been a whole extra mile. And even with all of that extra indirection, it wasn't even fully covered by sidewalks. And as someone who drives and who's often late to things, I completely get, the anger and the frustration of car drivers who don't want to be inconvenienced. Every time I get behind the wheel, I become one. But, I guess what I'm kind of asking is for you to, road rage proof the streets. I say this as the driver. I don't know. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you for your time. This is a very good plan. Please
Thank
pass
you.
it soon.
It's an interesting phrase.
It's true.
Mr. Bennett, please.
Yes. Good evening. My name's Ralph Bennett. I'm president of Purple Line Now. The remarks I'm going to read to you were written by Barbara Sanders, the widow of Harry Sanders, a pioneering Montgomery County and visionary who imagined the Purple Line more than 25 years ago. Purple Line Now advocates for the completion of the complete light rail line from New York, Carrollton to Bethesda and the Capitol Crescent Trail from Bethesda into Silver Spring, with connections to other bicycle and pedestrian trails along its route. We appreciate the staff's recognition that the Purple Line is a major component of our future transit network and its inclusion in this pedestrian master plan when evaluating the existing pedestrian conditions and in the recommendations implementation of monitoring goals. Since the current state-administered Purple Line contract only covers a small radius around the stations, Purple Line Now strongly recommends the inclusion of all the suggested implementation goals that connect the transit locations with pedestrian and rolling connections into the adjoining business and residential communities. Also, we support the equity goals of having this light rail system along with all other transit options being accessible to everyone along their length and from access points crossing its stations. The Objective 1.4 expects 70% of the riders will walk to MDOT Purple Line stations. This is a crucial point since there are no parking spaces available at the non-metro community stops. We want to make sure that the surrounding communities have good connections to their sidewalk networks beyond the MDOT contract sidewalks. Purple Line Now strongly supports the following two recommendations that address shortcomings in existing conditions. Design, policy, and programming systemic changes that identify, build, and maintain the pedestrian amenities better, faster, safer, and more equitably. And the bicycle pedestrian priority area prioritization of bicycle and pedestrian capital improvements, quote, in a data-driven way based on equity, comfortable access, safety, and other metrics. It is our hope that a major area for prioritizing improvements is where the state and county investments are already being made to reach their highest potential. These recommendations should facilitate having new and improved connections to MTA Purple Line stations, areas from the surrounding communities in a timely manner to maximize the investment on opening day. These include such key actions as changing annual sidewalk program improvements from instigation by individual requests to using the limited resources to achieve the highest priority connections that also improve equity. Local perspectives on how to build are to be sought rather than permission to do a project. In conclusion, our major support is for recommendation B7G. Again, quoting, fund off-site pedestrian and bicycle access improvements to transit stations as part of the main capital project or through a parallel effort. To have these accessibility options available from the opening day of the Purple Line, there is no time to waste, believe it or not. As a joint Maryland-Montgomery County project, Purple Line pedestrian accommodations are a great place to start the cooperation that will be needed across jurisdictional and administrative boundaries to improve the pedestrian experience in our county and hopefully the state. We urge the adoption of this master plan and the implementation of its goals now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Lawrenson?
Yes, hi. Good evening. My name is Ben Lawrenson. I'm here on behalf of the County Climate Action Plan Coalition to comment on the Pedestrian Master Plan, or PMP, and the climate assessment of said plan. On a personal note, I grew up just off Old Georgetown Road and visit my parents pretty frequently. I'm incredibly grateful for the new bike lanes, use them all the time, and how much safer it is now for vulnerable road users. And I love testifying alongside so many others interested in safe streets with personal connections to safer streets and optimism for the future. All right. The coalition represents 18 grassroots community organizations and many other county residents. Many in the coalition successfully advocated for the emergency declaration to reduce our greenhouse gases, or GHGs, incrementally to zero by 2035 and to equitably build resilience to climate impacts. The coalition also worked to pass the climate assessment legislation and worked with the planning board to design the assessment tools. The coalition enthusiastically supports the PMP and the effort to improve walkability throughout the county. Thank you for all your hard work. Of course, we've got some constructive criticism to share too. During template development, we understood there would be 3 stages in the master plan process where climate would be factored in and public involvement allowed. However, we now understand that we won't see any data or assessments until they are transmitted to council. Therefore, we recommend that the climate assessment process provide a formal opportunity for prior public review and input. We also learned that only a qualitative assessment is planned for the PMP, while the county consultants recommended that these climate assessments should be primarily quantitative. The consultants also recommended assessment of consumption-based and product-embodied carbon, which would reveal that county emissions are likely still increasing, not decreasing, as is often stated. Relying primarily on a qualitative assessment is also a missed opportunity to think deeper about how to best assess the potential of the plan. If data are insufficient, then please work to improve the availability and quality of climate-related data. As they say, you can't improve what you don't measure. Regarding the PMP itself, we offer 3 comments on which we elaborate in a written testimony. First, the PMP should focus much more on climate. The almost 300-page plan refers to climate only 3 times, only one of which directly relates to reducing GHGs. The plan must clearly emphasize the relationship between our existential crisis, effectively, and the reduction of GHGs via improved pedestrian infrastructure. Like the person to my right said, as a fair amount of trips in their car could be replaced by walking trips were there better infrastructure. This could encourage more people to transition from cars to an improved pedestrian environment, transit, bikes, scooters, micromobility, etc. Second, many metrics can be readily converted quantitatively to GHG reductions, the most obvious being to convert increased walking rates to reductions in vehicle miles and thus GHGs, or to convert the qualitative benefits of tree canopy for pedestrians to a quantitative metric for carbon sequestration, etc. These metrics need to be clearly identified for those who conduct the assessment in the public. County residents can contribute from their real-life user perspective and be encouraged to modify their mode of transportation. We understand the uncertainty of converting such metrics, but this can be addressed by using reasonable ranges of parameters to obtain bounded results. Third, the plan is part of the broader interconnected system of transportation, including the bicycle and transit plans and others. Combining the climate assessments and plans could provide a more informed systems view for meeting climate and other goals. As you all know, Montgomery County's proximity to DC makes it very prominent in the US and beyond. What we do here will be noticed worldwide and perhaps, hopefully, in turn, replicated. We look forward to working with you and would be happy to answer any questions at a future time. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your terrific timing, too. We really appreciate everybody indulgence with our time requirements. That concludes for everybody in person. Now I'll start going through the 20 people or so that are on Teams. I didn't count them all. I'll go back to Kimberlyn Pourson, if we can cue her up.
Hope you can't see me.
We see a monitor.
How does? Oh my God! Oh, I don't know what I've done.
People accuse us of that.
Oh, I don't know what I've done. Oh, there I am.
There you
Okay.
are. You're good. Okay. You have 3 minutes, please.
Good evening. My name is Kimberlyn Prasad. I'm with Epic of Moco, but tonight I'm speaking to you as a resident of Wheaton. Before I moved to Montgomery County, I never owned a car. As a matter of fact, I hate driving. In Chicago, I rode the L. In Milwaukee, I lived in a true 15-minute community where I could walk and every day. In Montgomery County, when I moved here, my whole world changed. I started riding my bike. I rode from Thayer Avenue to Connecticut and L every single day, either via 16th Street or Rock Creek Park. So I'm here to tell you, I know that the roads are not safe. They're not safe to walk. They're not safe to cross. They're not safe to bike. And they're not safe to drive. And that's due to a lack of proper infrastructure. I also know what it's like to be told and shown you don't matter in Montgomery County. Equity has to be more than just a word. And we have not seen that in Wheaton. For example, we were required to put up a 6-foot fence down the middle of Georgia Avenue, our arts and entertainment district, because several people had been killed at Price and Georgia Avenue in order to get a hawk. We put the fence up, not a 6-foot fence, we got very lucky, not a 6-foot fence, but we still don't have a hawk. Yet on Wisconsin Avenue in Bethesda, they have several hawks right on Wisconsin Avenue. And they don't have the same death toll as in Wheaton. So pedestrian safety does not matter to the State Highway Administration. All the way down Georgia Avenue, Veers Mill, there's no hawks, even though we've had considerable pedestrian fatalities. None. So the county needs to work. It's imperative that the county works with the state in order to ensure that people in communities of color, because that's where the fences are going up, only in communities of color, have the same pedestrian safety measures as our affluent neighbors. Second of all, representation is extremely important. In a county that is now majority people of color, we need to see these people of color, sitting at the table. You didn't see it tonight. You don't see it at these other meetings. Planning and the county must do better. The reason why, because we bring a different lens to the conversation. For example, cars. Cars are not just a luxury item. In my community, Wheaton, these are your landscapers, these are your painters, these are your house cleaners. These are people, they need their cars for their jobs. And there has to be a way that we can all get along together.
Please conclude your remarks.
Wheaton is a diverse community. It's racially, ethnically, religiously. And that needs to be taken into consideration when you're doing these plans. One size fits all does not work for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excuse me? We have one question
Ms.
for you.
Ms. Prasad, you made
Yes.
mention of something called a hawk. I couldn't, we don't know what a hawk is. What is that?
It's a safety feature that when a person is at the intersection, it blinks so that the cars will know to stop and let that person cross the intersection. And we don't have, as dangerous as Georgia Avenue is, Veers Mill, Connecticut, we don't have in any of the communities of color, we don't have any of those safety measures. But on Wisconsin Avenue, that's where you'll find them, in Bethesda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner, this is David Ansbacher. We can follow up with some information. It's very hard to describe hawk signals up here, but we can show you what that is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gross, Robert Gross.
Okay. Can you see and hear me?
Yes.
Great. My name is Robert Gross. I am the president of the Montgomery Square Citizens Association. We are over 400 homes located near the intersection of Montrose Road and Seven Locks Road by 270. First of all, I want to commend you all for what you're doing here today. You know, the pedestrians are not the only people that may get hurt or even killed in a pedestrian car accident, but also the driver of the car as well. That driver hitting a pedestrian may never be the same. So even if you're not someone who walks the streets very often, just driving, you have an absolute interest in pedestrian safety to protect your own self and your own life. That said, I have a number of suggestions I want to make. Number one, and this is on behalf of our community association, we would like you to look into the installation of a pedestrian bicycle bridge over 270 on Montrose Road. You know, where Montrose Road and Montrose Parkway come together at 270. There should be a pedestrian bicycle bridge over that highway. It's very, very dangerous. The exit and entrance ramps have walkways on them, but you can't see when cars are coming around at high speed to either get onto or off 270 in that location. There is a pedestrian and walkway bridge at 270 and West Montgomery Avenue over 270. That's Route 28. And a similar bridge could be built over Montrose Road, connecting the bike paths on the west side with the east side and the pedestrian walkways there. There's also another example would be the bikeway at Rock Creek at Aspen Hill over Veers Mill Road. And there's many others. So we would ask, please consider adding to the plan a pedestrian bikeway bridge over 270 on Montrose Road. Also, our community association encourages people walking at night on residential streets, most of which don't have sidewalks in our area, Montgomery Square, to wear reflective vests. I suggest that you make that a requirement, that people that are walking at night on residential streets have to wear reflective vests, just like people have to wear helmets when they drive a motorcycle. Or if you can't make it a requirement, give them out for free. They're about $10 on Amazon.com, a nice reflective vest. Maybe the county could supply thousands of these, just like a gentleman suggested with an LED light for bicycles. The other thing would be a tax credit for people that get pedestrian protection warning systems for their car. You know, I don't see that being addressed, but the new technology, I have a RAV4, a brand new RAV4 Toyota with pedestrian detection system and automatic braking. How about a tax credit? Either make it mandatory for all cars in Montgomery County or provide some sort of incentive so people can upgrade to that type of system. The other thing would be better lighting at intersections. I've heard from police that there are quite a few intersections on major roads, like even Rockville Pike, that are not adequately lighted. Getting back to the reflective vests, it's already a policy to have reflective vests worn by county employees, highway maintenance people, firemen, and the like. Why not extend that policy again to everyone that is walking in residential areas at night? So that's all I have, and I thank you very much for all you're doing. It's very much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you for your timely testimony. Amy Fielder, Action Committee for Transit. There you are.
Yes, I'm here. Hi, my name is Amy Frieder, and I'm testifying tonight on behalf of the Action Committee for Transit, an organization with a vision of a Montgomery County where it is easier to travel and more pleasant to live. We at ACT are in strong support of the pedestrian master plan and urge the planning board to transmit it to the Montgomery County Council for approval as soon as possible. We appreciate that the aim of the plan is to make it easier to travel on foot, not just to make it safer. The sooner the pedestrian master plan is adopted, the sooner everyone can start using it to make Montgomery County safer and more convenient for everyone who is walking and rolling here. The draft plan is a much-needed addition to a Montgomery County planning structure an addition to a Montgomery. Especially welcome are specific action items that, if implemented, would improve our sidewalk, crosswalk, and street tree infrastructure in ways that would make life easier and more pleasant for people who want or need to walk to accomplish daily tasks in all parts of the county. I want to specifically highlight Plan Recommendation B3D, which would benefit all workers and rollers by requiring marked crosswalks and accessible pedestrian signals at all legs of an intersection where there are connecting sidewalks or comfortable streets. The rationale is that many intersections exclude crosswalks and accessible pedestrian signals at one or more legs of the intersection to improve traffic flow, but this requires pedestrians who want to cross the street at the missing locations to detour, increasing their travel time and exposure to traffic. The Action Committee for Transit this past weekend held an event that we called a cross-in, highlighting an intersection where there was a marked crosswalk in only 3 out of the 4 sides of the square. And so it's very important for folks to have all options of the intersection to be able to cross. In certain parts of the county, missing crossing locations may encourage pedestrian non-compliance with traffic signals and markings, leading to unsafe outcomes. If a large number of the draft plan's action items were implemented in conclusion, the combined effect would enormously improve the amount of pedestrian activity and the quality of the pedestrian experience in Montgomery County. Thank you to everyone who contributed to this plan, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate your testimony and your work. I used to work with your organization when I worked at the planning department in 2006. Seth Grimes, if you're available.
I am. Thank you, Chair Lyons and Planning Board members. I'm Seth Grimes. I'm with the Washington Area Bicyclist Association, and I will offer comments at a very high level on the Planning Board draft of the Pedestrian Master Plan. WAB is a nonprofit organization with over 1,000 Montgomery County members. We envision a just and sustainable transportation system where walking, biking, and transit are the best ways to get around. The draft Pedestrian Master Plan is excellent work. We commend Acting Director Stern and her predecessors and Mr. Glazer and his colleagues. The plan's design, policy, and programming recommendations are sensible and comprehensive. If approved by you and anything resembling its current form and detail and enacted by the Montgomery County Council, the plan will advance Montgomery County in our efforts toward Vision Zero. We appreciate that the plan, like other Montgomery County planning efforts, recognizes that bicyclist and pedestrian safety are linked. A chapter describes the Bicycle and Pedestrian Areas BIPA funding program. quote, one of the primary ways that the county funds pedestrian and bicycle improvements. The plan describes next prioritization steps that would be comprehensively evaluate in a data-driven way downtowns and town centers, major roads, neighborhoods, and equity focus areas. It would use this reprioritization for, quote, all new capital improvement program projects that address pedestrian and bicycle safety and connectivity challenges, end quote. Good. Downtown and town center are two of the context designations that the county has adopted in recent years. The county's development of a context-driven approach is another positive development. Please ensure that Montgomery County planning is aligned with state efforts, in particular as you further develop corridor solutions that link major activity centers. The rollout of context and corridor-based planning should not delay a key reform, area-wide speed limit reduction. It's not addressed in the master plan, the pedestrian master plan, and it should be. We recognize the impact of vehicle speed on the risk of serious injury and death of everyone involved in a collision, whether a pedestrian or bicyclist or other roadway user who is struck, and also the vehicle's driver and passengers. According to the Federal Highway Administration, quote, a driver traveling at 30 miles per hour who hits a pedestrian has a 45% chance of killing or seriously injuring them. At 20 miles per hour, that percentage drops to 5%, end quote. Similar fatality and serious injury stats apply for bicyclists struck by a driver traveling at higher versus a lower speed. Compare that effective July 1st, 2020, the District of Columbia established a default speed limit of 20 miles per hour for all local streets, residential streets that primarily serve neighborhood traffic. The master plan does not, once again, systematically address speed limits. The county should request a 2024 Maryland local bill or statewide bill that will amend Maryland Transportation Code to allow speed limit reduction for an entire jurisdiction or area following creation of a jurisdiction or area-wide complete streets plan. Then the county should follow up with systematic reduction to 20 miles per hour on residential streets rather than the project-linked steps outlined in the county's 2021 Complete Streets Guide. Also consider recommending wholesale corridor-based reductions in speed. Systematically lowering limits in this way is not prescribed by the master plan, but it's complementary step that will advance Montgomery County toward Vision Zero. In sum, the draft pedestrian master plan is excellent work. Please approve it with any necessary revisions that come to light, and think also about near-term steps you can take to promote Montgomery County roadway safety for all. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your testimony. Ann Tolkien?
Hello. I'm Annie Tolkien. I'm a resident of the Long Branch neighborhood of Silver Spring. I was also a member of the Pedestrian Master Plan Advisory Group. Our first meeting of that group was way back in February of 2020. So I am so excited that the draft plan is now out in the world and being considered tonight. The plan is incredibly holistic and thorough. It notably has a social justice lens and is inclusive of the needs of people with disabilities and other mobility impairments. The data that the staff collected has been invaluable in illustrating what most pedestrians, quite frankly, probably already knew, which is that many of the roads in Montgomery County are inaccessible and unsafe for pedestrians, and even more so in communities of color. I encourage the planning board members to support passage of this plan. We're in the midst of a climate crisis, and there's literally no time to waste in making communities safer and more accessible for pedestrians. And this plan goes into great detail and provides specific guidance on next steps and how to operationalize this vision, which I hope you will pass, and in turn, the County Council will also adopt and fund. I just wanted to highlight a few things. My neighborhood, Long Branch, is an equity focus area, and my daughter is a first grader at New Hampshire State School, which is a Title I school. And the data points to the fact that there's a huge disparity in the rate of pedestrian fatalities and severe injuries between equity focus areas and non-equity focus areas. Neighbors have lost their lives trying to walk and roll on these roads, and this disparity should not exist. Where I live, near University Avenue, Piney Branch, and Flower Avenue, the roads and crosswalks are approximately a half-mile apart, which is why I'm glad this plan recommends evaluating different approaches to assume control of state roadways. I know that our state delegates in District 20 are very concerned about pedestrian safety, and I'm sure they'll be great partners in this process. Additionally, as a person who lives about 75 yards from a future Purple Line stop, and has had a sidewalk request in the county's queue for about 5 years. I'm glad this plan recommends moving the annual sidewalk program from a reactive, request-driven process to an equitable, data-driven process. Lastly, this plan takes into account the needs of people with disabilities, families, elderly populations who hope to age in place by incorporating aspects of universal design, which focus on meeting the needs of all pedestrians. The plan is detailed and actionable, and I encourage you to pass this plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, Carrie Kazicki, Coalition for Smarter Growth, whose testimony I know we have in writing.
Good evening. Hi. My name is Carrie Kosicki. I'm speaking on behalf of the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're the leading organization in this region advocating for walkable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way to grow our region and have opportunities for all people. So we strongly support the pedestrian master plan draft, and we want to commend everyone who worked on it on the plan's holistic approach to achieving pedestrian safety and comfort across the county. In particular, we appreciate that the plan acknowledges that pedestrian planning and some of our other key goals, including health, equity, accessibility, climate, and land use, are all connected, and that we need to think of these policies as interconnected with each other. First of all, we really appreciate that the plan recommends building more walkable places. That's recommendation B4 as an important step to thinking about pedestrian safety across the county. We can't just be retrofitting places that already exist that were built for like car-centric modes of getting around, but we have to think comprehensively about building walkability into our land use policies looking forward. So we really appreciate that recommendation in the plan. We also appreciate that it connects pedestrian planning with transit and thinks about not reducing vehicle miles traveled and increasing non-auto driver mode share holistically. The plan identifies safe crossings to bus stops as a priority and also states that off-site pedestrian and bicycle access in areas around transit stations. You might actually hear a bus going by right now, which is very apt. I've got my window open. That's the 2020 ride-on bus, but that access to the bus, which I can walk to from my house, should be a higher priority than car access, which is really important, as someone touched on earlier, for our county's climate goals. We need to not just make sure that people have transit and cycling as a safe option, but that people can walk to those places so that we're reducing our emissions and reducing vehicle miles traveled overall. And then finally, the plan makes really important updates to how we think about designing arterials. First of all, it recommends updating the Complete Streets Design Guide to include transit corridor overlays that provide additional context-based guidance, including on crossings and target speeds, on transit corridors, which, as the plan mentions, is where a disproportionate share of injuries and fatalities occur. And especially, we want to highlight the recommendation to transfer control of state highways to the county. CSG strongly supports those recommendations. We've heard from a lot of speakers, this is a very important issue, and it's important enough that we should not be slowed down by bureaucratic obstacles between SHA and coordinating with the county that make these really important changes take longer to happen. We need them to be implemented efficiently. And so while the plan acknowledges and we acknowledge that it will be a longer term process to think about what that looks like, transferring responsibilities between the state and county, we think that's a really important part of this plan. So car-dependent infrastructure took a really long time to develop. That's something that the plan mentions. And so this thoughtful and comprehensive approach that's spelled out in the pedestrian master plan is exactly what we need to move away from car-centric infrastructure. And it has this really amazing vision in the plan for what people-centered infrastructure can look like. So we really want to, again, just thank everybody who had a hand in this. It's a really exciting plan, and we're looking forward to seeing what happens next. Thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you very much for your testimony. My own description of the plan was bodacious. It's quite compelling in its data and its advocacy. Now we'll hear from Sanjita Ragwala. Forgive me right away for mispronouncing your name.
That's not bad. Let me find my testimony.
Please go ahead.
So I'm logging in tonight to express my strong support of the pedestrian master plan as drafted by Montgomery Planning, the document from February of this year. This plan is nothing less than a revolutionary document. that if implemented will bring much needed safety improvements and connectivity to our county streets and roads. And I'll echo other people sort of commending the planning team for doing this. So Vision Zero was announced as a goal, years ago now, but deaths and injuries from vehicles remain high, often outpacing other types of violent death. So we need to take bold actions to make meaningful progress to achieve Vision Zero, and this plan is an important step in that direction. So I've submitted written testimony, so I'll be brief here. The most important element of the pedestrian master plan is the framework for proactive rather than reactive reviews of sidewalk infrastructure. Currently, sidewalks and other types of standard pedestrian infrastructure are mainly put in reacting to community requests. To get a sidewalk, you need to know the right processes, the right people, excuse me, and you need none of your neighbors to oppose it. This is absurd and not to mention inequitable. These are basic infrastructure that are mandated by the Americans with Disabilities Act. You shouldn't need to go through hoops to get it. Everyone deserves to have safe, pleasant, and practical routes for walking and rolling, no matter where they live, and no matter whether their neighbors want them to or not. This is why the ADA exists. So getting community vetoes out of essential infrastructure planning is a fundamental necessary step to achieving public safety. The pedestrian master plan also provides a framework for many more wonderful things, such as snow and vegetation clearance, removal of sidewalk obstacles, increased pedestrian crossings, public restrooms, placemaking elements. I recommend you approve the pedestrian master plan as written without delay, so we can start the tough, necessary next steps to getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Rosemary Wilson from Sligo Brandview Community Association. Not there? No. Okay. Anna Praddy, I hope. Pretty?
Hi. Good enough, pretty.
Forgive me.
No worries. Thank you for allowing the opportunity for all of us to testify this evening. I live in Silver Spring near the Forest Glen Metro, and I have lived in Montgomery County for 19 years. I'm testifying tonight in my personal capacity. I served as an active member of the Pedestrian Master Plan Community Advisory Group and have read the entire plan. I am here to fully support the Pedestrian Master Plan and to urge the Planning Board to adopt it. It will make our community safer, healthier, more equitable, and take concrete steps to address the climate emergency. I am the parent of 2 young children, ages 4 and 6, and I want to leave this world better than I found it for their generation. I cared about these issues before I had kids, but since I have had kids, I have become radicalized. I am now an advocate, and I spend my limited free time supporting safer and better walking and rolling. I want to move around Montgomery County with my kids without a car, without hypervigilance, and without fear that we will be hit or killed by a car. I want to take the bus with my kids to Wheaton Library and not worry if we will be hit at a bus stop by cars driving over 40 miles an hour alongside of us. I want to ride bikes with my kids to Wheaton Regional Park in downtown Silver Spring without fear that we'll be hit by a distracted driver while crossing 6 lanes of University Boulevard or Coolsville Road. I want to walk my kids to school without worrying that we will be hit by a driver running a red light at Georgia Avenue. I do all these things now with and without a stroller, with scooters, with kids' bikes, with and without training wheels. And every time I find myself worrying if I am being a good parent, because I'm putting my kids in such direct risk of harm because of the built environment that we have here. So this pedestrian master plan is the blueprint for how my family and all families in Montgomery County can move around safely without a car. We have to make walking, biking, and taking transit safe, or else we will never get people out of cars. If we get this right, Montgomery County will be a force multiplier for the rest of the DC metro region, as well as the rest of the country, and I think the rest of the world. We owe this to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Bruce Schwam?
Yep.
Thank you.
It's my wife's maiden name.
Oh, that.
You got it right the first time, Mr. Zients. Thank you very much.
Forgive
And
me.
listen, I feel you, with a name like yours, I feel your pain.
There you go. I tell people my name is spelled like Smith, only different.
Bruce, do you have any
Yeah,
relatives
I heard you say that the first time.
Do you have any
So anyway, my name
relatives
is
from-
Bruce Schwalm.
Do you have any relatives
I'm a
from
lifelong
Pennsylvania?
resident of Montgomery. There are lots of Schwalms in Pennsylvania.
Yes, there are.
So I'm a lifelong resident of Montgomery County, and I want to thank the board first for a chance to testify. I appreciate your willingness to take input on the draft master plan, and I hope you take it to heart. And by the way, I've emailed the links for all the documents I reference so that they're part of the record. I sent them to your office earlier today.
Thank you.
I read the draft plan, and I appreciate how thorough it is. I noticed what appears to be a blind spot in the research and resulting recommendations, so I'm going to bring it up. The blind spot doesn't address more than 30% of pedestrian collisions. The most recent county data I could find online was from a July 2014 Pedestrian Safety Initiative update published by the county. On page 31 of that report, Montgomery County Police data indicates more than 30% of pedestrian vehicle collisions had pedestrians at fault. If we're going to get to 0 deaths, this data needs to be part of the plan. Montgomery County DOT's page on pedestrian safety calls for a data-driven approach, but this slice of data seems to be missing from the draft plan's analysis. I'd like to see this data included in the final master plan and used to help guide solutions. How can changes to pedestrian behavior be affected? Montgomery County DOT's page on pedestrian safety indicates the 3 E's of pedestrian safety: education, engineering, and enforcement. The master plan addresses education, but in very vague terms. A 2007 publication by the U.S. Department of Justice addresses this topic in detail on pages 5 through 12. I won't cover all the things, but I recommend you read it. And another relevant part of pedestrian education might include the need for light-colored and/or reflective clothing, especially in dim, dark situations. That's when most pedestrian accidents occur. I'd hope to see more detail on pedestrian education in the final master plan. The second E, engineering, is addressed in the master plan only with regard to controlling vehicular activity, not pedestrian activity. A Maryland SHA report from 2017 concludes median treatments have a positive effect on total crashes and fatalities. Median fencing in particular is proved to be an effective engineering treatment in controlling pedestrian behavior. Austin, Texas has also put in median fencing and seen a significant reduction in pedestrian collisions. I hope to see median treatments, especially fencing, in the final master plan. The third E is for enforcement. The master plan addresses vehicular enforcement in depth, but none is mentioned for pedestrians. I think this also needs to be addressed in the final draft of the master plan. Pedestrians need to obey laws as well, and for their own safety. I'll conclude that pedestrian behavior must be fully addressed in the final draft of the master plan, or else we're going to leave more than 30% of pedestrians at risk. That is not acceptable. Thanks for your time and the opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't know. Oh, we're done ringing. Catherine McKay. No Catherine McKay? Okay. Gal Cheek?
Oh, yeah. Hi, I'm Gail Cheek.
Hi. We
Hello?
hear you. We hear you. There
Can you
you
hear
are.
me?
We see an eye.
Okay. All right. Hi. Yeah. I would like to share with you my neighborhood's experience. We recently had a very serious pedestrian accident, and we were able to request a sidewalk with the help of Lori Main from the annual sidewalks program. And because we had an accident, we will get our sidewalk sometime in 2024. But I would like to ask a question about this slogan that you want to be proactive instead of reactive. Does that mean that requests like mine to the annual sidewalk program wouldn't count?
Well, this isn't a work session. We're not answering questions. We'll have staff go through what they mean in the work session.
Okay, well, sorry about my camera angle, but I certainly hope you will emphasize the ability of citizens to request sidewalks when there has been an accident in their community. And whether you could call it reactive or proactive, anytime there's a pedestrian accident, it means that there's a serious issue. So I'm not sure how your slogan actually would play out in real life. Hopefully it's just a slogan and you're still taking individual requests.
Is that your testimony?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's a question. Maybe you could follow up.
Will do.
I would like to know that. Thank you.
Okay. Jen Hawse, Hawse? No? Not there? Okay. Megan Brown?
Hi there. Yes.
Hi, thank you for having a name I could pronounce.
You're welcome. I'm married into it. So I really appreciate the time here, and I want to be respectful of the 3 minutes. I do think the plan has some really good things in it, but I think it has some real omissions that should give the planning board pause. I speak today on my behalf. I live in Kensington. I've been a Montgomery County resident for 40 plus years. I'm a mom. I take care of my sadly increasingly aged parents, and I'm sorry if they're listening to this to hear that. I have children in schools and commute and drive all over the county. I walk several miles a day and I take public transportation. And I think the thing that upsets me a little about the planning, the pedestrian plan, is I think it does not consider all elements of the community. And some of the testimony here tonight suggests that the planning group and the commenters here are not taking into account all elements of the community here. Just as an example, the idea that we would put, quote, pedestrians first, or that we would want to encourage walking as the primary means of transportation in this county seems very unrealistic and, quite frankly, ableist, ageist, and classist. There are many people who need to drive in this community, and I would encourage the planning board to take this plan with a grain of salt and dig into a few omissions that I see in it. I see, and I'll be fast here because I want to respect your time. I don't see any consideration of sort of economics, proper use of these traffic calming and other issues for quality of life for residents here or suitability. I think some of the issues you heard from the town of Kensington representative are not felt by the folks who are outside of the core town of Kensington. Connecticut Avenue, Cedar Lane, Knowles, and Old Georgetown are not necessarily suitable places for a lot of the measures that are called for in the plan. And I would encourage you to do more outreach to the residents in the community. I do think the plan, you've heard from some disabled advocates and from others, but I think the plan is, quite frankly, a little cruel to the elderly and disabled who depend on driving to get to doctors, to get to dentists, to get to their family. And so I think I would encourage you to really include in any next steps careful consideration of the effects on traffic. It seems for some commenters that is the goal, which is to make it hard to drive in this community. And I think that's really unfair to families with small children, people who are struggling to survive economically, people who work downtown or who work across county where there might not be good public transportation. And let's be honest, Metro is a disaster lately with safety and reliability. One other thing that I wanted to flag, there's been a lot of discussion about the great collaboration for this plan. I was dismayed to see a lack of engagement, and I said this at the Town of Kensington meeting last year. There was no engagement with local churches, synagogues, private schools, others who have walkers, drivers, and others. Diverse groups of ages that come to their communities. I'd be very curious to see what they see. And I would submit this is not a data-driven plan. There is a lot of data about pedestrian access in various places, but a big blind spot here is meaningful data about the projected uses of some things like bike lanes during inclement weather. We are not San Diego, we are not Florida, and so I posit that taking a bicycle from Kensington to Wheaton Plaza on University Boulevard in February is not a realistic step for a lot of families.
Please
And I will
summarize.
stop now to respect your time, but I think there's a lot to be improved upon here. And as a mom and a daughter, I encourage you to seek more input before you act on any of the recommendations.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
John Devine. There, not there? Oh,
Thank you.
oh, okay.
Yes, I'm here.
You're
I'm
right.
here. Thank you. I'm John Devine. I'm a resident of Kenwood Park in Bethesda. I've lived in Montgomery County for over 30 years. For certain communities in our county reviewing this plan, I think it's a wonderful initiative and very much needed. But for other communities, I think it probably also very much misses the mark. There are tens of millions of dollars that are going to be spent on the total number of sidewalk projects being proposed. I think that's the easy part. How do we quantify the actual benefit of this expenditure? First, there's the climate impact. In Kenwood Park, there are almost 150 mature trees that are scheduled to be removed to construct the sidewalks. In the FAQs for the Kenwood Park project, climate change is actually listed as a primary motivation for the plan by promoting walking rather than driving. Wonderful. But most of our neighborhood is located much too far from shopping, entertainment, libraries, daycare centers, parks, playgrounds, etc., for people to actually walk to those destinations. It's more than 1.5 miles from our neighborhood to the nearest shopping center. Further, to do that, pedestrians would have to cross and walk along Goldsboro and or Bradley Boulevard to access any of those destinations. Those are higher speed roads that are very difficult to cross and walk on, particularly Goldsboro, which doesn't even have shoulders on the road. So my question is, how many cars do you predict will actually be removed as a result of these sidewalks being installed? At least in our neighborhood, our guess is not many. So how do you quantify that? Were any surveys taken to determine how many people would actually walk rather than drive from Kenwood Park to any of those above destinations, given the distance and unsafe roads that would still have to be navigated? Similar to some previous testimony that we heard this evening regarding the new bike lanes, it seems like, at least in Kenwood Park, we'd actually be encouraging pedestrians into unsafe situations. That can't be the solution. Over the years, occasional requests for sidewalks in Kenwood Park have been denied on the grounds that the lack of sidewalks wasn't a safety issue in our neighborhood. Instead, speed bumps were installed. Okay, well, why not install more speed bumps and at a height that would significantly slow traffic and or lower the speed limit on the neighborhood roads as we've seen done in other neighborhoods? So again, I think there are communities covered by this master plan where I'm sure the sidewalk proposals are very sensible and will be a wonderful benefit to those communities. But I think the plan should be amended to give much more consideration to the input from residents of each of the affected communities who probably much better understand what makes the most sense for our specific neighborhoods. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony. Meg Weinschenker. She's not on. Okay. Mary Beth Cleveland.
Hello.
Hello.
I'm trying to turn my camera on. Sorry. Okay. Can you see me okay?
Yes, we're good.
Okay. Thank you for allowing me to testify as an individual in favor of the pedestrian master plan. My name is Mary Beth Cleveland, and I'm a certified orientation and mobility specialist who works with pedestrians with vision disabilities. I was also part of the advisory committee for the plan, and I'm a member of the Pedestrian Bicycle Traffic Safety Advisory Committee. I live in Durwood, and when my kids were little, we had to walk in the street to get to the park. We had to stand in the street to wait for the school bus. My kids are old now, but we benefit from the new sidewalks in my neighborhood, and I feel much safer walking. And about once a week, a neighbor says to me, I wasn't sure I wanted sidewalks, but I'm really enjoying them. I teach people without vision how to navigate sidewalks, shopping areas, street crossings, and use public transportation. People who don't drive find other ways to get to work, the doctor, shop, or visit family and friends. They live in all areas of the county, urban areas, suburban, and rural. A safe way to move around should be a priority, and that is what the plan does. Eli Glazer reached out to the community and received input from people with disabilities, and I feel listened, considered, and incorporated. In this plan, B3A is an action that designs curb ramps to be directional. Many of us take painted crosswalk lines for granted. We see them, we see the crosswalk, and we cross within the crosswalk lines. Imagine crossing a street without the visual cues like the crosswalk lines. So often I see the ramp that leads to the crossing that's not lined up with the crosswalk. It leads the person who's waiting to cross directly into the intersection rather than into the crosswalk. It's very dangerous because it's difficult to correct if you cannot see the lines. It also directs people who use wheelchairs, walkers, and strollers towards the intersection before they can turn back towards the crosswalk. This plan addresses the problem by recommending directional ramps. I have the privilege of working with so many different types of people: parents, grandparents, students, some that walk fast, some that walk slower, some people who need to stop and rest. This plan included all types of people. For example, B4H incorporates a place to rest. This is the type of thing that could keep people from trying to ride public transportation. I'm also a big fan of Section E that addresses all sorts of accessibility for older people and people with disabilities. It goes above and beyond the ADA. This plan is very comprehensive. Montgomery County has an opportunity to be a real leader in pedestrian safety for all pedestrians. Please pass and fund this plan. It is important for the safety and enjoyment of all who live and visit our county. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Remarkable timing on your testimony. We appreciate that. Jamie Herr? No, Jamie? Oh, there you are. No? Yes? No?
I'm here, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can't see you, but that's okay if you don't want us to.
Okay. No, it's all right. Sorry, I'm just also dealing with
okay.
toddler bedtime. All right. I'll keep this brief. Members of the planning board, thank you for allowing me the time to speak. My name is Jamie Herr. I'm an urban planner and have been a resident of Wheaton for almost 12 years. I want to start by saying that I'm 100% in support of the master plan, but as noted by others, I'm also recommending that Montgomery County focus on recommendation B10, assume county control of state highways. I say this because Montgomery County has a road priority problem, not just a pedestrian safety or death problem, not just a traffic speed problem, but a road priority problem. This county and the State Highway Administration have been improperly prioritizing the use of rights-of-way to move vehicles as fast as possible for far too long. Montgomery County is better poised to address these safety issues as the local government through the various plans and policies, but the county is limited because State Highway controls so many of the county's main roads. With so many large urban collector streets with wide lanes, no on-street parking, limited protected sidewalks, signalized crossings distanced at unreasonable intervals, high road speeds, lack of enforcement, and design responsibility that should really be considered contributory negligence. Most are controlled by the State Highway Administration. My husband and I bought a home here. We started a family here, and we are invested in this community. And I want to raise my son in a place that genuinely prioritizes people over cars, prioritizes safety over politics. This draft plan has many great recommendations and priorities, but the one that will have the greatest impact on pedestrian safety is the recommendation B10. And it's important for you to understand that. I know there are a lot of recommendations and priorities that others will think are important, but if you can't implement, say, public pedestrian safety on all the roads, then what is the point? I want to give a huge thank you to Eli Glazier and his team for all their hard work, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Kelly Banis? Not on? Well, that is all the speakers that I have on my list. Before we conclude, I have to say one thing. That was one remarkable hearing. I have never been in a hearing that has this potential conflicts with so much praise for staff work. You should be very proud of your work, even though we will go through every bit of this testimony and make sure that we respond appropriately to the comments we heard tonight. With that, I thank everybody for their time and endurance. I thank everybody for their testimony online, and this meeting is adjourned. Yeah,
it's up
it
to
was
you.
a
I mean,
request.
it's up to you. I don't.
Well, thank you. I just came back to say we will keep the record open to April.
April 6th at 5 p.m. would be
April
staff
6th
preference.
at 5 p.m. If you get your testimony in before that, it will be responded to by staff.
And we need to make a do we need to make a motion for that, or just, can we leave it up?
Up.
You already mentioned it in the beginning. I don't know. Do you want a motion?
You want to, well,
I don't think so.
no,
It's up to- I don't
no,
think it's
we will just do that.
Okay.
How's
Sounds
that?
good.
All right.
How's that?
Thank you. We are now adjourned again.
We are now adjourned.